I'm going to start recording as well.
Okay. Is it 9? It is 9. I don't see Commissioner Hubbs. I didn't hear from her, so I guess we'll just wait a minute. I didn't hear from her, so I guess we'll just. Okay, well, it's 9 o'clock. We'll go ahead and call this Friday, May 7th meeting of the Board of Wildlife Commissioners to order. Commissioner Cavilla, would you lead us in the pledge this morning?
Sure.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Missy, would you call the roll, please?
Absolutely. Chairwoman East.
Here.
Vice Chair Barnes.
Here.
Commissioner Ohnberg.
Here.
Commissioner Cavilla.
Here.
Commissioner Hubbs. Commissioner Keel.
Here.
Commissioner McNitch.
Here.
Commissioner Greeny.
Here.
And Commissioner Rogers.
Here.
Thank you.
So. Sorry, I'm having some connect. Okay. So we're just missing Commissioner Hubbs. Okay, great. All right.
She just signed on.
Pardon?
She just joined.
Oh, there she is. Okay, great. Super. Good morning, Commissioner Hubbs.
Good morning.
Okay. Could we have the members of the county advisory boards to manage wildlife, please let us know that they're in attendance. And I'm going to remind everyone that if you're joining us today, especially from a county advisory board, I'd love for you to join us on Zoom so that we can take public comment from you through Zoom. We can't take it from you through YouTube. So I'd really like to ask you, especially for this weekend, to join us through Zoom. So I see Mr. Dixon from Clark. I see Mr. Ray from Washoe. I see Ms. Campbell from Clark. I see Mr. Cooney from Elko. Anyone else? Joining us, Craig from Carson, Mitch from White Pine, Jean from Carson. Glenn from Humboldt. Awesome. Okay. Thank you very much. Agenda item number two, approval of the agenda. Chairwoman East for possible action. The commission will review the agenda and may take action to approve the agenda. The commission may remove items from the agenda, continue items for consideration, or take items out of order. And I think we have an item that's being removed from our agenda. Is Mr. Robb available to talk with us?
Jack Robb for the record. Agenda item number 7, petition from Mr. Pierce for hunting season special hunting season for disabled persons. We have had multiple conversations with Mr. Pierce at this time, and in those conversations, Mr. Pierce was looking to have it just for deer tags and to mirror what he thought the juniors had available to them. Mr. Pierce ran into a gentleman in the field who was hunting with his son opening weekend of deer season and talked about how the hunting was 2 weeks prior. And Mr. Pierce was under the assumption that the gentleman that was hunting with his son was hunting with a rifle 2 weeks prior to the beginning of rifle season. And I explained it was during a muzzleloader season, and prior to that, they had the ability to hunt in an archery season. So he was looking to mirror what juniors currently have, but he didn't understand the weapon class that the junior tags afford. So we continue to work with Mr. Pierce to see if there's some language we can come up with. He's not ready to go this week, so this petition will come back at a future agenda. It might not be at the next commission meeting. It will be at a meeting that affords him the ability to be at the meeting and something that we have language for, but he's not ready to go at this time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll be removing agenda item number 7. Any other questions on the agenda? Okay, seeing none, this is an action item. We'll take it out for public comment. Do we have any public comment on our agenda? Please raise your hand in the virtual room, and I can call on you. Mr. Bunch? You're muted, Mr. Bunch. Can you unmute? There you go.
Good morning.
Good morning. Do you have something to share with us?
I do not know. Did I?
Oh.
Was my hand still up?
It is. It's
I
okay.
told it to lower it. I'll take care of that. Thank you.
Nice to hear your voice.
You too.
Thanks. Miss Campbell? Nope, you're muted, Miss Campbell.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know because I thought my computer wasn't working right, and I can see all of you, but I don't know if you can see me.
We can't. I think we can only see the folks that are in the gallery with
Okay.
us. So
All right, that's fine. I just want to make sure. So I'll just stay on the Zoom meeting.
that's great. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
You bet. Okay, any other public comment on our agenda for today? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for an approval motion. Commissioner Hubbs?
Yes, Chairwoman East, I move to approve the agenda as presented with the removal of item number 7.
Great, thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll
Second.
second that.
I have a second from Commissioner Cavilla. So we have a motion to approve the agenda, removing item number 7 from today's agenda. Motion from Commissioner Hubbs, second from Commissioner Cavilla. All in favor, please raise your hand. Motion carries 9-0. Thank you. Approval of the minutes. Chairwoman East for possible action. Commission minutes may be approved from the March 19 and 2021 meeting. Persons wishing to comment are invited to raise their hands in the virtual meeting forum and will be individually called upon until wishing to comment have had the chance to do so. Do we have any comments or changes to the agenda? Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll get the ball rolling here. On page 9, under item number 7, third paragraph down, Chairman East asked for questions on AB 117. Explain why the committee was in opposition rather than apposition.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Let's see here. On page 14, underneath the Wildlife Damage Management Committee report, that first line under that agenda item, Vice Chair Barnes refers to Pat Jack. It should be Pat Jackson.
Oh, I missed that. Okay, thank you.
On page 17, the very top of the page, the first paragraph, the fourth line down, language prevents the, it should be traps rather than taps.
Page 17, the fourth line down.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Okay. On page 26, the last paragraph, 1, 2, 3, 4, the fifth line down. The sentence, you can hear my voice cracking. This is how much I admire our department rather than departed.
Okay.
Like I had. I'm sorry, I might have a couple more here. Let me.
Okay.
There were a lot of minutes, and whoever did them did a very nice job on them. There was a lot to cover, a lot of stuff.
There was. I was
Page-
going to comment too.
Yeah, page 48. Third line from the bottom, at the very end of the third line, there's a reference to want and waste. That should be WANTON rather than want and.
Okay.
And page 49, the very last paragraph, the end of the fourth line, coyote killing contests.
Contests, not contents. Okay.
Yeah. And I know there's one more want and waste one in here somewhere. Okay, on page 52, the last paragraph, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The very beginning of the 10th line, there's another want and waste. So another WANTON.
Okay.
And that was it.
Okay, I found some of the same ones. I think I had one on page 12. Down about halfway, it says Commissioner McNinch made a motion to approve. It should be approve.
Yeah, I missed that one.
And then I just wanted to make certain that there isn't any missing information between those two motions. I think we took them back to back, but just if the department could make certain that we didn't miss any conversation between those two. And then I think I caught some of the same ones as you, Commissioner McNinch. I didn't read through them as carefully. I didn't read through the public comment as carefully, but I wanted to make certain that all of our other stuff was covered correctly. So any other comments on the minutes? Changes? I do want to thank the department. I'm not sure who's doing the minutes, but you did a fantastic job on this. It was a really long meeting. So thank you for doing that. Okay, seeing no other comments on the minutes, I'll take it out for public comment. If you'd like to provide public comment on our minutes from our March meeting, please raise your hand in the virtual room. Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for a motion to approve.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from the, gosh, what were the dates? I'm sorry, I lost my dates here.
March 19 and 20.
Thank you. The March 19th and 2021 Wildlife Commission meeting with the noted changes.
And I'll second that. So we have a motion by Commissioner McNinch and a second by the chairwoman to approve the minutes as presented with the noted changes. All in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries 9-0. Thank you very much. Okay. Agenda item number 4, member items, announcements, and correspondence. Chairwoman East, informational. Commissioners may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring Commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. The commission will review and may discuss correspondence sent or received by the commission since the last regular meeting and may provide copies for the exhibit file. Commissioners may provide hard copies of their correspondence for the written record. Correspondence sent or received by Secretary Wasley may also be discussed. Does anyone have anything that they'd like to bring up at this time? Okay, don't see any. We've had quite a bit of correspondence regarding our quotas for tomorrow. So I know we'll be discussing that. I've sent everything I've received that didn't appear to be shared with everyone to Missy, and I know she's been forwarding quite a bit of correspondence out. I've also had a number of phone calls the last few days about our quotas tomorrow. So we'll discuss those in more depth tomorrow. Does anyone have anything else? Secretary Wasley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any correspondence that relates to any particular agenda item for this meeting. However, I did receive a number of emails as well as written letters from various individuals. Just it's always really nice to get letters of acknowledgement for some of our staff. One in particular was from a couple who had resided in Reno for 46 years and just recently registered a boat, had a really positive experience and sent a half-page letter speaking to all of their experiences with the department. We've also received some acknowledgement for our law enforcement, in particular for some of their heroics and some of their rescue efforts and unfortunate recovery efforts at Lake Mead in particular, acknowledgement by partner agencies through the Park Service, acknowledgement by community members. And it's unfortunate that sometimes, we hear those loud voices or see those loud critical voices in social media and other places, but don't have the opportunity to see a lot of the praise, a lot of the acknowledgement for a lot of the positive aspects. So I just wanted to bring that up at some point. Would probably be good for us to share that with the commission, just to see that it isn't just those loud critics and some of the keyboard warriors in the social media arena, but there are some very appreciative customers and constituents out there that express their gratitude as well.
That's fantastic. We would love to hear more about that.
That's all I have. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, if not, we'll move on to agenda item number 5, county advisory boards to manage wildlife. Member items informational. CAB members may present emergent items by raising their hand in the virtual forum. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action will be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Do any of our CABs have anything to share with us this morning? Please raise your hand. Mr. Cooney. Mr. Cooney, would you please go ahead? Right in. There we go. You're still muted, Mr. Cooney.
Good morning, everyone. Jim Cooney, Elko Cab. One of the items that came up during our cab meeting here earlier this week was questions about where we're at with the shed hunting regulation. I know that it had been in LCB or tied up somewhere. We're going on 2 years now. I'm still getting concerns from the general public about problems as far as people coming in and picking up sheds during the off season. So I just would like to bring that back to the forefront and look forward to it being on an agenda item here soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooney. Mr. McVickers.
Hello, can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes.
Mitch McVickers, White Pine Cab for the record. I just wanted to thank the department for moving forward with the Cummins Lake boat dock. We should be starting on the 16th, moving dirt and brush, and it's been a long time coming, and the community's going to be pretty grateful to have that project going. So just wanted to thank everyone. And after hearing Jim about the shed season, we do want to revisit that on the agenda item, and there's some definite changes that we need to make there.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Crawford. Oh. Did Mr. Crawford not want to speak? Oh, there he is.
Sorry, it took a minute for me to figure out how to unmute.
That's okay.
This is Joe Crawford with the Lyon County Cab. I just wanted to express my gratitude to the department for the support material that they sent out to us prior to the quota setting. I think this year it was very easy to navigate and it was very easy to read. And I really do appreciate the information. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other cabs wishing to make comments? Mr. Crawford, if you'll go ahead and mute yourself again, that would be great. Thank you. Okay, I don't see any other cab comments. Secretary Wosley, can you give us an update on that shed antler regulation? My understanding, or Ms. Taylor, my understanding is it's still at LCB.
Yeah, we are, in the middle of a legislative session, and any, movement right now would also make those changes temporary, and they'd have to be redone after that temporary period. But I'll let Ms. Taylor provide more specifics.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Director Wasley is correct. It is still at LCB. I messaged Allie to have her reach out to them as soon as session ends regarding that. And then I did double check on it, and we do have to hear it again by September or it does expire. So
Okay.
we'll reach out to LCB and then work with you guys on that once we get it back.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Okay, moving on to agenda item number 6. The Nevada Department of Wildlife Project Updates, Secretary Wosley informational. The commission has requested that the department provide regular project updates for ongoing projects and programs as appropriate based on geography and timing of meetings. These updates are intended to provide additional detail in addition to the summaries provided as part of the regular department activity report, and are intended to educate the commission and the public as to the department's ongoing duties and responsibilities.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The department project update, this commission meeting is a little bit different than things that we've done in the past. So as you're all aware, in the past, we've taken advantage of agenda specific content, or when we were meeting in person, the geography of the meeting to highlight efforts of the department, programs within the department. Today, we're doing something a little bit different. We recognize that there are a number of challenges before us, not the least of which is a pandemic. But during this time, there's been many controversial issues brought before the commission. We know that the commission is going to be tasked with making some difficult decisions over the next couple days, in particular, as it pertains to some of the quota establishment, where there may be perspectives expressed by the general public, perspectives and wishes expressed by county advisory boards, and a department recommendation. And so you all know better than me, in the chairs that you sit, oftentimes there's challenges and it's difficult to reconcile conflicting input as a commission. We've, as a department, have had some opportunity to be exposed to Chris Smith, who now works for the Wildlife Management Institute. And Chris spent the majority of his career with Alaska Department of Fish and Game, spent time in the field in administrative and leadership roles, and then moved to Montana, worked for Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks, was a deputy director in Montana. And after retiring from State Wildlife Agency service, Chris went to work for the Wildlife Management Institute. But in his time in Alaska and Montana, and dealing with many of those challenging and controversial issues, I think it created some opportunity for Chris to contemplate some of the governance issues that we all face as wildlife agencies, as commissioners. And Chris has spent a great deal of time exploring the public trust doctrine in particular. Chris has published a number of articles and papers and scientific journals pertaining to public trust responsibilities. What does that mean? What's it mean for the agency? What's it mean for the commission? What does it mean for the citizens? Given some of the challenging items that have been before the commission, given some of the challenges that lie ahead in the next day or two, we thought it would be a good refresher for us as an agency who puts forward a recommendation, county advisory boards who put forward a recommendation, the general public who may weigh in on some of these issues, and you all as commissioners to kind of hear some of Chris's experiences, perspectives, in particular as it pertains to that public trust doctrine. So I would invite Chris Smith to turn his camera on and maybe share in a little greater detail his background, and then we'll see if he can share his screen to walk us through a few slides and exploring that public trust doctrine. So Chris, thank you for your willingness to join us today. We're very grateful and look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Good morning. Welcome to the Board of Wildlife Commissioners meeting.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair and Secretary Wassley. I appreciate the opportunity to visit with you a little bit this morning. It's nice to see a few familiar faces. I've had the opportunity to meet with Commissioner McNich at a number of Western Association Fish and Wildlife Agency meetings, and good to see those of you that I have not had a chance to meet previously. As Tony mentioned, I had a long career with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and during that time worked very closely with the Board of Game on issues that range from routine changes to hunting and trapping seasons to really tough issues related to wolf control programs in Montana. Worked closely with our commission here on both wildlife issues and fish issues, conflicts between warm water and cold water anglers, river recreation conflicts where we have crowding on some of our blue ribbon streams. So that gave me a real feeling for the kind of challenges that you as commissioners face in balancing conflicting demands from the public. During my time with the Wildlife Management Institute, I've been able to step away from the trenches and take a broader view of the commission and governance processes involved with fish and wildlife, and developed with the help of a lot of colleagues, including some of your staff like Jen Newmark, some thoughts on how commissions and agencies can work most effectively. So I'd just like to review that a little bit with you this morning, and if I can share my screen here. And see if I can get the right screen going. All right. Can you see that presentation?
We can. It looks like it's still in, I don't know what you call that mode, but go ahead. There's.
Oh, this display there.
It's not.
Okay.
I want to.
All right. Let me try this. How's that? Stop sharing. Okay. So hang on. Let me try again. There. Sorry about that.
There you go.
Okay. So now if I can back up here. So let me start by asking or talking a little bit about what your job as commissioners really is. And for wildlife commissioners, in any state, one of the conclusions I've come to is that you really have two critically important roles. One of those, obviously, is managing the public trust assets that are embodied in the fish and wildlife and their habitat. And what guides that sort of management of those trust resources is this ancient concept of the public trust doctrine, or more broadly, public trust thinking. But at the same time, there's a really important modern imperative that you face, and that is managing the trust that the public has in you and the NDOW staff to be doing the right thing for them in the jobs that you do in managing those resources. So why is your job so hard? And I think it comes down to the fact that most people care very deeply about fish and wildlife. Fish and wildlife are deeply ingrained in the American psyche and in our value system, and they're really important to most citizens. And that's a really good thing, because it means there's a lot of interest in and support for management. What makes it challenging is that many people have different values related to wildlife. Some have more traditional views and values and based in sort of a utilitarian ethic. Others have more mutualist values. And those create very different interests in fish and wildlife, how they should be used, how they should be treated. And those values, the proportion of those values is changing across our society. And one of the realities of your job is that many of the decisions that you are faced with, and particularly the most difficult ones, are not rooted in the biology of the species that the department manages or the ecology. They're really based in value conflicts. And just a couple of quick examples when you think about timing of archery versus gun seasons, or should you allow archery seasons at the same time as gun seasons? About the use of trail cameras or night vision scopes, setbacks for trapping around private property. Those have very little or nothing to do with the biological side of fish and wildlife management, but they touch on some very deeply held personal values that people feel strongly about. And this dynamic isn't limited to just fish and wildlife. You know, many of the modern or the conflicts that we're facing in public issues are rooted in these deep-seated differences in public values. Let me talk for just a few minutes about the public trust doctrine and this broader philosophy that I referred to as public trust thinking. The public trust doctrine, strictly speaking, is a legal doctrine in the United States that is derived from Roman and English common law, and the specifics of the public trust doctrine vary from state to state. For example, in Alaska, the public trust doctrine is embodied in the state constitution, where it specifies that fish, wildlife, forests, and grasslands of the state are held in common by the people and shall be managed for benefit of the people. In contrast, in the state of Idaho, the legislature has declared that the public trust doctrine only applies to navigable waters as those were identified at the time of statehood. So it's a much narrower application of this legal doctrine. And the important thing to know about the public trust doctrine is that it is enforceable in court. The broader public trust philosophy or public trust thinking, as some of my colleagues from Cornell labeled it, is a way of thinking or a philosophy that is common across many cultures and is evident throughout a long history. And it reflects some basic underlying principles or concepts that based on things like that human welfare depends on nature, that some resources like air and water are not suitable for private ownership. You know, we can easily draw lines on a map and divide up the surface estate and allocate that out to private ownership. And with that private ownership comes the right to exclude others from use of that property. But air and water and wildlife that move across the landscape are things that generally are not viewed as suitable for exclusive private ownership. Another important concept is that all citizens have equal rights to the benefits that nature provides, and that future generations need to be considered. So in managing public trust resources, we can't just fully exploit them for today's population or today's citizens. We have to think about the future. If the government is the entity that's responsible for management of those obligations, they must be publicly accountable to the citizens in terms of the management of those resources. And importantly, the distinction between the legal public trust doctrine and this broader philosophy is that the public trust thinking is enforceable more at the ballot box in terms of electing representatives in government who hold the responsibility for management. So thinking about what are the various roles and responsibilities in this concept of public trust management, like any trust relationship, it really requires three things: assets, beneficiaries, and then trust managers or trustees combined in as trust administrators. And obviously, in the context of the role of the commission, the assets are the fish and wildlife of the state of Nevada. The beneficiaries are all of the people of Nevada. And in many cases, it's easy to think about hunters and anglers, trappers, as the beneficiaries of the public trust and the public trust management that you do. But really, there are all of the citizens or residents of Nevada are equally beneficiaries as well. Think about your farmers and ranchers who benefit from management of wildlife populations to reduce conflicts between wildlife and their agricultural operations, or residents around Lake Tahoe who benefit from efforts to minimize conflicts between humans and black bears. They're all beneficiaries, as well as future generations of Nevadans. In terms of the trust administrators, I think it's helpful to think of two different categories of folks. You have the trust managers, which is the staff of the Department of Wildlife, and they really have primarily ministerial duties. They monitor the status of the assets, They identify what the potential benefits are in terms of either a harvestable surplus or how management of a given population may provide other benefits to the public. They keep you as commissioners informed of what the benefits could be or what the complications from different management scenarios might be. They can facilitate dialogue between competing interests to try to reach shared solutions, and that can be a really important role for the staff in dealing with some of these controversial issues. They can recommend policy, but generally don't make policy decisions unless you specifically delegate that responsibility down to them. And they are accountable to you as commissioners in terms of fulfilling the management direction and implementing the policies that you establish. The trustees of the state's wildlife, I believe, consist of the elected and appointed officials, and that's primarily members of the legislature and you as commissioners. And that's common in most states. And as trustees, you really have a fiduciary duty to the public to maintain the corpus of the trust, the well-being of the assets, to consider the interests of all of the potential beneficiaries, and then to weigh the trade-offs and make decisions in allocating the benefits among those beneficiaries. And like the legislature, you are most accountable to the members of the public, much more so than the staff are. And I think it's important for members of a commission to recognize that the role that the legislature also has as trustees, in that the legislature has delegated certain authorities to the commission with respect to management of the state's fish and wildlife. But the legislature can take that authority back as well. And we had an example of that recently here in Montana in the legislative session that just concluded. The legislature approved changes to statute that extended the wolf trapping season, required the use of snares during any wolf hunting season or wolf trapping season. The legislature in statute established a muzzle loading season for the first time in the history, as far as I know, in Montana. The legislature also authorized the use of hounds for hunting black bears in the state for the first time in over a century. Those are all things that had been brought to the commission, and in the commission's previous judgment had not warranted implementation, but special interests brought those issues to the legislature and was able to successfully pass those through the legislature this session. So it's important to recognize that the legislators can have a significant role in this process as well. So with respect to how applying the public trust doctrine as it exists in Nevada, or this broader public trust concept, public trust thinking concept, to your work in Nevada. Working with colleagues a number of years ago, we developed what we referred to as wildlife governance principles that combine public trust thinking and good governance norms, things like being transparent and accountable, being inclusive of all interests. And based on those principles, my advice to any commission would be to focus on providing diverse, sustainable benefits. Try to accommodate as many interests as you can, recognizing that there will be limits imposed both by the biology of the species, the nature of the habitats they live in, as well as the capacity of the agency to be able to afford to implement various programs. It's important to help people understand the factors limiting Nevada's wildlife resources and understand what your obligations are so that they have a realistic expectations and understanding. It's important to consider all interests equitably and not let the loudest voices dominate. And that can be very difficult given the processes the administrative processes that many commissions are required to use. And this is an area where, again, your staff can help by soliciting information across all interests in the state. Be inclusive of all interests and set the expectation of being inclusive of others, so that when you have an individual interest that comes before you and argues for one point of view, ask how they have considered how their values or interests impact others, and put some of that responsibility for thinking about others and respecting others' values back on the people who are making demands of you. Provide other ways for the public to understand all sides of issues, and then be very transparent in how you make your decisions and about the consequences of your decisions, and accept the need to be accountable for those. You don't need to apologize for any decision that you make, but you should be willing to stand up and explain why you've made decisions, and if it turns out to be a wrong decision, or if there's substantial reason to change it, don't be afraid to reconsider that. The final question I'd ask, is why does this matter? Why is it important that you manage public trust, not only in the context of managing the resources, but managing the trust in you and the staff of the department? And part of the answer is that, well, that's what you're charged to do under the law. You are charged with preserving, protecting, and managing and restoring wildlife and habitat. That refers to your responsibility to manage the assets of the trust. But I think it's also critically important to manage the public's trust in you as a commission and the staff through having an open and transparent process, because if you don't have public trust in you and the agency, your job is going to be much more difficult to fulfill. If you have the public support for your decisions and confidence that you are treating all interests equitably, you can do an awful lot. And if you lose that, which can be fairly easy to do, your job will become much, much more difficult. So with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions you have about any of what I've had to offer, and I can also provide references for some additional reading if you'd like to follow up on that as well.
Thank you. That was a really welcoming presentation, at least from my side. Does anyone have questions for Mr. Smith? Commissioner Hubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. That was a wonderful presentation. One of my questions to you is, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the way that our board is set up. We have 9 board members, and we all come in representing different interests. How do you recommend dealing with those interests we're assigned to and yet adhering to the public trust doctrine?
Madam Chair and Commissioner, thank you. That's a great question. And I think the best answer I could provide would be to say that while individual commissioners may represent a particular interest through their participation in the commission. As a collective, you have a responsibility to recognize and treat equitably all of the interests in the state. So while it's certainly appropriate for any of you to argue for or to support the specific interests that you represent on the commission, I think you also have an obligation to recognize and respect and try to accommodate the interests of other commissioners that share that responsibility with you, and seek as best you can decisions or outcomes that accommodate the broadest possible range of interests.
Very well stated. Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chris, it's nice to see you, and I miss our conversations. You guys can, I engage with this stuff real hard, especially at the waffle meetings, and Chris is always a real easy person to talk to about them, and he shares a perspective that, it's outside of the issue itself, so I get a little broader perspective when I talk to him. And right now, Chris, with this particular meeting, there's no doubt there's some issues, the last several meetings, but I guess, how do you, when you have these value conflicts, you and I have talked about how do we encourage steps forward or change that really is almost inevitable, or in my mind, very necessary for the survival of wildlife agencies in this country to remain relevant. How do you ease the concerns of the traditional users from, and combine that into the new perspectives that are coming in, and in numbers? And I think you understand what I'm asking, and I'm wondering if you have some thoughts for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner McNeach. That's a real challenge that you face, and not just in Nevada, but in many places. As our society evolves and values change, particularly people who have very traditional values or relate to wildlife in a more utilitarian manner, often feel threatened, and they're worried that, well, if we allow any little change, that's just the first step down a slippery slope, and we're going to ultimately lose everything. And I think a couple of things that you as commissioners can do, and your staff, to reassure folks is, first of all, convey that across the country there is broad support for responsible, regulated hunting and fishing and use of wildlife. The interests that espouse animal rights or would like to see no use of wildlife represent a fairly small segment of the population. Some of the more extreme types or uses of wildlife that are increasingly subject to question, there's less support for that. There's clearly less support for trophy hunting than there is for hunting that's focused on acquiring meat or maintaining that traditional, heritage relationship that people have. So there's going to be some more tension around those, but overall, I think we're a long, long way from losing the vast majority of our opportunities for traditional use. That provides a foundation. In terms of direct things that you and the staff can do, is to create opportunities for dialogue between those various interests, so that people get to recognize and understand each other as individuals and as people, building that human connection. It's very easy to sit at your computer, particularly behind an anonymous name or avatar, and just flame somebody and throw out all sorts of criticism. It's much more difficult to do that when you've gotten to spend some time with somebody. And if I can just take one more minute, I can give you an example. When we were working in Alaska to develop a statewide wolf management strategy, I helped organize a citizen advisory council. And we brought people from across the spectrum deliberately to that council to talk about wolf management issues. One of the individuals was one of the most effective land and shoot wolf hunters and wolf trappers in the state. He was able to take between 150 and 200 wolves a year. One of the other representatives was an attorney and an advocate for one of the animal rights or animal protection groups in the state that was adamantly opposed to any wolf control programs. And we deliberately brought them into the room because we wanted to make sure we had both ends of the spectrum represented. At the first two meetings of that committee, those two individuals sat at opposite ends of the table with their arms crossed and just glared at each other. By the third meeting, they would talk to each other. And by about the fifth or sixth meeting, they would deliberately choose to sit side by side. And when we were wrestling with a really difficult issue, the rest of the group would just sort of sit back in their chairs and let those two individuals have a side conversation. Because we knew if they could come up with a way forward on a particular issue that both of them were okay with, everybody else was going to be just fine with what they came up with. And the key to that was they got to recognize each other as people. And it wasn't a faceless bureaucrat or a representative of some interest that's different than yours. It was a real person who had real values, and they developed that mutual respect. So to the extent that you can create opportunities for people who have different interests in elk management in Nevada or any other issues, to sit down and have a meaningful dialogue and share their views and perspective, provide your traditional users the opportunity to show why it's important to them, and to help people who don't share that value understand why it's important to them and build those interpersonal relationships. I think that will help with a lot of those types of issues.
Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I appreciate that, Chris. And I think it's easy for, we all have different perspectives on this commission, and, we talked about having our own biases. And, one of the important parts I got out of your comment just now is that it's not just one side or the other. I mean, so you have the traditional user with this, with certain values, and you have the folks coming in. And I know that I talk a lot to people about as they're coming into the wildlife arena and showing interest and getting more involved. It's really important to understand where the traditional users are coming from. They've been around a long time. They've been doing things. They've been doing things in certain ways in a lot of cases for a very long time, and that maybe taking a step back, taking a deep breath, and just understanding that these are deep-seated values, and their perceptions are real to them. Whether anything's going to happen or not really isn't the point. It's the perception and breaking those down. So I appreciate your comments, and it makes a lot of sense to me. And I'm I'm going to try to work on that a little bit.
Thank you. Does anyone else have questions or comments? Commissioner Allenberg.
Yes, I just very much like to thank you for your presentation, and is super good. Thank you very much.
Anyone else?
Thank you.
This is kind of maybe a thought, or so I don't know how to frame it really, so I'll just throw it out there. But, I think at least I get frustrated, and I've talked to a few other commissioners, get frustrated with the fact that we keep seeing some of these more contentious, bigger issues come before us, and they're hard to wrestle with. And we would like to move on to some more important things, or what we feel are more important things, like habitat and the decline of some of our species. And so how do you suggest, or what would you recommend we do in that situation where we just keep wrestling with these big issues and we don't get to move on to some of the important work that would really help our state and our resources, develop more, I guess, more of our resources. Does that make sense? I don't know that it does. My brain is like, I don't know how to say this.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. It does. And let me just start by, if it helps you feel a little more comfortable, one of my early mentors when I first started working with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, the Board of Game, shared with me what he called Hinman's Rule. And he was, at that time, our Deputy Director, Bob Hinman. And when the commission was mired in the nuts and bolts of some issue, he leaned over to me and he said, just so you know, the amount of time the commission spends dealing with an issue is inversely proportional to its significance. And I saw that here in Montana, where the commission spent our commission here one day spent about an hour and a half debating whether the lion quota in a particular district should be 3 or 4. And finally, one of our managers said, it really doesn't matter, because the way we manage these hunts, whatever quota you set, we're probably going to be 1 or 2 under or 2 or 3 over regardless. So pick a number and let's move on. So in terms of how I would recommend that you try to minimize the degree to which that happens to you. When you're finding issues like that keep coming back and keep coming back, and that you're spending a lot of time on, that's where, and Tony may never invite me back because I'm about to throw him and the staff, either throw them some work or under the bus. But those are the kinds of issues where, if you can get the staff to work with pull those interests together and do as much as possible to identify areas of potential agreement before those decisions come to you, that will minimize the amount of time that you have to spend trying to sort out the remaining conflicts.
Okay.
So whether that means, let me give you an example from Montana, where we were dealing with, these constant issues of lion quotas and competition between hound hunters and others. What the commission finally did was directed the department to go out and develop sort of a broader management strategy that established a framework for how lion quotas would be managed. Once that framework was approved, then the commission was able to focus their attention on the larger question of lion management, and then delegate the decisions in terms of should those quotas be 3 or 5 or 10 in that particular district, to the department, working with citizens through the standard, administrative processes, but they didn't have to wrestle with those fine detail arguments.
Thank you. And I don't want anyone to misunderstand that, all of these issues are important. It just feels like, some of these get more attention and draw more interest than others. And they tend to come back to us pretty regularly. So I really appreciate your response. And I had another thought, but of course my old brain is not allowing me to remember what that was. So I'll go back around and see if anybody else has thoughts or questions, and then maybe I can come back. Anyone else? Oh, come on, you guys. Okay, Commissioner Perini, then we'll go to Commissioner Hubbs.
I just have a question, and I thought it was very well done. I appreciate that, Chris. You did really well. Because one of the things that we talk about is that we see a change from people wanting to change is going to be an issue for all of us in the future. I don't know if I'm making sense, but that when you have an event that happens for all your life and you've done all this, now people have changed their mind and are saying you shouldn't be doing that particular item, and allow it to be a little bit easier or harder or whatever it might be. Sometimes you don't feel very good about that, but you more worry about it is if a person then says, okay, I'm going to give up on that, that's fine, we'll allow that kind of a item to do that. Then do they run back again and say, I have another issue? And I think, Chris, you had mentioned about that. And I appreciate you talking to me about that, because I do worry about that. If we look at what we're doing right now, maybe not the best in the world, but on the other hand, if we give that to these other people wanting them to go that way, then they'll be knocking on our door again and have other ideas. And I think you would mention a lot about that, Chris, and I thought that was pretty good. I appreciate that very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Perini. Commissioner Hubbs.
Thank you. I think I've spent almost 6 years now serving on the commission. I serve for the general public on this commission. And, I guess I'm wondering long term, I see changes, I see struggles, and a lot of the people in my spectrum have other interests in wildlife. Outside of utilitarian interests, like you were stating. And that's kind of a growing sector of the general public, and they're concerned. Everybody knows we're losing habitat. And I think that's one of the biggest struggles. And what would be your advice on helping both sectors who want different uses and experience with wildlife to get their needs met? I mean, we've done a lot of surveys across the public on what they want and expect in terms of their wildlife. I thought it was interesting that you said, we need to really go back to the equitable interest of all of the interests of the state. Some interests in those states are tightly related to wildlife. They're out in rural areas. They live with wildlife daily. They have different probably needs and concerns. And then you have this urban public that wants to go out into these wild areas and see these pristine environments. And they're horrified sometimes that their wildlife's used in a utilitarian fashion. So I find that the most difficult component of serving on a commission like this. Like, how do we make people understand everyone's interest, the value of it, and also that it might change over time just as we grow. I mean, the human population is exponential in number. So it's going to continue some of these issues over time. And how do we educate all of the people with those interests as to how it might need to change?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner Hub. as I said early in the presentation, that's why your job is so challenging. Commissioner Perini, I was thinking as you're talking, reminded of the old saying that the only person that likes change is a baby with a dirty diaper. But the reality is that things do change. Change is constant. I mean, think about how much you rely every day on one of these. And my kids one time when they were growing up were talking about their difference because there's quite a span in age. My oldest son talked about growing up with the internet. His older sister didn't, and my youngest son held up his phone and said, "Yeah, but I grew up with the internet in my pocket." So change is constant, and to some extent, while many of us are uncomfortable with those changes, it is a reality, and people need to accept that. In terms of the specific issue that you addressed, or question that you asked, Commissioner Hub, I would come back to this need to build bridges, find ways that those rural residents and urban residents can share stories or can work together. I found that particularly if you can engage diverse interests in habitat restoration projects, where they have this common shared interest in seeing, a healthy landscape, a vibrant ecology, healthy wildlife populations, that can build some common ground that will help them reconcile their differences when one particular interest wants to use the wildlife that live within that habitat one way, and others have different interests or values related to that wildlife.
Go ahead, Commissioner Hutz.
Just another follow-up. Something else that's come up that's been interesting is when we talk about equitable interest again in our society concerning our wildlife that we all share. Another complex issue that we have sometimes are individuals who are disgruntled with certain regulations that might be proposed because they're making an economic interest off of wildlife. And I don't really know sometimes how to toggle with that, because obviously the majority of folks do not. And so, how much capitalistic thought should we give to their belief that they should have this economic advantage based on maybe taking or using our wildlife where the vast majority of folks don't?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner Hub. Though when you bring economics into wildlife management issues, that often creates an additional tension in that. We certainly see that here in Montana, where there's a real conflict between whether it's fishing outfitters who are competing with non-outfitted anglers on some of our blue ribbon streams, particularly as crowding increases, or you have hunting outfitters who are leasing private land and excluding non-outfitted clients. So that does add a real complicating factor to it. I'm not sure I have a specific answer to how you would address that in Nevada, but that will need to reflect the perspectives of the public that you serve there in terms of how they view the appropriate balance between sustaining the economic value for those individuals who are often in a minority but for whom that economic benefit can be important, that needs to be balanced against other interests as well.
I remembered my question, so I wrote it down. Can you maybe provide some advice, because we community advisory boards on with us today, I've had some complaints about how some folks don't feel comfortable going to our community advisory board meetings. They feel like they're one-sided. Can you provide some advice to some of our advisory boards that maybe there's ways that they can welcome diverse interests, or provide, like I wrote the building bridges down. Is there something that you can provide to them that maybe would help some of our other general publics or other audience members feel more welcome?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what I would recommend to your advisory boards is very similar to much of the advice that I would provide to you as a commission, in terms of being open and being inclusive, being respectful of others. I think that's probably the most important thing for all of us dealing in this, in issues related to fish and wildlife management. You don't necessarily have to agree with someone, and I'm perfectly fine with having respectful and dialogue, and in the end, potentially you having to agree to disagree, but you don't have to be disagreeable in that process. I think it's important for anyone, whether you are a legislator, a commissioner, or a member of a citizen advisory board, as you have, these are formally established components of your governance system within Nevada. It's important for those people to recognize that with the opportunity to serve in that capacity comes the responsibility to do that in a way that is respectful of others' values, and reflective of the responsibility and importance of fish and wildlife to all of the people in Nevada.
Thank you. I would agree. Anyone else have questions for Mr. Smith? Comments? Commissioner Keel?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Smith. Unfortunately, I had to step out during a large portion of your presentation, so I don't have a question, but I really do appreciate your insight, and I'll certainly be reviewing the video of your presentation. So again, thank you for your time. Very insightful.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Vice Chair Barnes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a comment to make to Mr. Smith. I appreciate your insight, and I guess a little background. I represent the ranching industry on this commission, and really, aside from even a lot of the wildlife management, we operate on public lands, and just how important it is to be respectful of one another. Aside from wildlife, now we're seeing a lot of the recreational issues out there, where we're looking at the people that have the off-road vehicles compared to the the backpackers and the hikers, and there's conflict even within them. But there's a multiple use land or user, the more respectful we can be of one another, and what's important to us I just think it's really important that people need to realize that, because it seems like anymore in the society, the most important person that people consider are the ones that they're looking in the mirror at. And so I think the more respectful we can be of one another, that's important, whether we're talking wildlife management, recreation management, whatever, any kind of multiple use user, that's what's going to be important. So just a comment. And so thank you again.
All right. Anyone else have comments or questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you so much for joining us today. I think this was timely and important for us, and I wish maybe we'd had you last year. So, but maybe we can invite you back.
Thanks, Chris.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd be glad to visit with you anytime you think it might be helpful. And I can provide, through Tony, I can provide some additional references if anybody wants to dive into this stuff in more detail.
I think that would
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Secretary Wasley, do you have anything you'd like to add?
I would just like to thank Chris as well for his time and insight. This is free to the department, but it's priceless in terms of its value. So I want to thank him. And then I just want to make one quick comment. And when we were kind of going around the room and different commissioners were sharing perspectives, one of the comments that I heard was, how do you make somebody else, see your perspective, or how do you make somebody else understand your issue? And I think that, and I don't know if that's the way it was necessarily intended, but the way that we try to do that is by trying to understand their perspective, opens up a mind to try to understand ours. And it isn't that forceful making somebody understand your perspective. It's opening minds by trying to understand those diverse perspectives. So I just wanted to share that. I don't know if that's how it was intended, but it's far less effective the more forceful it is in understanding those diverse perspectives. And I think you all recognize that. So I just wanted to add that. But again, thank Chris for his time and insight.
I would agree. Okay. Well, this is informational. So before we move on to our reports, I think we'll take a quick break because reports will get a little bit lengthy. So why don't we take a 10-minute break and come back just a little after 10:30? Everybody good with that? All right. Thank you. Okay, if we could have everyone come back. What am I missing? Somebody. No, okay. Okay, we'll move on to reports. Agenda item number 8, reports informational. 8A, department activity report. Secretary Wasley and division administrators, a report will be provided on the Department of Wildlife Activities. Secretary Wasley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are going to stick with our new formula of having division administrators provide their reports individually to you. But before we transition to division administrators, I'm just going to provide a very brief update from the director's office. The director's office has been busy tracking and reacting to the legislative session. I've also been busy gathering support for Recovering America's Wildlife Act, which was reintroduced into Congress on Earth Day as HR 2773. I believe we'll be bringing that up as a potential future commission agenda item where we can provide an update on the language, and we have some draft apportionment values that we can also discuss. The reintroduced version of RAWA has a few differences than the previous version. The bill would become effective beginning FY22, which would be this October. The funding allocation formula would involve the percentage and number of threatened and endangered species, which means that Nevada will get slightly less than in previous versions of the bill, but Nevada would still see about 24 million and therefore require about 8 million in matching funds, bringing the total to the state towards implementation of the State Wildlife Action Plan to about 32 million, 24 of which would be brand new federal funds. Also, 5% of that 24, or the total pot, would be reserved for plant species, which is just less than 1 million, and in excess of that 24. So there's somewhere in the neighborhood of about 800,000 or so that could be available for plant species. But since the department doesn't have direct authority, it would provide a great opportunity to work with some of the agencies that do have authority over some of those plants, maybe work with the Nevada Natural Heritage Program under the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources towards that implementation. Certainly, that funding is tied to the State Wildlife Action Plan. Our State Wildlife Action Plan is currently under revision and could include some of those plant species that some of that funding could be directed towards. I had an opportunity to speak at the Migratory Bird Conservation Commission last week. Was able to speak to water scarcity in Nevada in particular and the effects on wildlife. There were multiple congressional delegates from various states, as well as the Secretary of Interior, Deb Haaland. She actually chairs that Migratory Bird Conservation Commission. And then lastly, our office has been busy preparing to get staff back in the office starting next month and planning for an in-person commission meeting that hopefully we'll be moving to sooner than later, as well as getting some volunteer events. Those events, some of the outdoor guzzler builds and guzzler inspections sooner than later. Madam Chair, that concludes the update from the director's office, and I'll turn it over to Game Division Administrator Mike Scott to provide an update from the Game Division, and then upon conclusion of his report, he'll hand it off to the next in line, which will be Habitat Division and Division Administrator Alan Janae and so forth.
So maybe we could do quick questions in between each one so that we don't have to wait to get through the entire report. So does anyone have questions for Secretary Wasley, Director Wasley? Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tony, does RAWA still have the bipartisan support that it had previously? Is it And is it going in as, I didn't hear it, I'm sorry. Is it part of the infrastructure bill or is it separate or?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner McNinch. It still does enjoy broad bipartisan support. It was introduced by Republican Jeff Fortenberry from Nebraska and Democrat Debbie Dingell from Michigan. They were the bill's sponsors. As far as the infrastructure package, this is a standalone bill. As I understand it, I don't know if it's included in perhaps a diversity division update or others, but we can do a deeper dive on that at perhaps the next commission meeting and discuss eligible expenditures. As I've said before, it can be used in an unlimited capacity for law enforcement as it pertains to protection of those wildlife action plan species, which include mule deer, bighorn sheep, sage grouse, pygmy rabbits, lawn and cutthroat trout. It can be used for recreation. It can be used for education. Up to 15% can be spent on recreation and education and access. So there are benefits that would come to every division, virtually every division in the department, and even those that don't directly benefit from it by providing funding for some of the existing programs. It could free up money that could have an indirect benefit for some of the other divisions. But it's broad, both in terms of its benefits as well as its support in Congress. So we're super optimistic.
Thank you, Tony. That's exciting. It's been a real up and down process, but I know there's a lot of really good people working on it. And yeah, it would be awesome to do a deeper dive and might even provide an opportunity to have a real high level discussion on how we would find those matching funds to kick those things into gear.
Yeah, and I think that there are some creative ways. We've already been, as you can imagine, having a lot of those discussions, and there may actually be some opportunity to bring in the Alliance for America's Fish and Wildlife campaign manager into a future commission meeting. And I just want to remind this commission was the first commission in the country to pass a resolution in support of Recovering America's Wildlife Act upon its initial introduction, or prior to its initial introduction, which was 4 sessions ago. So kudos to you all, and huge progress since that time.
Hey, thanks. Any other questions for Director Wasley? Okay, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Mike Scott for the record. From the game division, sage grouse lek survey, sound monitoring was conducted just outside of 48 individual leks this spring to better understand ambient noise levels at leks with and without anthropogenic influences. 18 of these sites also had a recorder at the lek to record strutting audio with the goal of creating an activity index. Interestingly, at 2 leks we thought would be reference leks, the Cortez Pipeline mine was clearly audible despite the closest mine perimeters being 9 and 13 miles away. 20 leks had a Larson Davis 831 model paired with a wildlife acoustic recorder at a 1/4 mile from the lek, and 28 leks with just a wildlife acoustic recorder at a 1/4 mile from the lek. Total data collection from 86 individual pieces of monitoring equipment includes approximately 19,000 hours of audio recordings and 12 terabytes of data for analysis. We will add 24 additional sites to the study in spring 2022 and another 24 in spring 2023. Special thanks go to Clint Garrett, Matt Jeffress, Jeremy Lutz, Matt Glenn, and Carrie Hubner for their help. In northern Washoe County, staff surveyed 52 lek sites during 3 mornings of aerial survey. Of the lek surveyed, just 18 were active, while 33 were inactive and 1 unknown. Considering the 2019 data and male attendance at that time, 36 of those leks should have been active. And the eastern and southern regions, male attendance at Lex this spring is noticeably down. Mule deer spring survey, a total of 25,915 mule deer was classified in Nevada during spring deer surveys, with an average observed fawn to adult ratio of 33 fawns per 100 adults. The observed fawn ratio, the observed fawn to adult ratio is a welcomed improvement over recruitment rates seen during the past several years. Quota setting and big game reporting. Game biologists spent a great deal of time, as usual, in March and April, developing quota recommendations and completing big game status and trend reports. A statewide game division quota meeting was held on April 13th and 14th. And overall, quota recommendations for all big game species are slightly depressed due to observed recruitment and drought conditions for all species. The Mule Deer Enhancement Program. Game and habitat biologists continue to work on gathering information for upcoming Mule Deer Enhancement Program meetings. To date, Mule Deer Enhancement Program team meetings have been held for Area 6 and 065, Areas 7, 8, and 9, Area 15, Area 19 and 29, Area 16, 17, 21, and 25, and Area 22, 23, 24, and 27. The presentations given by area biologists have been well received, and team members are excited to begin identifying limiting factors and ways to address those factors. Meetings for the remaining teams are being planned and are expected to take place over the next several weeks. The initial meetings are designed to provide an informational presentation on mule deer status and trend, threats that may be influencing mule deer distribution and density in various areas of the state. Staff compiled presentation information from many sources, including models, survey data, federal partner GIS layers, and NDOW published GIS layers. The private lands elk incentive tag program. All private land elk incentive packets have been completed, processed, and submitted to the state office. In the eastern region, a total of 56 properties were enrolled in the incentive tag program in 2020, and enrollees qualified for a combined total of 120 tags. 3 properties enrolled in the program did not qualify for tags. Hemingway Park bighorn sheep captures. Game biologists, wildlife health staff, and Southern Region game wardens completed a ground darting bighorn sheep capture at Hemingway Park in Boulder City over a 3-day period from April 19th to the 21st. The purpose of this capture was to collect disease samples on the River Mountain bighorn sheep population and to remove old, dilapidated marking collars that were no longer serving a purpose. The park is highly visible from the public, and the department was receiving weekly perception complaints that the collars were too tight. In total, 11 sheep were immobilized, sampled, and 7 of the 9 marking collars were removed. Many animals were in poor body condition, most likely due to advanced age and drought conditions. A coughing lamb was seen, which was one of the only 2 lambs left in the cohort. And RHDV2, rabbit hemorrhagic disease virus 2 was detected on a rabbit farm in Yerington in domestic rabbits. It's unclear if any feral rabbits or wild rabbits are affected, and wildlife health will be following up with the owner. And there has been some additional developments with regard to RHDV2, and wildlife health staff is following up on those now. So that's it from the game division. Any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Scott? Commissioner Olmberg?
Yeah, Mike, this may not be a fair question, I guess, but just when you brought up the landowner participation, is that up? Is there, I'm guessing that it's up over time from previous years. Is that an accurate statement there?
Yeah, Commissioner Olmberg, honestly, I don't have the information in front of me, but those programs seem to be increasing over time anyway. So I don't know if they're up compared to last year, but in general, we're getting increased participation and seeing increased numbers of tags just because there's people that are encouraging the animals to use their property.
They're encouraging them?
Yeah, absolutely. There's people that absolutely want elk on their property in order to get more tags. And you can drive south of Ely and look at the Geyser Ranch and see the number of elk that are out on that property and the number of tags that they get. And I believe it's my perception that they're probably pretty happy with those elk on their property.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Scott? Commissioner Hubbs had her hand up. Thank you.
Yes, hi. Good afternoon, Mr. Scott. I just have a quick question about the male attendance at the sage grouse Lex. Did you state that they were significantly down?
Commissioner Hubbs, thank you for the question. Yeah, I think overall, yes, we've seen quite a bit lower attendance at Lex. This report was done a couple of weeks ago, but yes, absolutely, we're seeing lower male attendance at Lex this year.
And is there any explanation as to why you might see lower attendance of males? I'm assuming higher attendance of males leads to higher fecundity or more, breeding between the male and female species. So higher nesting and young produced each year. So is that a concern for the state right now?
Commissioner Hubbs, thank you for the question. Yes, absolutely. That's always a concern. It may be weather related, and it may be that males are in poor body conditions, so they're choosing not to spend their energy at some of those Lex this year. I don't know if Sean Espinoza would be able to provide a better answer, or perhaps Director Wassley can provide a better answer. But yeah, it's absolutely a concern with the number that we're seeing. But there's still a significant amount of birds that are out there on Lex, but compared to previous years, we're seeing lower numbers this year.
Yep, Madam Chair, if I might just add, I think when we get to later in the agenda, we get to future agenda items. One of the things that I was going to suggest that we perhaps put on the agenda for June, and we can discuss it at that time, but would be the condition of sagebrush and the recent release of 2 open file reports by the USGS, one of which looks at the status of sage grouse, the other looks at the condition of sagebrush. And those are range wide. Those aren't Nevada specific, but it's inclusive of Nevada. And I think that could be some important background to consider as we begin to discuss sage grouse seasons and structures and limits associated with that agenda. And just to add to what Game Division Administrator Scott said, we are of course concerned. The male attendance is one of the primary factors that we use to drive population estimates. And so because males are more consistently present at those Lex as females come and go and select a mate and then go off and nest, the female attendance is far more dynamic than the male attendance. And because of the predictability and the way that we can actually sample the males, we use the males as more of a metric, a long-term metric. We have sage grouse trend grounds that have been counted for decades, and we use that as a determining factor of what the trends are in those populations. Some of the results from the open file reports by the USGS point to some concerning trends and patterns with sage grouse in certain areas over certain timeframes. And I think it would be good to discuss that at that June meeting in conjunction with that discussion on season and bag limits.
Agreed. Further questions, Commissioner Hubbs?
I guess, I noted on the last time that we had our bag limits on this species, we talked about some of the concerns that were happening with recruitment at that point in time. But when we bring this back in June, could we potentially see how many male sage grouse were taken for just hunting?
We have some measures of that. I think it's really, really important to dispel the notion that hunting is what is depleting the males, or that hunting is a contributing, additive mortality to sage grouse, when we look at the total harvest across males, females, young, yearling birds, we are still talking about somewhere in the neighborhood of 3% of the population. And what we get in terms of useful data and information from those birds, and I know I've mentioned it before, but from the wings that we get from those birds, we can tell the number of hens that were successful in having brought off a brood, successful nesters, and then we can also determine the number of chicks per hen. And so to take 3% of that population that isn't believed to be additive mortality to learn about nest success and chicks per hen is invaluable, because we do exactly what Mike was talking about. Game Division Administrator Scott was talking about with the noise study. We know where those potential disturbance factors are, and then we get information where those birds are harvested, and then we can look at those metrics and determine if there are impacts to nest success or chicks per hen as a result of other land uses. So without that harvest and without the data that those harvested wings provide, we would have a larger void in what we can say about the potential threats to sage grouse on the landscape.
I just wanted to bring up to Mr. Scott. So you were saying, that there are drought conditions at this point in time. Can you just expand on that? What's going on throughout the state in terms of the conditions of the landscape and the availability of water, for this last year?
Commissioner Hubbs, thank you for the question. Mike Scott for the record. Yeah, last year was a pretty excessive year with regard to being dry in the state. There was a very little relief in the form of precipitation through the winter. There are areas of the state that are still in good condition, especially the high elevations, but we are looking at the potential of having to start filling water developments in southern Nevada again with helicopters and water trucks, things like that. So I believe through a large portion of the state, I can't remember if the term is excessive or extreme drought, but we're in a challenging situation with regard to dry conditions throughout the state, and it's definitely going to affect wildlife this year for sure.
My last question was just on the RHDB2. Is that what it's called? Can you just brief us a little bit about that? And again, the wildlife it's impacting?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Commissioner Hubbs. Rabbit hemorrhagic disease virus 2 is a rabbit disease. It's moved from other states, adjacent states, and now we're seeing it in different parts of Nevada. We especially have seen it in some of the either domestic rabbit operations, which anytime you crowd rabbits together, there's a chance of increasing disease potential. And the concern is that this will move into an adjacent wild population of rabbits. So our wildlife health disease staff is looking into this. We're getting reports. I believe our conservation education division is going to put out a press release on this because it appears to be of concern. And I don't know enough about this disease to say that it can move across into different species, but there's always that kind of concern, especially with what's going on in the world right now with regard to pandemic. So and I don't mean to sound alarms or anything like that. That's not my intent, but we do want to stay on top of this and make sure that we're getting information out to people to watch out and report any issues with rabbits to us so that we can look into it.
And then if So you've only seen this, or it's only been reported in domestic rabbits right now?
Commissioner Hubbs, Mike Scott for the record. Not necessarily. I want to say that there has been a place where it's been reported that there's been a wild rabbit, or maybe a couple places that wild rabbits have been reported. But I don't know that we've confirmed that. But last year, we actually started doing some rabbit surveys in the game division, something that we haven't done for decades. And we're starting to just look a little bit more into rabbits and what's going on with some of those populations, because as a prey species, there's a cascading effect into other species. And so, yeah, we're trying to stay on top of this and learn more about it.
Right. And do you know how it's spreading through domestic rabbit populations right now?
I don't. We've got reports from, Boulder City, and I believe possibly Pahrump, and then Yarrington, and recently in Battle Mountain. So it showed up in a number of different places, and but they've essentially been either domestic rabbit situations, or in a place where there might be feral rabbits, and that's where our concern is, that if we have feral rabbits, that could be moved into a wild population.
And then just my last question, what does that do to the rabbits? Like, how does it manifest? And what's the end result of being infected with that or having that in their system?
Commissioner Hubbs, my understanding is the ultimate effect is death. I don't know how it's actually passed, if it's direct contact, or if it's any kind of any other method of being passed, but generally the result is death.
And you haven't seen that in any other species outside of rabbits?
Commissioner Hubbs, no, we haven't seen it. My understanding is, it's rabbit hemorrhagic disease virus. So it's specific to rabbits or lagomorphs.
Thank you.
And Mike, while we're on that subject, I had written down a note because it was in the news here in Reno within the last week or so, the bunny Ebola. Is that the same thing that's being found in these others?
Madam Chair, that might be. I don't know if that's the term. That's an improper term being used, but it's definitely a concern for rabbits and the people that own domestic rabbits, but also people who hunt rabbits. And we just want to make sure that the people that see rabbits, if you're seeing dead rabbits, we want to know about it, and we'd like people to report it to us so we can look into it. I don't know how we can prevent this, but making people, educating people to the presence of this disease is something that we're trying to do, and increase awareness so that people will report it to us and we can look into it.
Okay, thank you. I think that report was that someone had released a domestic rabbit that was sick, and someone else picked it up thinking it was lost, and they had it tested and it came back with the Ebola. So hopefully people aren't releasing their domestic pets.
Just out of curiosity, Chairwoman East and Mr. Scott, I did see that a couple, just looking, because I have my two computer screens here I'm using, that RHDV2, the rabbit hemorrhagic disease virus, is being called bunny Ebola.
Okay.
In some news articles that I've seen. So that might be going around. So we just might want to note that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions for Mr. Scott? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on.
Good deal. Thank you. Good morning, Chairwoman East and members of the Commission. Habitat Division. Highlight first the Water Development Program. The Northern and Southern Water Development crews are working to finalize their build schedules for the 2021 build season. In accordance with state guidance, NDOW plans to resume volunteer guzzler builds in late May and early June, and will be offering a few projects where volunteers are welcome to attend. Certain social distancing and mask wearing precautions will still be required during the projects, and most of the volunteer builds will be late in the spring and summer than is typical due to the COVID restrictions remaining in place during the early portion of 2021. We expect a high level of interest from volunteer groups in these projects. Several southern Nevada mountain ranges received some much needed precipitation during late winter, early spring that improved water supply at several critical guzzlers. However, not all mountain ranges received sufficient precipitation, and water levels in many guzzlers still remain less than 50% capacity. Given continued dry conditions and poor overall recharge, additional emergency water hauls will be required in the next 2 months. Summer monsoon precipitation will be necessary to recharge units and avoid substantial emergency water hauls throughout the summer months. Fallon Naval Air Station. In March and April of 2021, the Navy initiated meetings for the Intergovernmental Executive Committee, IEC, and IAC for both NAS Fallon and Nellis was required as part of the 2021 National Defense Authorization Act for the purpose of exchanging views, information, and advice relating to the management of natural and cultural resources on military lands in Nevada. The NAS Fallon IEC has met twice and is working on drafting a charter, MOU, and identifying key issues for discussion and resolution. Sagebrush Ecosystem Team and our member from Department of Wildlife. The Sagebrush Ecosystem Technical Team is currently reviewing and authorizing credit and debit projects to proceed with data collection for the 2021 spring summer field season. The set is preparing an improvement to create additional anthropogenic disturbance categories, including gravel pits, hydroelectric projects, and others that currently do not have an existing category. The next Sagebrush Ecosystem Council meeting is scheduled for May 11th. In technical review, the technical review program has been busy staying on top of recently released Department of Interior secretarial orders that have implications for National Environmental Protection Act and compensatory mitigation. We've also met with the Nevada State BLM to discuss presidential and Department of Interior secretarial orders issued in January regarding a pause on oil and gas lease sales and the review of greater sage grouse land use plans. Additionally, we are working with the BLM on development of a BLM Nevada instructional memorandum regarding Secretarial Order 3362 and big game migration corridors. Project submittal and funding. The department has received 21 heritage proposals for a requested $1.453 million. These applications were reviewed last night at the Heritage Committee meeting and will be discussed today and will be approved at the June commission meeting. Duck, upland, and habitat conservation fees are also being received and prepared for review at the June commission meeting. Carson Lake and Pasture. The department recently participated in a joint press release to announce the official transfer of the Carson Lake and Pasture from the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation and Bureau of Land Management to the state of Nevada. This transfer was initiated by federal legislation and has been in the works for over 30 years. The department will be coming forward at future commission meetings to amend commission policy to officially add the more than 23,000 acres of Carson Lake and Pasture as an NDOW wildlife management area. At Mason Valley WMA, staff with the assistance of the Nevada Division of Forestry completed prescribed burns on bass, crappie, and north ponds. These projects will not only improve migratory bird habitat, but also fisheries benefit. Over the past year, staff have been working with fisheries divisions to remove invasive carp found in the fishing pond series, to replace water control structures, and remove sediment buildup in delivery ditches. These ponds are now being filled and sport fish will be restocked in May. And with that, I can take any questions you may have.
Any questions for Mr. Janae? I have one. There was a piece done in the news a couple of weeks or a month ago about, I think DRI is doing some testing of drones dropping like a seed packet in some wildfire areas. Did you happen to see that? Is that something that I think I passed it along to you?
I did see, we've discussed this in the past, and there was a company that was actually doing some of this type of work. I'm not fully aware of what their success with that attempt was, but it has been discussed multiple times to try to use that as another alternative to getting seed onto the landscape.
Okay, I was just curious if you'd seen it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for sharing.
Anybody else? Mr. Keel?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, Alan, for the update. In regard to the new guzzler builds, how are you guys going about evaluating the location of these and trying to balance hunter access, but also the ability to come in and do either maintenance, or especially like what we learned last year with the ability to come in and do emergency water drops on these things? It'd be a lot easier if we can get water trucks in there as opposed to, flying the ships in and doing water. But what's kind of your guys' thoughts around that?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Commissioner Keel. Yeah, this has always been a balance that we've tried to, consider. There's definitely some advantages to wildlife and having them, more remote and inaccessible, just from a security standpoint and lack of interruption. But yeah, as we see these drying events, especially down south, that it really highlights the need for, accessibility and the ability to get water to them. Up north, it's not as much of a concern. We can, by state law, amazing that we have a law that defines it, but by state law, we can have a guzzler that goes up to 20,000 gallons. And I think one of our largest down south is 18,000. So we do have capacities at which once we start getting that high, it would take quite a population, given the refill events, to actually challenge those units. Many of our units right now are kind of in that 8,000 to 12,000 category. So we do have the opportunity in some of those remote, if we're going to go in there, we can actually push them a little bit higher in capacity. And that's kind of some of the things that we've talked about going forward. But yeah, it is a balance, and especially in the more southern drought affected portions of the state, it's definitely a concern, and it is a balance. But we do have a little bit of capacity to play with to try to, address that concern.
Sure, appreciate that. Thanks, Mr. Janae.
Thank you.
Anyone else have a question? Commissioner Cavilla.
I guess to piggyback on Casey's question too, has there been any discussion on some of these to maybe even go to a larger apron, to where if we're not getting the quantity of rain events we used to do a year, we're only getting a couple. Obviously, if we had a larger apron, you might capture more water. Has that discussion came up as well?
As you can imagine, there have been a whole lot of discussions about designs and other alternatives, especially in Southern Nevada. We've discussed things from, there's a number of units down there that are slick rock units that use, natural rock faces to try to take that impermeable layer to then, move the rainfall into the guzzlers. Those are not the most efficient, collection aprons. Typically what we find is our metal aprons, are the best collection surface that we get. And we almost get 100% interception and delivery into the unit in comparison to some of the slick rock units. And so we've been looking at those to consider, do we need to go and augment a collection, a metal apron on some of those systems. Others, yeah, we're talking about additional capacity. We're trying to contemplate, because in some places we're defined in wilderness by what our footprint is. And so we're contemplating things such as, bladders to try to add capacity to, units. So we're definitely being pushed to being really creative and trying to, it'll be much like the history of the Guzzler program. We started in the 1950s with a very basic design, and we have evolved to some very good designs. And I think this is just one more push by nature to make us evolve again.
Okay. Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Janae.
All right, thank you. So I'll pass it off to Chris Vasey with Conservation Education.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commission. Chris Vasey, Conservation Education Chief for the record. Have some quick updates and projects and events. Current project that staff has been working on is a new website for the agency. We are currently in the development phases of the new website. The Abbey Agency is our website vendor. They have completed all research, sitemap, and an audit on the current content. They have completed a website style design and language guide that sets a standard to be used throughout the website. The new website emphasizes on large photos, bold colors, graphics, including topographical maps, unique interaction. The text is large and call to action buttons encourage users to explore the site. The website will not only be informational in purpose, but also will be a promotional tool for awareness for wildlife conservation in Nevada. The website also includes a series of new development features such as searchable species database and associated species pages. NDOW will also utilize NDOW's GIS team to embed the new Fish Nevada map and currently develop a new Hunt Nevada map. The website will launch in the summer of 2021, and phase 2 of the website will be launched in the fall, and that'll just add on additional pages. On the outreach and education efforts, NDOW's Nevada Wild Podcast has made an effort to highlight various conservation-centric organizations and agencies outside of NDOW. Most recently, we have featured Trout Unlimited, Adamus Sportsman Group, the Women's Sportsman Group, and Nevada Division of Outdoor Recreation. On our hunter education staff members, along with the help of volunteer instructors, have hosted numerous big game application seminars and a guide the audience through the step-by-step walkthrough of how to apply for Nevada Big Game Draw. This is an ongoing series every Monday night through the tag application period to Monday. Wildlife educators held a Project Wild and Aquatic Wild training for Nevada librarians. Staff put on a training for librarians throughout the state. The majority of the librarians were from the Reno area, but we also had librarians from McDermott, Amargosa, Boulder City, Round Mountain, Carson City. We had 13 librarians and 2 AmeriCorps members join on that training. Media highlights: recently, Conservation Education hired Eric Cachinero as our new publication information officer in February. Eric brings more than 8 years of experience working in Nevada media to NDOW, including his work with Travel Nevada. Eric will oversee 4 publications, design social graphics and infographics, advertisement, and NDOW's press releases. We highlighted conservation education. Our conservation education staff highlighted Women's History Month. We had a full campaign in March, and it was very successful between a series of Instagram takeovers, Wildlife Wednesday videos, podcasts. A staff member from almost every division was highlighted. The campaign also featured a Women in History post featuring women who have made a difference in conservation. Publication officers have contributed multiple interagency press releases. As Alan mentioned in his report, Department PIOs worked with Public Affairs and Nevada Division, State Lands, Public Bureau, Land of Management, Bureau of Reclamation, and they all coordinate on a press release announcing the transfer of Carson Lake and Pastures Estate of Nevada. PIO has also worked with the partner agency and interagency bear communication group on a press release providing communities and visitors in Tahoe Basin with information and tips on living in bear country. Basin information, as the bears come out of their dens in spring, the group has planned to work on monthly bear awareness press release to continue educating the community. Conservation Education Media Monitoring Service, Critical Mention, reported a TV audience of more than 202,000 and an audience of more than 900 million for print and online news stories featuring department's month of April. Conservation staff continues to submit materials for the governor's weekly newsletter to showcase the different projects and opportunities department staff has worked on. Topics on this have been from moose population, work reestablishing the Pyramid Lake bighorn sheep population, fire restoration work, different programs and staff shine through the COVID-19 pandemic, and the Cashman Good Governance Award. The department was recognized in March. I will conclude for any more questions, and that's it for me. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Vasey? No? What was going on in April that you had such high rankings, high numbers?
For
mention. You mentioned critical mention.
Oh, critical mention. It was probably a lot of the social that we were putting out in April. We were really doing a lot of engagement across every venue, whether it was for the hunts, getting the head ready for a hunt application, and also just engagement for just overall wildlife education purposes. I think we were doing a lot of social posts at that time, and that's where there was an increase in our impressions and also our reach during that period. But there were some good stories too. We had some law enforcement media stories that were going out, and those posts were going up. So there was a lot of engagement with those.
Awesome. Okay. All right. No other questions for Mr. Vasey? Okay. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Jen Newmark with the Wildlife Diversity Division. At this time of year, we are doing a lot of our spring surveys. So I'm going to update you on a few of those. With shorebirds, diversity staff have been conducting surveys at multiple lakes in Humboldt and Washoe counties. Mosquito Lake and Continental Lake had the highest diversity and abundance of shorebirds amongst the surveyed lakes. Other alkaline areas were dry, likely due to the extreme drought in the region that we've mentioned before. Avocets and long-billed curlews were most abundant at Continental Lake, and with a population of about 400 individuals. Willets, pelicans, ibis, blackneck stilts, and Franklin gulls were also found at Mosquito Lake. Additional shorebird inventories at several other lakes are planned in the coming weeks, and we'll be conducting repeat surveys at Continental and Mosquito Lakes later on. Recently, the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation awarded more than $1 million in funding to the National Audubon Society, Manomet, and the Lahontan Valley Audubon Society to identify management opportunities for shorebird habitat and to increase monitoring capacity at Nevada's Lahontan Valley wetlands. Comprehensive surveys over the past 34 years indicate that on average, more than 70,000 shorebirds utilize the Lahontan Valley during the fall and more than 100,000 during the spring. In the bat world, diversity staff are deploying acoustic bat detectors at 5 sites in Washoe County to understand bat distribution and gain insight into the arrival or emergence of bats in the area. We've now fully processed and vetted over 20 multiple night acoustic surveys in this area, gaining insight into bat habitat associations and species distributions. This is preliminary work for staff to start fully participating in NABAT, which is a nationwide bat monitoring program using acoustic surveys. 7 of wildlife diversity biologists have been preparing for their first round of surveys at high priority sites across the state. Recent preparations have included a division-wide training, practice deployments of the new bat detectors, and site reconnaissance. The Elko area diversity biologist has been working with other area biologists and researchers on a Nevada pika atlas. This document is a compilation and summary of all of the current information of pikas in Nevada, with focus on known distribution and status in each mountain range. A draft atlas is currently being reviewed. The Wildlife Diversity Division has been working with DAT staff to develop and update NDOW's Raptor Nest database. Data entry and management is now being completed in a streamlined web-based app that tracks both nest sites and nest visits. Diversity Division will be completing entry of its data backlog in the coming weeks. NDOW surveys for snowshoe hares continue in the Lake Tahoe Basin. Snowshoe hares were observed at 3 different sites in 2021, spanning more than 12 miles of Tahoe's east shore. These surveys will be taking on a higher priority over the next few years, as we hope to be in a position to respond to the potential impacts of rabbit hemorrhagic disease that we've already discussed. There is concern that there could be potential spillover from domestic rabbits to wild rabbits, and this is a species that we'll be paying attention to. Diversity biologists have been assisting the Habitat Division by marking nest trees and other important wildlife trees within a conifer removal project in the El Dorado Canyon of the Pine Nut Range. The project is focused on removing encroaching conifers from riparian areas in order to provide riparian habitats with more space and water to flourish. Gila monsters, our diversity staff have 2 graduate students and 6 volunteers helping to complete our final season of telemetry data on Gila monsters, which will ultimately provide us information on home range sizes, habitat use patterns, and shelter selection in 3 distinct populations in Nevada. Volunteer supported surveys are occurring to help increase the number of our genetic samples to help determine gene flow and genetic diversity among these populations. Results of our study will also be compared to genetic information from populations in Utah, California, and hopefully Arizona. And finally, this season, we have a record number of volunteers interested in conducting road cruising surveys for reptiles to improve our understanding of these species' relationships to habitat, particularly those species with limited data inhabiting the Mojave Desert. To date, we have conducted over 24 surveys with the help of over 12 independent and naturally socially isolated volunteers. And with that, I'll take any questions.
That's really interesting. So can you explain a little bit about how this road cruising thing works?
Yes, these surveys are basically, they're conducted right as nightfall and into the early evening, and you drive along established roads. They can be paved roads or dirt roads, and they drive fairly slow, about 10 miles an hour. And basically what they're looking for are reptiles on the sides of the roads. Many of our reptiles are super hard to find, and when the evening decreases, they come out onto the roads to sun or to cool down or warm up, whichever, depending on the season. And so it just gives us an opportunity to observe them more easily. And so we've been conducting these surveys for probably the last 5 years or so. And we've been able to observe species that we didn't know were in a particular canyon or in a particular area. So they really are insightful, and they're a great way for our citizens to get involved and to help the department with our wildlife data collections.
That's awesome. Thanks. Any questions for Ms. Newmark? Yes, Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jen, we've talked about Carson Lake a couple of times, and I think that we all understand the value with regards to waterfowl and to ducks and geese and swans, and but you mentioned the shorebirds. Could you kind of comment on the importance of that wetland and that area to shorebirds and other species like that? I mean, it's a real diverse area, and it's part of the Western. What is it? The Western Hemisphere Shorebird Reserve Network. Is that, did I get that right?
You did get that right. And I'm glad that you were able to say it, because I was already struggling with bit in my mind. Yes, thank you for the question. The Lahontan Valley wetlands is a really, really important area for shorebirds, both shorebirds that are migrating through the area, but also who nest in the area. And certainly Carson Lakes is a really critical component of that. We're really excited that the department will have the opportunity to create a management plan for the area that will be inclusive of all the wildlife that uses the area, and we'll be developing or participating in that development with Habitat Division and all the other stakeholders that have an interest in the area. So, and with all the wetlands in Carson Valley or in Lahontan Valleys and in Carson Lakes, they all have these, drying edge habitats that really make shorebirds have good opportunity for foraging, and then they're adjacent to deeper waters and to cattails that provide a lot of refuge for them. So it's a real unique area in Nevada, and it's a critical one for shorebirds. Thank you for the question.
Yeah, and as that network, it's designated because there are certain species, at least one. I think there's actually two, but at least one species that has 25% of its entire population that goes through there at certain times of the year, and that's why. I mean, it's a real critical area. But I also think that having heard from Chris Smith today. When you have an area like this where you have all sorts of interests using an area where it has value to so many people and diverse interests, things are pretty symbiotic out there. Everybody, there hasn't been issues. I think that it provides a good example of, or even an opportunity to start having some of those conversations that Chris was mentioning on, how some of the commonalities. I've been out there many times over the years, and I've never perceived conflict with sportsmen out there enjoying the duck hunting or the goose hunting or the swan hunting, and I've never been denied an opportunity to go bird watch out there. So I think it's these wildlife management areas might provide that an opportunity to have some of those conversations, or being used as an example that it doesn't have to be one or the other.
Very true. Okay, anyone else have questions for Ms. Newmark? Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Newmark. You mentioned the conifer removal project in El Dorado Canyon. Who's doing that work? Or is that a heritage project, or how's that getting funding, and maybe who's doing the work there?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Keel. And unfortunately, I actually don't know the answer. I don't know if Habitat Division Administrator Janae might know who's doing the work, or anyone else. Sorry.
Yeah, Commissioner Keel, that was a project that was actually, it had some National Fish and Wildlife Foundation funds that were actually dedicated towards that, but there were also some NDOW funds that funded that may have been some upland game bird stamp, as well as some habitat conservation fee funds that are helping fund that project.
Sure, thank you.
You bet.
Okay, any other questions? Commissioner Cavilla.
I guess just one quick comment regarding the reptile surveys. Last summer, there was a Las Vegas Review Journal actually did a pretty good article on it. They went out and followed them for one night, and I'm sure if anybody Googled it, you could find it. But it was a pretty neat article. I found it interesting last year when I checked it out. But and I think they found some snake that night that was really kind of oddball. But it was a pretty good article if anybody's interested in looking it up.
I'll do that. Thanks. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Newmark. Good morning, Mr. Schober.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. For the record, John Schober, Division Administrator for Fisheries, and I have some updates for the Fisheries Division. For our Aquatic Invasive Species Program, our watercraft inspection stations are now fully operational for the 2021 boating season, with the majority of stations open by mid-April and the others were opening May 1st. Seasonal stations will be open this year at South Fork Reservoir and on State Route 225 in Elko County, Rye Patch and Lahontan Reservoirs in Topaz Lake, and at Cottonwood Cove and Laughlin in southern Nevada. Stations at Lake Mead and Alamo operate year-round. AIS staff conducted over 2,000 inspections and 91 decontaminations statewide in April, even though we weren't fully open yet. So things are heating up pretty quickly for this summer in terms of watercraft activity. Also, AIS staff assisted the National Park Service to perform watercraft inspections at a major one bass tournament at Lake Mead in late April. Although the tournament was delayed and then rescheduled because of extremely windy weather conditions, approximately 60 watercraft that did launch before the event was canceled were fully decontaminated by our staff before leaving the Colorado River system. For water conditions going into this summer, as expected, the low snowpack conditions and water content levels from winter 2021 will result in poor stream flow and likely reduced reservoir storage across much of Nevada as we move into summer 2021, particularly in western parts of the state. At the end of April, precipitation for the water year to date was 50 to 61% of average for eastern Sierra basins, and snow water content was below 40%. Eastern Nevada looks somewhat better, averaging around 80% of average, but we anticipate rapidly dropping stream flows, especially in the Truckee, Carson, and Walker River systems, which will impact summer trout stocking and reservoir storage, especially at Lahontan Reservoir, affecting access for anglers and boaters. The question that came up earlier for Mike Scott, I did a little quick research, and the drought map that was released yesterday by the Western Regional Climate Center indicates that except for a very small area of northern Humboldt and Elko counties, the entire state of Nevada is identified as being in severe to extreme drought conditions going forward. And that was as of yesterday, May 6th. For Lahontan cutthroat trout, conservation work, NDOW is continuing to work with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife on management efforts in the McDermott Creek Basin in Humboldt County and Malheur County, Oregon for recovery of LCT. We are working jointly with Oregon to apply for U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service recovery land acquisition funding to pursue purchase of the McDermott Creek Ranch property from the Western Rivers Conservancy, which acquired that property a year ago. This acquisition will allow restoration of over 50 connected stream miles to create a major metapopulation, LCT population, while continuing use of the property as an active cattle ranch, using livestock grazing on the property and associated allotments as a conservation management tool. Also, with completion of the new fish ladder at Derby Dam, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service will be tagging adult Pilot Peak strain Lahontan cutthroat trout that move up the lower Truckee River from Pyramid Lake and releasing them above the dam in cooperation with NDOW fisheries staff. This research project will provide valuable information on how these historic fish utilize habitats in the upper river and assist us in better understanding recovery potential for LCT in the Truckee River system. At Marlette Lake and for Lake Tahoe, we anticipate good conditions at Marlette Lake above Lake Tahoe this spring and plan to open our spotting station for Tahoe strain rainbow trout, Lahontan cutthroat trout, and hybrid cutbow trout the last week in May through the month of June, water levels permitting. This is a critical source of trout eggs to support NDOW's statewide fish production program. Also, NDOW staff successfully spawned wild Tahoe strain rainbow trout at Third Creek in Incline Village beginning in late April, with over 20,000 eggs taken the first week of that effort. For urban fisheries development, fishery staff are working with other NDOW divisions to evaluate a new potential urban fishing pond site near downtown Elko. This site near the Humboldt River would create some great new opportunities to expand angling not otherwise available in the urban environment and for angler education and outreach. For some updates for our native aquatic species program, NDOW staff are working with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to develop a new programmatic safe harbor agreement for the Endangered Species Act listed pool fish in southern Nevada. This agreement will provide assurances to protect non-federal landowners who want to develop and maintain additional populations of the pool fish on their properties. This is a critical need to recover the species because of the limited number of existing pool fish populations. The species only exists in 3 artificial refuge habitats, as its original home spring in Pahrump Valley was lost due to groundwater pumping in the 1960s. NDOW has also recently received funding from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to support captive rearing and genetic management of the endangered Moapa dace at Lake Mead Fish Hatchery in Clark County. Although the numbers of wild Moapa dace are up this spring, this project will allow us to further move the species towards recovery, and it supports reestablishment of fish in the main stem Muddy River above Warm Springs, where numbers remain low. Annual monitoring surveys for the Columbia spotted frog in the Upper Reese River drainage in Nye County are scheduled for mid-July. Early egg mass surveys conducted last week suggest we will be looking at exceptionally dry conditions this summer, with many survey sites already dry or with reduced flows and a lower than average number of egg masses observed at many of the sites last week. Southern Nevada fishery staff are also working with Ash Meadows National Wildlife Refuge in Nye County to expand and enhance efforts to remove and control illegally introduced green sunfish that are directly impacting both endangered pupfish and endangered speckled dace populations at several locations on the refuge. And then finally, in late March, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service received a petition from the Center for Biological Diversity to list the Fish Lake Valley tui chub as a threatened or endangered species under the ESA. This chub is a subspecies of the tui chub that occurs in multiple locations across central Nevada, but the subspecies is only known to exist in a single spring system in Fish Lake Valley in Esmeralda County. NDOW staff are working with the service to provide what data we have on the chub and to provide updated survey information. Those are my key items. I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you. Muted.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Schoberg. Any questions for fisheries? Nope. Okay, we've lost Commissioner Hubbs, so I was just texting to see if maybe she was coming back. So, all right, thank you for that report.
You're welcome.
Okay, Ms. Munoz.
Happy Friday.
Yay.
Kim Munoz, Division Chief of Data and Technology Services. So I'm going to give you a little bit of an update on how our 2021 big game applications have been going. The Data and Technology Services licensing and hunt staff have been busy, and we're in the final week of the 2021 big game application. So far, the department is on another record-setting application year. After week 5, there was over 172,000 applications submitted, which is a 21% growth over the same time in 2020. The overall number of calls into our call center are down by 40% compared to the same time last year. Additionally, we've seen an increase in the number of applications marked to be an alternate, which is now at 35% as compared to only 15% in 2020. The average number of applications per person this year is 4.6 applications. By the end of week 5, there had been someone from all 50 states that had applied, with over 1,300 new applications to NDOW and over 4,500 customers that had applied this year that did not apply in 2020. So I'm going to go a little bit off script from my report and give you a current update as of this morning. We still have an anticipated 30,761 customers that applied last year that have not applied yet this year. And we anticipate in the next 4 days to get 150,000 applications or more in. On Monday, we're anticipating on taking 100 calls an hour in our call center, the last day of closing. So these next 4 days are going to be super busy for us. The cutoff for tag applications is Monday at 11 p.m. However, bonus point applications will take for another week. The draw is going to be conducted on Monday, the 24th, with results being emailed to clients at midnight between the 25th and 26th. However, our data validation of the test draws that we've been conducting have been going very well. There is a possibility that we may be moving the draw dates up. If this takes place, we'll send the commissioners and the cabs an email on details of when the draw will be done and when it can be viewed on YouTube. With the Resource Enhancement Fund donations, during the big game application period, the department receives donations to the Resource Enhancement Funds. So far, we've received over $40,000 to this fund, which is a 22% increase for the year to date for the donations in 2020. The 2022 Heritage Tag proposals, the department received 10 proposals or 10 vendors for the 2022 Heritage Tags, which were presented last night at the Heritage Committee, which I was told went very well. The Geographic Information Systems, the Geographic Information System staff completed the new story maps explaining how mule deer quotas are set. I did put a link to this story map in my report if you would like to see that. They also finished a new license agent vendor map that clients can now locate and purchase license off of a map and get directions to those license agents. I did also provide a link to that URL in my written activity report. For the information technology unit, the staff have deployed all the computers received from our CARES Act money, and they've also performed an assessment of technology infrastructure needs for both the Overton WMA and the Lake Mead hatchery that we will be addressing in the next fiscal year. And with that, I will take any questions that the commission has.
Any questions for Ms. Munoz? So unfortunately, Ms. Munoz, I'm one of those that hasn't applied yet. We will get it in this weekend, I promise. Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair and Ms. Munoz. Is there an advantage to moving the draw date forward other than appeasing everybody, and including mine own impatience?
There's an advantage to staff that we've been working very long hours for 7 weeks. And so to get it done earlier and get those out, we can get those tags fulfilled earlier. So there is an advantage to the sportsmen to get their information done. There's an advantage to staff as well. But again, we're looking at it only because our validation has gone so well as a possibility.
Yeah, thank you for that, and appreciate the answer, and certainly appreciate your and your team's hard work during this really heavily workload time for your team. So thanks again.
Thank you, Commissioner Keel. We really appreciate it. They are some dedicated staff.
I'm curious that alternates have gone up by, you said, from 20 to or 15 to 35%.
Yeah, I'm glad you recognize that. So if you remember last year when I did the presentation about that, and the commission asked if there's anything that we could do, we did change a workflow in the application process that if a sportsman does not or sportswoman does not select being an alternate, they do get a little pop-up, and it explains what exactly it is and ask them if they want to go back and select that. So by seeing over a 20% increase in the number of applications that have been marked alternate is a great win for us and for Calcomai.
That's awesome. Other questions, Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, and I think that's gonna really settle some of that stuff down, and I think it was a great change. I appreciate you guys finding a way to get it in there, and I think it really enhanced the system when you did that. I'm still trying to process the numbers. Those numbers for a state like Nevada are amazing. They're astounding. Those are big numbers in Nevada.
Any other questions for Ms. Munoz? Commissioner Cavilla?
I guess not really a question. I just want to maybe pat Nevada on the back, because I put in pretty much every Western state imaginable, and I truly do believe, and I might be biased, but I do think we have the easiest website as far as applying. I go through it every single year, and I went through it this year, and I just want to pat everyone on the back, because I do think we have the easiest state to apply in, and I do think that makes a difference, when you're putting in. So I should appreciate everybody for that as well.
Thank you. I will make sure and pass that along. We are trying our best. Thanks.
You're doing a good job. Thank you. Okay, if there's no other questions, we'll let her get back to her busy day. Okay, thank you. Chief Maynard.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman, members of the commission. In our briefing today, we start off with the law enforcement headquarters. The law enforcement headquarters has been busy with several areas of concern and various programs in the division. Operations and training Captain Brady Phillips coordinated the interview of 18 game warden candidates and the beginning of the hiring process for 5 of the 7 current game warden position vacancies. Captain Jay Kramer, who oversees the Wildlife Investigations and Operation Game Thief program, as well as the Guides program, met with the OGT Citizens Board to collect $5,100 in confidential informant payments to distribute, and submitted 5 new cases to the OGT Citizens Board for payment consideration. State of Nevada Voting Law Administrator Captain Brian Bowles attended the Western States Voting Law Administrator Association Executive Board meeting, of which he is a member. Captain Bowles also worked with the United States Coast Guard regarding the new federal engine cutoff switch law and Nevada's emergency cutoff switch law discussion. The National Defense Authorization Act of 2021 recently passed, providing an amendment to 46 USC 4312 engine cutoff switches that make engine cutoff switch manufacture, installation, use, and wear mandatory. Federal officers will dedicate with warning for 1 year and then begin citation enforcement next April. The department has sent out a press release and has held a radio interview on this issue. Dispatch. Nevada Department of Wildlife Dispatch, total computer-aided dispatch with CAD calls increased 80% from 224 calls in February to 403 calls in March. Radio transmissions for March 2021 was 45,394 transmissions. In March of 2020, for example, radio transmissions were 37,729. This represents a 17% increase in radio traffic in March compared to last year. The weekends are getting busier, about a month earlier than last year overall, likely due to the COVID situation, more people being in the outdoors. Due to the increase in call volume and the anticipated temporary staff shortages, an additional contracted dispatcher will be added to the NDOW dispatch team temporarily. Wildlife investigations. The Eastern Region and the investigations unit conducted a 4-day intensive shed antler patrol to check for compliance with the regulatory closure of the area. The Western Region game warden completed an investigation on the extermination and removal of bats from a building in the Reno, Nevada area. Game wardens worked in the investigations unit and are assisting both Saskatchewan and Colorado with a multi-state, multi-nation investigation. Eastern Region game wardens dealt with multiple deer calls in the Spring Creek area. Game wardens patrolled fishermen at Ruby Marsh and observed an increased use and an increase in reports of persons ignoring regulations. Investigation and patrols resulted in a citation for illegal use of bait in collection ditches. Urban wildlife issues are increasing in the Southern Region. Game wardens are investigating a case of an illegal possession of wild geese In addition, game wardens in the southern region have seen an increase in calls around the Las Vegas area related to mountain lions, including a treed lion on a golf course. The lion was successfully tranquilized, relocated, and released. For boating safety patrol, Southern Region Game Wardens made multiple vessel assists on the Colorado River about 2 weeks ago due to high winds and significant boating traffic, which resulted in a dangerous boating condition in the area. An aside that the Colorado River portion that borders Nevada is one of the most dangerous waterways traditionally for accidents in the nation. Several assists of boaters who had fallen overboard and could not reach their vessel due to wind and water condition were made by Laughlin Game Warden and Deputy Director Jack Robb, who happened to be riding along for patrol that day. So thanks to Deputy Director Robb for assisting. The Southern Region Game Warden assisted the National Park Service with stranded hikers in the Lake Mead National Recreation Area using the Game Warden's vessel for the remote rescue. Southern Region Game Wardens had unusually busy weekends on Lake Mead, Lake Mojave, and the Colorado River, resulting in numerous citations. 2 Southern Region Game Wardens attended the National Park Service Motorboat Operator Certification course. During the course, Game Wardens assisted a kayaker in the Narrows area of Lake Mead during that instruction. That wasn't part of the instruction. They were just out there during the class and happened to do a boater assist. 2 Southern Region Game Wardens, I already read that. Multiple Southern Region Game Wardens assisted Bullhead PD and Mojave County Sheriff with the recovery search of an individual who was ejected from a vessel on the river in Laughlin. Search was suspended due to the probability of the presumed drowned individual being downriver towards Lake Havasu. This incident was due to a boat entering a death spiral due to an engine issue and could probably have been prevented had the boat had a cutoff switch. All game wardens in the Southern Region attended a 4-hour NASBLA seated battery refresher for the Operation Under the Influence investigations. This is the core refresher training for detecting impaired operators on the water. In the public safety arena, a game warden from the Western Region was first on scene to assist an 87-year-old woman who had fallen and lacerated her forehead. Game warden applied first aid and had dispatch get EMS en route. Southern Region game wardens participated in the memorial service for the passing of Ranger Charles Otto, conducted by the National Park Service. 2 game wardens completed advanced mounted horse patrol training with the Boulder City Police Department. Historically, game wardens have used horse patrols in remote areas where vehicles are not permitted when resources are available. Director Wasley earlier mentioned a rescue and recovery of a tragic event that occurred on Lake Mead, which did not make it in time for this report, but I appreciate his mentioning. I will stand for any questions.
Any questions for Chief Maynard? Yes, Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you. Mike, you know, a while back you shared a story about a boat. Unfortunately, it was a fatality where the steering mechanism had broke and went into, I think you're referring to them as a death spiral. And now you're mentioning it a second time. How common are those? I mean, how common are these events?
As far as it resulting in a fatality or just in general?
Or just in general. You know, obviously we are hearing about a couple that have resulted in fatalities. I mean, I'm visualizing the times I've been out on a boat where you're zipping along over the lake and, you know, it's not going to prevent me from ever going out, but it definitely plants a seed in your head like, wow, these things happen. I wonder how often. So just generally, does it happen frequently that you know of, or is it just that rare?
Through you, Madam Chairwoman, to Commissioner McNinch, Chief Game Warden Mike Maynard for the record. What is commonly referred to as a death spiral, a little background on this. So typically, when motorboats are going down the water, they're being steered by an operator to maintain course. And if you just let go of the steering, the water pressure is usually not perfectly equal on both sides of the motor, and the motor can start turning of its own accord, and that pressure can exaggerate that effect, and it can cause it to go into a very tight spiral. So if there's not a human operator that's capable of correcting that, or the power to the engine isn't killed, then the boat will continue to go in a circle without changing course until it runs out of gas, basically. And it can go into loops that will gradually move in one direction or another. And the reason they're called a death spiral is typically that if you're ejected from the boat for some reason, you're, let's say, a solo operator, and for some reason you fall out of the boat, either the hydraulics that are holding the outboard, a linkage snaps and ejects you from the boat. Sometimes people do crazy things like jump off. There may be an overpower situation on the type of engine for what the boat's rated for. There can be weather conditions. There's all sorts of reasons why you may be ejected from the boat. Because of a radical change in steering, you could hit a submerged object. And once that ejection occurs, people hit the water, they typically can't move very fast. And if they're able to float, which they need to if they want to breathe, the boat will typically be circling around them, but not in a perfect circle. And that circle changes over time because of various factors like wind, water conditions. And at some point, you stand a significant possibility of getting hit by the boat, which can obviously create profound, if not fatal, injuries. So we have had them happen. Sometimes they happen and they're not fatal, where people get ejected and the boat goes basically into a self-sustaining spiral without any direction under its own power. Sometimes people have been actually injured by the boat. In a couple cases, the most recent ones that I can recall, they were ejected from the boat for various reasons. And then the boat did not hit them, but the ejection without them wearing a life jacket later resulted in them drowning. And that was the two that I could think of offhand most recently were drownings due to not wearing a life jacket after being ejected from the boat. So it's not an overly common event where people actually get harmed. People get ejected from boats all the time on the Colorado River. They get ejected from jet skis, multiple times an hour. For instance, in the high weather conditions that were down on the river that Deputy Director Rob was down for, there's heavy winds coming from the south, which is typical in the summer in southern Nevada, and the current is pushing from the north. So people fall off, the jet ski goes one way, they go the other, or the PWC, excuse me. So falling off because of weather or water conditions is not uncommon on some vessels. And depending on, that could happen fairly often. Whether or not people actually drowned is usually, thankfully, much rarer, but it does occur.
No, I really appreciate your explanation, and certainly a lot more going on out there than I think most of us, or me, really think about. I think take it for granted. The steering aspects, and it really makes you reflect on how people are how you and others might be boating out there. Because your actions certainly could impact others too, not just you coming off the boat, but you got a boat that doesn't have somebody on it. And you become a hazard while you're in the water for other people that are continue to recreate. So I appreciate the explanation, and it stands to reason you just don't think about it that often. So.
Okay, any other questions? Yes, Commissioner Rogers.
Yes, Chief Maynard, I just had a couple quick questions. You were talking about the addition of additional game wardens and that interview process. I was just curious if those new game wardens are just backfilling existing positions, or if in fact they are new positions as a result of the increased activity in the outdoors and calls, significant call increase that you reported as well.
Thank you for the question, through you, Madam Chairwoman, to Commissioner Rogers. They're just vacancies of already existing positions. They're through retirements, promotions, transfers, people leaving for various reasons. We're just backfilling the vacancies that we currently have with our current staffing. As of right now, we have 34 full-time field officers. That number has not changed. Is there a potential in the future? Going through the legislature right now, there's a possibility we may be adding a position because we combined some seasonal positions, but that is not out of the legislature yet. And we'll see what happens in the future, but for right now, that is our just backfilling existing positions.
Any other questions for Chief Maynard? Commissioner Cavilla?
Yeah, I know we all heard earlier the shed antler thing's going to come back up. I'm just curious, did you guys issue any citations this spring regarding gathering them outside of the or within the prohibited period?
Thank you for the question through you, Madam Chairwoman, to Commissioner Cavilla. I don't know the numbers of that offhand. I'm not sure what the stats are on shed antler violations.
Other questions, comments? Thank you, Chief Maynard. I know you guys are stretched pretty thin right now and dealing with a lot, and we always appreciate your department, your division. Or I do. I can't speak for everyone. I appreciate you all.
Thank you. Commissioner Caviglia, excuse me. I will research that information and get that back to you.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Okay. I think that wraps us up, Secretary Wasley, for that item. Yes.
It does. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure. Thanks for all the good questions and all the great reports. It's really nice to hear them and to be able to engage with everybody. Okay, I think we'll push through the reports and then we'll take a break for lunch if that's okay with everyone. So let's see, 8B, litigation report. Deputy Attorney General Craig Burkett. A report will be provided on the Nevada Department of Wildlife litigation.
Good, looks like just afternoon, Madam Chairwoman. I was going to present a report, a very quick report on other issues, but after Chris Smith's presentation, I thought I'd just offer a quick discussion on the public trust doctrine as it relates to the law, the legal issues surrounding it, and what we're doing as a department or as within the Attorney General's office as it relates to these issues. And one of the difficulties with the idea of a public trust doctrine is that it's such a nebulous concept. It's so subjective, it's almost philosophical feeling, which is very difficult for lawyers to then take as a concept and apply to the law. And it's an evolving area of the law. It's probably the most biggest hot topic area in evolving areas of the law, especially in the state of Nevada. We just finished briefing on a Supreme Court case that presented the public trust doctrine. We just finished it this week. It's on my litigation report as it related to the predator management case. The trapping case I argued year before last presented the public trust doctrine. And then probably the most important case decided in a long time as it relates to water law in this state was decided last year by the Nevada Supreme Court as it related to the Walker Lake case, and that's number 2 on our litigation report. So I think that those cases exemplify what I'm talking about in terms of the fact that the public trust doctrine is now a hot topic in an evolving area of the law, and it's important. Unfortunately, from my perspective, it's used both as a sword and a shield by attorneys to frankly get whatever policy or legal decision they want out of a case. And that part of the law is troubling to us because it's so conceptual. our concern. We feel like good law is law that is clear, where we provide clear rules to the public. We make the public understand what conduct is and is not allowed. And when you create, you deal with a new doctrine in the law, such as public trust, and it's an evolving area of the law, a lot of attorneys get very concerned about the fact that we're upsetting perhaps long established law. And I just want to make this point, because as I was listening to Mr. Smith speak, I was thinking about the Walker Lake case. And if I can remind you, what happened in that case is you had the Ninth Circuit asked the Nevada Supreme Court to decide whether the public trust doctrine applied in the state of Nevada to water and water law. And in that decision, which came down from our Supreme Court, our Supreme Court says, yeah, the public trust doctrine applies to all the water in the state. And the decision, I just, bear with me, I'm not going to go on at length, but I want to read this to you because I think you'll find it as interesting as I do about this issue of the law. And this is the decision from the Supreme Court, and this is Justice Stiglitz. She says the following: we recognize the tragic decline of Walker Lake. But while we are sympathetic to the plight of Walker Lake and the resulting negative impacts on the wildlife resources and economy in Mineral County, we cannot use the public trust doctrine as a tool to uproot an entire water system, particularly where finality is firmly rooted in our statutes. And that kind of highlights what I'm talking about, where a lot of lawyers, including me, are very concerned about the use of the public trust doctrine by lawyers to try and achieve what I would call judicial overreach, to try and get the judiciary to create law that they shouldn't be creating. And in this case, of course, we have the prior appropriation system for water law that had been in our statutes since they were created. And we had all the irrigators in Mason Valley who, of course, had an interest in the ongoing strength of that system. And I want to then cite to you, this is an article from the Nevada Independent. And in response to that decision, an environmental law professor at UNLV says the following: this says we've got a public trust doctrine and it applies everywhere. And then he says, only it means nothing. The point I'm making is that it's really a sword and a shield. And it is, they make a policy decision or a legal decision on your side, you love it. And if they use it to create a legal decision on the other side, you hate it. And so that's my best description of where we are with the public trust doctrine in the state of Nevada and nationally as it relates to natural resources law. So I just wanted to share that. Again, it's a difficult thing to take an idea like public trust and deal with it doctrinally from a legal perspective. And that's something we struggle with. I can tell you this week in itself, I dealt with public trust doctrine when I was looking at extraction of natural resources and sage-grouse issues, when I was looking at navigable bodies of water and an issue we're dealing with there, as well as a Native American legal issue. So it's part and parcel of natural resource law now, and we're dealing with it all the time. So I hope that is a good, at least fundamental conceptual overlay for the public trust doctrine as it relates to legal issues. With that, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Dag Burkett? Comments? No? That was a little bit more fascinating than your typical report.
Thank you. I try to be, if I had John Schoberg's Zoom background, which I think is my very favorite Zoom background ever, I think people would listen more. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that report. We'll move on to HC Legislative Committee Report, Committee Chairwoman Tiffany East for possible action. A report will be provided on the recent legislative committee meeting. And Ms. Taylor is going to help us walk through this because we have had some updates and need to go through a bill or two just to inform you about its changes and amendments. So, Ms. Taylor, would you like to?
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman East. So we did meet as a legislative committee. Sorry, I'm frozen. Can you guys hear me and see me?
Mm-hmm. We can.
Okay, I froze for a little bit. Anyways, we had our most recent legislative committee meeting April 30th, which was mostly just an update on where bills were at, which bills didn't make it, and which bills did. I updated the committee spreadsheet after that meeting. However, a few weeks have passed, or over a week has passed since then. And so there are a few more updates I wanted to give you guys. Starting with AB 286, which revised provisions governing firearm safety, brought by Assemblywoman Howdigi. Nothing has happened with this bill. It was referred to Senate Judiciary and is still alive, but it has not been scheduled for a meeting yet. As I explained last time, SB 78 did not pass the deadline, so that bill is dead. SB 125, which revises provisions governing falconry, brought by Senator Settlemyre, is scheduled for a hearing on Monday afternoon. AJR 4 is a resolution urging Congress to designate certain land in Spring Valley as a heritage area. That bill was heard on May 6th. There has been no movement on AB 89 since I last updated the spreadsheet, but it was heard in Senate Natural Resources on April 29th, so right before the legislative committee met last. AB 211 is scheduled for a hearing this afternoon at 3:30 in Senate Government Affairs. That is the bill that required NDOW to comment on subdivision maps. That was brought by Assemblywoman Howdigi, and I did want to make a note on this bill that Division Administrator Alan Janae and I met with Assemblywoman Howdigi yesterday and Kyle Davis from the Conservation League. We did talk to them about how the 15-day window and a lack of a cost recovery system was difficult on NDOW and did place a lot of burden on the department. So they worked with a few senators to get a cost recovery portion back into the bill. So they are amending it again to allow for a cost recovery portion. However, I did not see anything about that 15-day window, so it's unclear whether or not that window was extended. I'm assuming we will find out some more during the hearing this afternoon. SB 52, which is the dark sky designation bill, did pass out of Assembly Natural Resources already. It was work sessioned and passed on May 3rd. AJR 3, which urges various actions relating to the protection of water and conservation of land management. That's the 30x30 resolution, and that was heard in Senate Natural Resources on April 27th. SB 406 was the department's bill. That was heard on May 5th, so just a couple days ago in Assembly Natural Resources. We did attempt to amend the bill again to add for provisions in the Wildlife Trust Fund to allow us to accept donations in excess of $20,000 in certain emergency circumstances. That amendment was received very well by the committee, and we had done a lot of groundwork before proposing that amendment, so it was very well supported. So we're hopeful that that will be amended back into the bill and then pass out as amended. AB 84, which revises provisions relating to wildfires, was heard in Senate Government Affairs on April 28th. Assembly Bill 2, which revises provisions to the appointment of public bodies. This bill allows anyone to serve on more than one board or commission. That was heard in Senate Government Affairs on April 23rd. AB 202, relating to charitable games and lotteries, was heard on May 5th in Senate Judiciary. And SCR 10 was recently added to the committee's tracking sheet. It's allowing for an interim study concerning the development of hydrogen and lithium as energy resources in the state. And that was heard last night in legislative operations and elections. So that's an update as far as the spreadsheet goes. The last bill I wanted to cover was AB 299, which was the roadkill salvage bill. There has not been any movement on that bill so far, other than the bill sponsor is attempting to amend it again in order to make it so that a permit is not even issued at the vehicle collision scene. It would just be that they would have to report to NDOW the information about salvaging that permit within a certain allotted time frame. And so knowing that this amendment is proposed, I didn't know if you guys wanted to rediscuss the bill in your position, but currently the commission and committee both oppose the bill as it was amended previously.
So I have testified on most of these, and where I could not, I sent in a note to the committee or made a note of our position on the website. So it's been a little bit busy, and it continues to be busy. We have another committee deadline next week, I believe. But I do want to address the amendment in 299 and just see how everyone's feeling. Do we still want to oppose this bill? I feel like it doesn't really change much for us. But I thought maybe we'd discuss it before we moved on. So Ms. Taylor, do you have that available so we can take a quick peek at the amendment? Okay,
yes,
let's do.
I can share my screen.
Okay.
And like I said, it really isn't doing a ton. Well, removing the permit is a big issue, but
it is. To me, it
other
is.
Than that, yes.
Yeah.
But other than that, that's the sole change in the amendment. It's just removing the permit so that a law enforcement officer may allow the driver or another person to salvage the animal. And then after that peace officer allows the animal to be taken, the driver, whoever took that vehicle, is responsible for providing the correct information to NDOW that we were seeking.
I just feel like the permit is the obligatory document that requires them to report in to NDOW about the animal and the take. And I feel pretty strongly about that, but that's just me. If this is going to pass, I really feel like that permit should be included. So that's my opinion. Does anyone else have any thoughts? Commissioner Hubbs?
My apologies. I was trying to find my button with the screen share. Just something I didn't bring up last time. I mean, is there any evidence of anyone ever hitting wildlife intentionally?
I am not sure about the answer to that. I would invite Director Wasley or Chief Maynard maybe to provide some input into that.
Yeah, I know we've had investigations. Thank you for the question, Commissioner Hubbs. Tony Wasley for the record. I know we've had investigations, just in the past couple of years of people intentionally hitting geese in the roadway, for example. I don't think it was with the purpose of salvaging them. I think it was probably considered more just the challenge of doing so. I don't think that the issue for us is pertaining to the permit is that people would go out of their way to hit the animal to then salvage it. But I think the issue for us in the absence of a permit is that that animal may be shot, with some sort of a weapon, and then somebody's possession of it is covered by the fact that they, also have a dented bumper on their car or whatever. It's just the permit, as Chair East said. That's the the regulatory document that I guess supports that possession. But I would invite Chief Maynard if he has another way of putting that or other concerns that I didn't express.
Maynard available? I don't see him. There he is.
To you, Madam Chairwoman, Chief Mike Maynard for the record. Director Wisely pretty much summed it up. The big issue that we have is that if we allow the public to take these animals without some sort of an investigation or a permit which gives us information to follow up on, we have no idea what's going on. Somebody could pull over, shoot an animal, claim they hit it. Some peace officer shows up and doesn't know any different and gives them, you know, as this bill is currently worded, just a number, no information for us. And then we're expected at some point later to track them down when the carcass could have been deboned. It could have, all the evidentiary value is gone potentially. So the initial contact with law enforcement is critical, and the documentation that they make to include any photos if necessary is absolutely critical to prevent people from just using the loophole to illegally transport the carcass of a deer or an elk that was poached under the guise of what this bill would potentially allow. It would allow for basically year-round transportation of a dead deer or elk in the back of a vehicle, which would cause serious issues potentially for us to investigate wildlife crime.
Thank you, Chief Maynard. Any other questions or comments for either Chief Maynard or Ms. Taylor? Did you have your hand up, Commissioner Caviglia?
I just kind of want to mirror what you've said and what they've said. And I echoed it before. I wasn't a fan of this bill, and this just makes it even, I'm less of a fan of it, right? So I'm going to agree with you. Taking the permit out for me makes it even worse, you know?
Thank you. Other
Mr.
comments?
Chair, also for Ron Perney.
Commissioner Perini and then Commissioner Alberg.
I'm sorry. Okay.
That's okay. You're fine.
One of the things that actually was just mentioned by the chief, it's absolutely, I think that has to be done that way. That's a perfect way how to do it. If we don't do it that way, it'd be really a mess. But I think this is at least gives an opportunity to at least know what happened and that they can have that information. So that's good.
Thank you. Commissioner Alberg.
Yeah, I just wanted to, my position is exactly what's been discussed here. I think it's very necessary to have that permit in there.
Thank you. Commissioner Rogers.
Now, I was just curious why, or what the other side of it was, the thought process with having that piece of the puzzle or that language removed. If there was any thought around that.
I think Ms. Taylor can answer that question.
Thanks, Chairman East. I actually saw Director Watley unmute, so I was going to invite him to go first.
Okay. Sorry,
Yeah.
everybody's so small. Okay.
Thank you for the question. I think it's a really good question, Commissioner Rogers. And I don't know that we have heard specifically, you know, the statement of the reason. It may be speculative, but certainly the uphill battle that this bill faces is partly due to the fiscal notes associated with the issuance of the permits. If the permit goes away, then the agencies, the law enforcement agencies that are provided that authority but tasked with the requirement to issue the permit goes away. So if the fiscal note goes away, then the bill has a much greater chance of passage. So I believe it's an accurate representation to say that the motivation to remove the requirement for the permit was to remove the fiscal note that is the primary hindrance to the passage of the bill.
Thank you, Secretary West. That would be my thought too. Commissioner Rogers, follow up.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you know, my thought on it, much like the other commissioners who spoke, that I just think that the permit is a such a vital piece of this whole puzzle, and definitely in support of a permit.
Thank you. Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Tony, has the agency been asked to sit at the table and be part of the discussions with respect to amendments on this bill?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner McNinch. Tony Wasley for the record. We have had a number of conversations with the bill sponsors, and you know, a lot of those conversations, you know, I think we thought we'd landed it at a pretty good place prior to these most recent amendments. We thought we'd landed in a pretty good place that limited the ability for people to use this as a loophole to be in possession of an animal that was perhaps unlawfully obtained. We thought that we had reached a pretty good compromise in terms of the burden on our already limited capacity of law enforcement. So the removal of the permit, I was unaware of. I don't know if Ms. Taylor or others were aware of. So I would say it's an accurate representation that we were not part of the discussion or part of the decision to remove the requirement to issue a permit.
We require a tag for every hunter. I just feel like we should require a permit. So I think I know how everyone feels, because this is for action. We probably should take it out for public comment, but is there any other questions on the tracking spreadsheet? Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we circle back to AB 211, the subdivision bill, with that amendment, Kaylee or Tony, there were two concerns with that. Generally, from a platform standpoint, we had supported the concept, and one of those things appears is being addressed through a possible amendment, but the timing of it. When we talked about it before, does the cost recovery inclusion or amendment, if that's included, would that take the edge off of the time frame issue a little bit, enough to find our way through this?
You're right. There are two issues there. One of them is the time frame issue, requiring the department to respond within 15 days. The other one is the unfunded mandate aspect of it, of no cost recovery. And I see Habitat Division Administrator Alan Janae is still here, and it's really his program that would be tasked with administering that, I guess, providing that input through the technical review. From my perspective, I think that the time limitation is a bigger limitation than the cost recovery, and that if we could get more time to respond, if we could go from 15 to 30 days and then assess what kind of demand that will place on our staff, that we could possibly come back in a future session. But if both of those items were addressed, I think we'd be much more comfortable, but I'll defer to Habitat Division Administrator Janae.
Thank you, Tony. Yeah, Commissioner McNinch, Tony's exactly right. Is we could, you know, the 15-day window is so tight for us. We only have one position in the whole agency that is actually a full-time technical review position. Everybody else, it's just a portion of their job. And so when you consider that, you know, this is going to come with a 15-day window to review maps, assimilate all the information from all the different divisions and resources relative to impacts, and then be able to report back across the state. That's a really, really tight window for us, and it's probably our biggest concern. We like the idea of the bill and the ability to go in there and, you know, work with project proponents to try to make minimized impacts on development. But the time window is our biggest concern. We hate to do something not to the full ability. And so we would like to, see that window extended, and the fee could go away, as Director Wasley referenced. We could, deal with this for the next 2 years and get better information to then come back to the next session to inform, that request for fee compensation.
Yeah, I appreciate the input, and what you're saying makes sense to me. I've, part of my work experience was managing the flow of plans through the health district, and it's not as straightforward as it might seem. There's a lot going on, and you even referenced while you've got a pile to review, which is great. That's the whole point of the bill. Is it's a good thing, but in the meantime, you're negotiating or you're having conversations about other ones that you've already provided input on, and trying to massage those a little bit, and that adds a tremendous amount of work. And the intent is for that to occur, which is, like I said, a good thing, but it really is a challenge. And I appreciate your candidness with it. And I think the platform, for me, in my mind, the platform stays the same, and they kind of go hand in hand. Without one, then I think that we still struggle with. I would still struggle with it. So, thank you.
I have a quick question for you, Mr. Janae, since I will be testifying on this afternoon. If the costs aren't recovered, where does that money come from? What projects or what buckets will that money come from sportsman dollars, maybe, or others?
Yeah, so great question, Chairwoman East, is that we fund this with 25% sportsman's fees, and the other 75% comes from our technical review grant that's funded through the Wildlife Sport Fish Restoration Grant. So about annually in the technical review program, that's about a $1.2 million budget.
Okay.
So you can do the simple math on that, and about 300,000 of that would be sportsman's fees. And so, any portion of that, we don't fully understand what this workload will be. But you could say that 25% of every hour of personnel time that gets charged to this would be sportsman's dollars that could be used for some other, beneficial action towards wildlife management in the state of Nevada, whether it be game species or, diversity species or fisheries. Those are, those most flexible state dollars that can be matched across all programs. And so while it only is 25%, is its potential is to go generate the other 75% also within another grant. So it does have a multiplier effect. It's the most important dollar.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I might add to,
Sure.
With Habitat Division Administrator Janae's reference to the other 75% coming from the Wildlife and Sport Fish Restoration, that's essentially our Pittman-Robertson Act dollars, which are, once the Habitat Division submits a grant, and at the amount that Alan just referenced, the 1.1 or 1.2 million, then that is a fixed amount that's granted to technical review. And so once the ink is dry and that grant is approved, then those monies are spent for technical review and matched 25% with sportsman revenue. If those dollars aren't spent, or if that amount isn't in that grant, then those dollars are eligible for big game survey or other habitat work. And so those aren't just technical review dollars in that federal aid grant. They are once that grant is submitted and approved. And so as the costs for those things go up, then it can take not only the sportsman revenue that comes from tag and license sales, but can also take that Pittman-Robertson, which could be available for other programs elsewhere. And that we just really don't know, as Alan said, what the demands may be like in the future.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you. So I had one more thought, and this is more internal stuff. The city of Sparks had a process with its plan review. The charge was always to process plans as quickly as you could, keep the contractors, keep the people submitting them, keep them moving forward with their processes. So they had what was referred to as a quick start process. And the folks that wanted to participate in that program, they basically paid a premium to jump the line, for lack of a better term. And it really wasn't jumping the line. What it was is that we established more of a set schedule where we would come over and pick up plans certain days of the week, so that we weren't over there every day. But at those times, if somebody requested, we would sit together, all the reviewers, if you will, and do a quick overview of the plan. And if there were parts of the plan that didn't require approval right away from certain entities, we'd sign off on that plan so that they could get moving on other aspects that otherwise would be dependent on full approvals that might take time. I don't know if something like that is possible in these things to maybe alleviate the potential glut of plans that come through, or plans that may not require as much review. But I throw that out there just as a kind of a concept. Maybe that's helpful. I don't know. Maybe it's something that can be proposed as part of a conversation. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there as a concept that maybe there's something to work with. I don't know.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for the idea.
All right. Other questions, comments? Okay, I'm going to take it out for public comment. So if you want to speak on the legislative report or the bills that we've just discussed, please raise your hand. Mr. Seflu? Oh, you're with us. Go ahead and unmute yourself. There you go. Hi. Are you speaking? We can't hear you. Mr. Seflu, we can't hear you. Okay, maybe mute yourself and try again. I don't know. Okay, can we move on? Maybe let's move on. Does anyone else have public comment? Please raise your hand if you do. I don't see any. Okay, so I'm going to bring it back. Mr. Seflu, if we can't hear you, maybe you could write what you were going to say in the chat box really quickly, and I can read that into the record. Any further discussion while we're waiting for? No? Okay. Do we want to stick with where we're at on things? Oh, chat box is not available. Sorry. Apparently the chat box is not available according to Missy. Okay, so my apologies. Mr. Seflu, do you want to try one more time to unmute yourself? Technology. Okay, I'm coming back to the commission, unfortunately.
Madam Chairwoman?
Yes.
Perhaps we could suggest that he could email the department and then we could get it read after the break or something like that.
Okay, that would be fine. Yeah, if Mr. Seflu wants to email the department with his comments, then we can read it into the record. Okay, moving on. So we're sticking with our platforms and our positions on the legislative tracking sheet. Doesn't look like we've got a motion to change anything, so I think we're good there. All right, thank you, Ms. Taylor. Mule Deer Enhancement Program update. Commissioner Keel, informational. The department will provide an update on the current status of the Mule Deer Enhancement Program that was approved by the commission at the August 2020 meeting. Commissioner Keel, where is he? There he is.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So the committee met April 28th, and we went over kind of the draft code of conduct, project charter, the limiting factor form, the needs assessment form, and the project scoring matrix. With that, the committee moved to advance all of those to a workshop at the next committee meeting, which is hopefully late May or June. There was a bit of discussion about, the process is somewhat delayed, and, thinking through that, I almost think it's more of a silver lining that as some of these COVID restrictions are loosening up, it's going to allow time for the committee and the subcommittees to actually get in the field this spring and early summer, with the main goal of having projects presented to the oversight committee around this commission's August meeting. So I think as things are delayed, things are coming together, lots of feedback. We're getting, I think, a really good framework set up to assess these projects and hopefully move them forward and, get some shovel ready projects sooner than later. That was really about the extent of the meeting. Mr. Scott, yeah, I see he's on. Anything I may have missed or you'd like to add?
Thank you, Commissioner Keel. Mike Scott for the record. The only thing that I would add is that we received an example of a charter that would be preferred by the BLM to allow their employees to participate. And so the code of conduct and the charter, I'm trying to combine those into one document, as well as some other information that we've already presented as part of this whole process, and provide a more comprehensive document that would be considered the charter. And so anyway, you will see an example of that, and then we'll present that and workshop that at the next meeting, which it's up to you, but if you want to start talking about when to hold the next oversight committee meeting, I think that would be good. And as far as some of the subcommittee or teams meetings, I think we have one scheduled for Monday night, and we should be seeing some other ones in the near future from some of the groups that haven't met yet.
Sure, thanks for that clarification, Mr. Scott. Any other questions?
Any questions for Commissioner Keel on the Mule Deer Enhancement Program? I sat through part of the meeting. It was nice to see things kind of moving. All right, thank you for the update. Wildlife Heritage Committee report, Vice Chair Barnes, informational. A report will be provided on the recent Heritage Committee meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had our meeting last night. I think it went really well. We discussed potential tag vendors, and as well as went through all the projects. A lot of the project staff were available to discuss the projects, answer any questions we had. I think there was 21 projects. We want to go ahead and fund all the projects as presented. In doing so, we're going to have to dip into that heritage account just a little bit. that account's pretty good, and we thought all the projects were worthy, and we're going to have recommendations for the commission in June. And that I think that pretty well sums it up. I don't know if Habitat Administrator Alan Janae wants to add anything to what I said already or not, but that pretty well sums it up.
Great.
Thank you, Commissioner Barnes. And the only thing I would add to that is that at the June commission meeting, we will also be coming back with the list of past projects that are completed and closing, or those that are closing with remaining funds, and trying to reallocate those funds if possible across the same year projects if they are open. So that'll be another agenda item that we bring to the next Heritage meeting and back to the commission at the June commission meeting. Thank you.
Okay, is that it? Any questions for Vice Chair Barnes? I sat through that meeting too. It's just good for me to hear what's going on, and I enjoy it. So there's some really good projects out there. They did some nice work. So excited to see it all come together. Okay, with that, I think we'll take a break. It's 12:48. Let's try and be back by like 1:20, 1:30, but well, 1:20. Let's do, is half an hour enough for everybody? Yeah, okay, let's do 1:20 if we can. We'll finish our agenda for the afternoon. Thank you. Okay, if we could have everyone come back. Okay, we're waiting on a few, but I'm sure they'll be with us shortly. I do want to read into the record Mr. Cefalu's comments that he was trying to tell us before we took our break. So I'll go ahead and I'll do that now. It says Chairwoman East, Chris Cefalu, MBU, for the record. We believe that NDOW should have a seat at the table on all aspects of AB 299 and that a permit is a must for multiple reasons. One, so the game division can track animal mortality by species and geographical locations. Two, law enforcement has means of conducting an investigation or have a paper trail, so to speak. Also, we should consider a small fee to cover administrative costs. It's not out of the realm to ask for a permit fees and to require an individual to possess a permit for a salvaged game animal. This is no different than the thousands of sportsmen and women across the state needing a tag or permit to harvest game animals in the state of Nevada, and we pay a fee. Regards, Chris Cefalu, Nevada Bighorns Unlimited. So I just wanted that to be on the record. And with that, we'll move on to agenda item number 9. How quotas are developed. Presentation, Game Division Administrator Mike Scott, informational. The Game Division will give an informational presentation on how quotas are developed. Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. With the discussion we'll have tomorrow and much of the correspondence you've received, it seems timely to provide you with a presentation that will show you how the department collects and interprets big game data and the process we follow to provide you with big game quota recommendations. As you're aware, not everyone agrees with department recommendations. Sometimes we have disagreements because the data we collect may indicate a different result to those of us in the department than it does to a member of the public or a CAB member or members of the commission. We rely on the best data we can collect, and our goal is to provide you with sound recommendations that are based on science. The process we use is very conservative, especially compared to other states, but the fact that we manage that way is a source of pride for me. So you all know Cody McKee, he's the staff elk and moose biologist, and Cody Schroeder is the staff antelope and mule deer biologist. They're going to give you a presentation showing you in detail how our quota recommendations are developed. So with that, I will let them get started with their presentation.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Madam Chair, members of the commission, Cody McKee, for the record, wildlife staff specialist in the game division. I'm going to share my screen so that we can jump into a PowerPoint presentation that I'm going to cover. Okay, are you guys able to see a big helicopter?
Yes, we can see it.
All right, great. And is my audio okay? I know the last meeting that we had, there were some challenges. Okay,
yes,
great. All right, so I'm going to cover part 1 today. In the past, Cody and I have shared this presentation. I've covered the aerial survey portion, and Cody talked a lot about our harvest data, population modeling, and the quota recommendation process. We've split that up a little bit more. I'm going to focus on all of the various data inputs that we use. And the point that I want to make home today is this is a very data-driven process, and there's a series of checks and balances along the way that are key indicators to ourselves, Cody and I, Mike Cox, as well as our biologists, that would indicate to us that something might not be right. Maybe some adjustments need to be made. And at the end of this presentation, I hope that you all have the same impression that the data that we use is very sound. And in fact, it's some of the best out of all Western state agencies. All right, so to begin with, many of you have received the latest copy of the Big Game Status Report. All the information that I'm going to talk about today is summarized within this document. I understand it's a very big report. However, this is really the culmination of an entire year's worth of work. And just as a brief shout out, our biologists, staff, Mike, all put a tremendous amount of work this year into providing a quality document to the Wildlife Commission and other members of the public. And I hope that that work shines through as you reviewed our report this year. So while we're developing and modeling our populations and getting to that ultimate point of recommending quotas, there's various data sources that go into this process. Now, the absence of any one of these data sources doesn't necessarily mean that we're making uninformed decisions about our populations. And that's a point that I plan to bring up throughout this presentation. So first off, I'm going to cover a little bit about our aerial surveys, the traditional method of survey data collection. I'm going to dive into our mandatory hunt reporting, and I'm going to take a deeper dive into this than maybe we've done in the past, because there's a lot of interesting and noteworthy takeaways that you yourselves can gain just by reviewing our harvest data and potentially comparing it to past years. And then also we incorporate a lot of other information into these decisions that we're making, whether that's movements, demographic information based on the population itself, and also age structure. So for instance, collecting teeth from elk hunters like we just did this year. So just as a quick overview, what are our aerial surveys? It's the collection of a representative sample from our various big game herds to estimate the age and sex composition. And we use this information to calibrate and inform our population models. Now, it's really important that the currency that we're working with in this effort isn't the total number of animals that we're counting, it's the actual ratios that we're obtaining. And so what we're trying to do is make sure that we're gaining a very representative sample of the overall population to then calculate these ratios that are used to inform our population models in the subsequent process. We also get a great deal of information just about the landscape itself. We can evaluate landscape changes, large-scale landscape changes like the effects of pinyon juniper removal, wildfire recovery, or even aerial seeding that may have been done in years prior. So what are surveys not? And I think this is a really important takeaway. And I'm sure that this is a point that is, well understood by folks listening in, but an aerial survey is not a census of the entire population. And it's for various reasons. So one, we have limited resources as it is. Our staff time is limited. We're one of the leanest agencies, Western wildlife agencies in the West. So just having the number of personnel available to continually fly aerial surveys throughout the year precludes us from covering an entire area and counting every single animal on the landscape. And then further, we have this idea of detection probability, right? So here's this lonely hunter over here on a hill glassing long distances, and he may have been on this hill for hours. Maybe it was hot, maybe he just came off of a full moon cycle. Animals are not very active. He sits here for an entire day and may only see 10% of the animals that are available on the landscape. Now think about what it's like in a helicopter flying 500 feet above the ground at over 60 miles an hour. We may be encountering conditions of hot weather as well. Maybe there's a little bit of wind that makes things a little bit less stable than our biologists like, and that keeps them from being able to keep their lunch down. Because of those things, it is nearly impossible, and it would be nearly impossible for us to have a 100% detection on an aerial survey. So even if we had unlimited resources to fly, this idea of detection probability means that it's unlikely that we would still be able to complete a census of the entire population. And finally, I just want to briefly discuss this idea of sampling theory, because this is what's kind of driving some of our more modern techniques for flying, and that's sample theory. And again, as I mentioned before, it's just the collection of a representative sample of the entire population, not a biased sample that can lead to inaccurate estimates of our ratios. And again, it's the ratios that are the important data point that comes out of our aerial surveys. So now I'm going to focus on just mule deer surveys. We fly all of our species once a year, but mule deer often involves the most amount of effort, and it also receives a lot of scrutiny from outside entities. So we fly mule deer twice a year. We have a post-hunt flight, which is occurring right after the end of hunting seasons in the fall. During that flight, we're collecting our buck ratios and we're collecting our fawn ratios. In the post-winter flight, which is in the spring as conditions start to improve, we're collecting essentially a fawn ratio. And what we're trying to do is compare that fawn ratio in the fall, during the post-hunt flight, to the fawn ratio in the spring, so that we can get an idea of how many of those fawns actually survived through the winter. And we get a better understanding of upcoming recruitment for the following year. So timing really does matter when we fly, and that's because during most of the year, mule deer males tend to be very solitary. They don't tend to hang out around the large groups of does and fawns, and they can be difficult to find. However, when we hit these important milestones like mating, they become more vulnerable, they become easier to find. And so we like to try and fly our surveys as close to the peak of the rut as possible, because at that time, we're likely to see the most amount of bucks on the landscape, giving us a better and more accurate representation of what that buck ratio might be. Now, I'll point out a couple caveats that that's not always possible to hit the peak of the rut. There's some dynamics with migratory behavior where the peak of the rut might occur during a long distance migration, and those animals are moving so fast, it might be hard to adequately cover those animals. There's overlapping elk hunts, and there's also seasonal time constraints like hunts and other holidays. And as I pointed out, spring flights again are intended to estimate our overwinter fawn loss. And this resulting data that we get from the surveys is going to provide us with that number of fawns expected to be recruited. So now I want to talk about where do we fly surveys. This is a figure that some of you have already seen. This is on the left. These are the Ruby Mountains in the East Humboldt Range, and on the right is Spruce Mountain. We took this mountain range and reviewed historical aerial survey data, and we identified places where deer were at our highest abundance, medium abundance, and lowest abundance. And essentially we call that stratification. So we stratified both of these mountain ranges based on the density of deer occurring. The dark areas represent places where abundance is highest. The darker yellow represent medium abundance, and the light yellow represents the lowest abundance encountered over the last approximately 15 years of surveys in the Ruby Mountains. Now, it's important to note that as a biologist, when we initiate an aerial survey, it is our intent to cover as much of this area as we possibly can. However, if time constraints lead us to only being able to survey the very southern end of the Rubies and maybe only the western end of the Spruce Mountain, where densities are only medium to high, or likewise, maybe we can only survey the west side of the Ruby Mountains through all of the high density areas where we know buck ratios tend to be biased low because of higher access, and hunter pressure pushes those animals to the east side of the mountain range. So it's really important to understand how these densities might vary across the landscape. And then also when we're flying, we want to make sure that we're adequately covering all areas regardless of the densities of animals that occur there. All right, so now I want to talk a little bit about how we're surveying these populations. So the department currently employs two techniques. the traditional directed search method, as well as a modern sample-based approach, which we often refer to as a polygon survey. Both of these survey techniques help us minimize the bias in the ratios and provide accurate information going forward. However, as we jump into an example of just what I mean by these two processes, so the goal again is to obtain these accurate buck and fawn ratios. Now, traditionally, using the directed search method, we would fly as much of the mountain range as we can. So in this figure, imagine these two rectangles represent two mountain ranges, and our biologist just surveyed in the blue the areas on the left side of the left rectangle, the southern end of the left rectangle, and the northern end of the right rectangle. And those are places that represented the highest number of deer densities. Because of historical information we've collected, we know that this is going to give us good ratios. So ultimately, we ended up classifying 1,000 deer, and that resulting buck ratio was 27 bucks per 100 does and 27 fawns. Now, in reality, we probably actually flew both of these rectangles very comprehensively. They probably should just be all blue, because that's traditionally how we would conduct our directed search efforts on these surveys. However, when we do this, we don't necessarily know how many deer is needed to get a valid confidence interval around those, because we have not introduced any kind of sampling efforts. It's essentially, we just go and we fly as much as we can. We might miss some places as well because of time limitations. But ultimately, we're still trying to do the best job that we can to collect very sound data. So as time has progressed and we've began to evaluate other sampling strategies, a new approach is being investigated here in the state and being used in several of our areas now, where we're looking at this sample-based approach. And essentially, again, we have both of our mountain ranges, but as I showed for the East Humboldts and Ruby Mountains and Spruce figure earlier, we've divided this mountain range into stratification. So imagine each one of these squares might represent a varying density of deer. Some might be low, some might be medium, and some might be high. We then went and randomly generated the plots that we're actually going to fly within these two mountain ranges. And they're generally based on a proportion of each one of those densities of deer, so that we're adequately covering all areas regardless of the number of deer that might occur there. Because we've now introduced sampling into our flight strategy, now we can actually generate confidence intervals. And those confidence intervals, as confidence intervals tighten and get smaller and smaller, eventually there's no longer that return on investment. And what I mean by that is really additional effort is not absolutely necessary to keep flying. And so we can then take that into consideration, and we can adapt and improve the sampling strategy over time. Okay, and so in the previous example, we classified 600 deer with the same resulting buck to doe ratio and fawn ratio, but fewer deer. And then as we've adapted and evaluated those confidence intervals, we've determined that even that level of coverage was not necessary. So again, I have my two mountain ranges with these various stratifications, and I've reduced the number of blue squares, which represent those places we would fly, by 40%. We again reduced the number of deer that we counted to 350, but we also classified the same, or ended with the same buck ratio and the same fawn ratio of 27. So it's easy to look at this in a hypothetical framework and explain to you how it might work in the field. I think it might be better if I actually showed you the effectiveness of this approach. So I have 2 years of survey data, 2017 and 2018, shown here on this slide from the Ruby Mountains. This was a post-hunt flight. By all accounts, it was a great survey with excellent survey conditions in both years. And we implemented what we were calling a hybrid approach, hybrid directed search approach. So essentially, we went through the process of generating polygons, randomly selecting polygons that we would fly. We came up with a survey strategy of those polygons, but in between each polygon, we essentially conducted our standard directed search flight. So we're still getting this coverage almost completely across the entire mountain range, but within that areas, we've selected geographic representation as well as density representation across the mountain range. So I want to share with you the results of this effort, and you'll see on our top table, so we have, in both years, we surveyed a total of about 4,500 deer, but within the sample-based, the actual polygons that were selected, in 2017, we had 1,800 deer, and in 2018, we had 2,100 deer. And that represented about 40 to 48% of the total animals that were surveyed. Now, the bottom table is actually going to show you the results of the comparison of ratios, both being done with the directed hybrid approach, as well as that within just the polygons. So in 2017, our fawn ratio from the entire area was 47.9. I'll round it up just to 48 for simplicity's sake. In our sample-based areas, so just those polygons, our resulting fawn ratio was also 48. For our buck ratio, the overall buck ratio was 38. And for our sample-based buck ratio, it was 38. And again, you'll see that I'm rounding these numbers just for simplicity. In 2018, again, we saw very similar numbers where the overall area, our fawn ratio was 47. And within those sampling areas, it was 48. For our buck ratio, the overall area was 37. For just those polygons being flown, it was 37. So some slight differences in the decimal places. However, if you consider the variance that is associated with these flights, they're going to be overlapping, and there's no statistical difference between these two values. But again, we flew 40% fewer animals to obtain this survey, to obtain a survey sample using the polygon or the sample-based approach. So that brings me to my next point, and a tremendous amount of emphasis continues to be put on the total number of animals that are being counted on survey. In fact, as we're all aware, there was a lot of effort in Southern Nevada placed on hauling water to water developments in a time of unprecedented drought. And because of that meant that several of our areas across the state we were unable to survey for animals. And I think that there's a natural inclination to point to those places where we're lacking survey information, or maybe we had an abbreviated survey, and point out that, well, that survey is not valid. How can we make informed decisions without surveys? Now, despite us actually having survey data in some areas, the collection of accurate age and composition data is going to rely on collecting a portion of that data that's representative of the entire population. So even in places where we might have a lot of effort and we might count a lot of animals, if there's biased geographic representation or bias in the way that that person is flying, we're still going to end up with inaccurate ratios. Thinking back to the figure of the Ruby Mountains and Spruce Mountain, if we only focused on the west side of the Rubies in low to medium density places, we may have completely biased our buck ratio. And that's something that as a biologist, we definitely don't do. Alternatively, if we have low effort, but a low count survey, however, we've been able to incorporate this appropriate sampling design, we can actually get accurate and precise ratios without having to fly nearly as much and taking into account all of these other limitations that are being put on our biologists during a time of year that really is a big bottleneck. So there's really no one size fits all approach towards interpreting how these surveys end up without that proper understanding of how, when, and where the surveys were completed. And just referring back to our big game status book, there are several areas within this document where biologists indicate it wasn't a bride survey. The weather was terrible to get a good sample size. There's a lot of indicators in there that you yourself, the reader, can look for and identify those places where maybe the survey data is not going to be as strong as would be necessary to carry forward those ratios in our models. But what I want to point out here in a few more slides is just how strong our harvest data is and how it can make up for weaknesses in our survey data, either in the absence of survey data or in times where we're unable to get those sample sizes that we really feel confident in moving forward with. But just to drive home this message about the effort and how many animals might be encountered on a survey, this is the results of a subsampling exercise that I performed on a 2014 data set from Area 10. So I took all of the aerial survey classification data that was collected by our biologists. You'll see on the top, this dark line represents our resulting fawn ratios. The bottom line, dashed line, represents our resulting buck ratios. And essentially, I randomly pulled a subset of data beginning at 1% of the overall survey data set, 2%, 5%, so on until I hit 100%. And what I was trying to show is that it really only takes a small subset of that survey data to where we get to a point where, one, we see those lines start to flatten out, and two, we also see those confidence intervals, which are those little brackets above each point. They get so tight, they either can't go any tighter or you can barely see through them. Both of those are indications that when we hit that certain level, the gain, the return on investment for continually surveying beyond that point is really not there. And that's a good strategy and target for us as we're going through the sample bait exercise. So retrospectively, I think we decided that the sweet spot for Area 10 was about 20 to 30% of this sample. So the total sample was about 7,000 deer. We were thinking about 1,500 deer is about all that it takes for us to get those ratios that are going to be accurate and biased, provided that we're properly sampling the entire area. And just to reiterate, the reason that we're looking at modernizing our aerial surveys is so that we can really optimize the timing and the durations of those flights. We want to be able to collect the best data to input into population models and ultimately inform our harvest recommendations, but also just to point out the various limitations on staff and resources that occur those time of year. If we can find ways to get the same amount of information out of less flying, that gives us the ability to fly more areas within a given year and do other good things for conservation during that time. So the next source of information is our mandatory hunt reporting. Many of you might recognize this form in the middle. This is pulled directly from CalComy's hunt survey form. As you probably know, every hunter receiving a tag in Nevada is required to complete a mandatory harvest questionnaire at the conclusion of the season. And that comes with a $50 penalty if that person fails to report or they're ineligible to apply the following season. And from what I can tell, and comparing to other Western states that have a similar penalty, the $50 fee seems to be the right carrot to get people to comply. So if you look over at the right, our 2020 reporting rate as of a few days ago, May 5th, for the 27,000 tags that were issued last year was 97.6%. So almost 100% of hunters have responded to their harvest questionnaire this year. And I'd also point out that this rate tends to be the highest it's ever been over the last 4 years. The transition to CalComy, we ended up getting much greater compliance on the harvest surveys, presumably because of the ease with which people can apply. And so again, we're getting very accurate information about people's hunting behaviors in the field and the overall experience that they might have had. So this mandatory reporting is going to provide us with this accurate data that we need. And as Mike Scott pointed out, we're always very conservative in the way that we recommend our quotas and the processes that go into it. We tend to be on the higher end of acceptable or biological buck ratios. We manage for a very high age structure in our bull population as well as our pronghorn antelope population. And so our harvest data really is, given these return rates, this reporting rate, it's sufficient to manage future harvest in the absence of aerial survey or other sources of information. So the omission of these other sources of data, such as aerial surveys, such as radio collar movements, body condition, doesn't mean that our biologists are going to be uninformed when we're modeling populations and developing our quota recommendations. Now, I don't know how detailed you or focused you've been on diving into some of our harvest statistics. The last few years, we've actually started adding more information that we had historically collected, but we really hadn't summarized and made available to our hunters. This is all published starting on Appendix 1 of the Big Game Status Report. And what I've shown here is a summary of our statewide resident antlered mule deer rifle hunts. And I just wanted to go through a few of these columns to explain what they mean and how that might be interpreted with respect to a hunt experience, potentially population level. So this is from 2020. I will direct you to our statewide average success rate of 39%. And again, this is for resident antlered and illegal weapon hunters. Typically, that success is right around 40%. As you may hear over the next few days, there was a strong belief that this last mule deer season, because of weather conditions, because of changes in population structure, things may not have been that great compared to the past. But based on this harvest success rate, this is just right below our long-term average of about 40%. We also saw the points or greater. So for mule deer, the next column over would be points or greater. This is for the composition or the proportion of bucks in the overall harvest that had 4 or more points on their left side. This was at 39%. If this was an elk hunt and I had displayed this information for elk, it would be for bulls with 6 points or greater on the left side. The next column is length or greater. This applies to our pronghorn hunts and our bull elk hunts. We use horn length as a harvest metric for pronghorn, and we use main beam length as a harvest metric, specifically proportion of 50-inch main beams in the overall harvest for elk as another one of our harvest metrics and indicators of sort of the overall success of our harvest prescriptions in the area. So the next 3 columns are going to actually be some new information. Starting last year, we started summarizing hunt days and effort days. Hunt days is straightforward. This is the average number of days that each hunter that had that particular tag spent in the field pursuing their animal. Effort days is actually a combination of scout and hunting. Just to put a quick summary on just how much time did someone spend in the field for a particular tag, whether that's scouting or hunting. And then finally, new this year is our hunter satisfaction survey. We asked every hunter that had a tag to rate their overall hunt experience on a scale of 1 to 5. It's very similar to what neighboring states like Utah have done, worded in a very consistent way. So on that scale from 1 to 5, a hunter was asked to report a 1, meaning least satisfied, value of 2 being moderately dissatisfied, 3 being neutral, neither satisfied nor dissatisfied, 4 being moderately satisfied, and 5 being very satisfied. And as you'll see, the overall hunter satisfaction for all resident antlered mule deer and illegal weapon hunters was in between that neutral to moderately satisfied range. When we look at all of our hunts, proportionately, we see more hunters reported either a moderately satisfying experience or a very satisfying experience compared to either neutral or both categories of being dissatisfied. So, now that I've given you kind of a brief review just of what these metrics might mean, I want to go over just a couple of areas where we have resulting harvest metrics and discuss the overall effectiveness of some of the guidelines we've employed there, as well as what that might mean for available mule deer. I've used 2 areas, an alternative hunting area, and our alternative areas is outlined in our harvest management guidelines. We're shooting for hunters to have a success rate of 40 to 55%. And we also would like to see them having 4-point or greater in the overall harvest of 50 to 75%. Now, a standard unit, we're really only trying to use the buck to doe ratio as that barometer of the overall available surplus of bucks that might be available to hunters in the given year. And I've used for our alternative area unit 081, and for our standard area, I've used unit group 171 to 1773, kind of collectively known as management area 17. And again, these are both for just resident antlered and illegal weapon hunts. Non-residents tend to report slightly differently on these metrics. So I thought that it would be important to break them out based on residency status so that we have a better way of making these types of comparisons. All right, this is a little bit messy. I've provided 4 different graphs that summarizes the information that we looked at, or some of those harvest metrics that we were looking at in the previous slide. The figure on the upper left is our success rates among these 2 areas, 081, 171 to 173, and 171 to 173 late. Should have pointed out that we offer 2 seasons in our management area 17, an early and a late. This is actually a really common season structure that we employ in most of our standard units across the state. Those early seasons allow more hunters to be in the field. They typically have lower success rates. And those late seasons tend to be a little bit closer towards pre-rut activity. Oftentimes there's a little bit more weather. That might make bucks within that unit more vulnerable and available to harvest. And we oftentimes see metrics go up a little bit during those late seasons. The dashed line in all 4 figures represents the statewide average that we looked at previously in the previous slide. So in the upper left, this is our comparative success rates. The upper right is going to be 4-point or greater, comparative 4-point or greater. Lower left is comparative hunt days, and lower right is going to be our comparative hunter satisfaction. So taking your attention back to the upper left where we looked at comparative success rates, we will see that in our alternative area, 081, success was 82% this last season out of 60 tags issued. That's well above our target success rate for alternative areas of 40 to 55%. We also saw those success rates in the area 17 early hunt a little bit lower than statewide average, and we saw the success rates in the late hunt a little bit or right at the statewide average. And again, this was actually this is a very common pattern that we see, those lower success rates. We also 17 is in itself can be a difficult place to hunt due to lack of access in some places, and we oftentimes do see lower success rates in this unit group in general, despite the year, despite the types of conditions that hunters might have encountered during those given years. On the right, the upper right, this is our comparative 4-point or greater. Again, that dashed line, flat dashed line represents the statewide average for resident antlered hunters. And for the 4-point or greater, we saw that 78% of those successful hunters in 081 harvested a 4-point buck or greater, while 26% of the early 17 hunters and 51% of the late 17 hunters successfully harvested a 4-point or greater. So we do see some pretty big differences in the management strategy and the management style for these 2 areas. However, especially when we look at a unit like 081 and we see that in both cases of success and 4-point or greater, those values are double what we're shooting for or what the statewide average is and above what our recommendations are for an alternative unit. Oftentimes, those are the kind of places where we may be looking to make a quota increase. Now, 081, we don't conduct active surveys, but we can use this harvest information just on success and 4-point or greater to say, you know, that was a pretty darn good hunt this last year, and I think we might be able to give a few more people tags so that we can take advantage of these older age class bucks that are probably still out there on the landscape. Now, when we look at the bottom, this comparative hunt days table, as well as our comparative hunter satisfaction, what's really interesting on both of these tables, on the left with our hunt days, is there's really no difference between 081, 17 early, and 17 late in the number of days hunted. And you'll see on that left axis, those are the average number of hunt days. The average was right at 5. All of these are actually below the number of days average statewide. And then on the right, our hunter satisfaction, which I think is also really interesting given the differences that we see in our success rates across the state. On the left is our average hunter satisfaction on a scale from 0 to 5. And we see that 081 was just above that average hunter satisfaction of 3.6, 17 early just at, and 17 late was just a little bit above. And again, very little difference between 081 the satisfaction reported for 081 and the satisfaction reported for 17 late. So another table that provides a lot more information than it may seem is this harvest composition. So not only do we incorporate the total number of animals that get harvested from a population, this information goes directly into our population models. We would remove cows, bulls, number of calves from the model in a very spreadsheet-like fashion so that we can continue to project what that population might be in the future. We can also use the information that's summarized in this table to compare what our predicted harvest was during the previous year's quota setting process. So what we expect is we would like to see the total harvest be similar to or exactly the same as what the predicted harvest might have been. And as Cody will get into, essentially what we're trying to do at the very beginning of the process, we determine the surplus number of animals that are available to hunt, and then we break that down by the various weapon classes and demand, etc. But ultimately, we still get to an endpoint of these are we started a beginning point of these are the number of animals that we want. Now, if predicted harvest is higher or substantially higher than total harvest, what that usually means is that we underestimated our population, because the population metric goes directly into this quota array that's then fed into the demand success tables. Likewise, if predicted harvest is substantially lower than total harvest, then that often means that we may have been overestimating our population because we did not get the harvest from the population based on our various harvest metrics, demand success, that we would have expected given that population size. All right, so, and then just to cover some of the other information that we use in mandatory hunt reporting, oftentimes, as discussed earlier, we're summarizing pronghorn antelope with a composition of 15 inches or longer based on reported maximum horn length. For elk, we summarize composition of bulls with 6 or more antler points and main beams with 50 inches or longer. And that's from the left antler and the maximum antler length. And then for mule deer, composition of bucks with 4 or more antler points. All of these metrics are relative representations of age structure in the population. The higher these proportions are, the likely more older age class animals exist on the landscape and were available to harvest for that given year. And again, it's a useful metric for us, especially when we're trying to understand the type of hunter experience that hunters may have had while they were out in the field the previous season. So then finally, just a quick discussion of our various sources of other data. We do use movement data collected from radio collars. Here on the right, you'll see the results of several years of monitoring elk that resided right on the Nevada-Idaho border. And what we found is that at times during the year, especially those times when we were catching and radio collaring animals and surveying, there was a great deal of intermixing between Nevada elk and Idaho elk. However, when hunting season rolled around, those animals had gone to their respective summer ranges, and not all of them would return to Idaho or to Nevada. So if we surveyed the entire population or all of those animals during the winter, we may get a biased representation, or at least a biased representation of what animals actually reside within Nevada. So we use all of this movement data to determine how many of these animals were likely, or what proportion of animals are likely to be using Nevada at any given time. And then we essentially subdivide that so that during our upcoming hunting season, we're ensuring that the number of animals that we're trying to harvest are actually those animals that are going to be available to hunters on the landscape. We also use information like body condition or pregnancy status types of data points that are collected during big game captures. Essentially, if there's an indication that maybe there might be some nutritional limitations in some of our female herds, that may indicate that we should be proposing antlerless harvests, or maybe we should be considering the increase of antlerless quotas in those places. As well as pregnancy status, those animals aren't producing calves or fawns, the population isn't going to have that ability to grow, and it may either stay stable or decline. And then finally, we also use things like hunter samples to estimate age structure, like elk incisor teeth, as we did this past hunting season, or we may want to determine the prevalence of disease. So in the past, we've commonly requested lung tissue from successful bighorn sheep hunters. So in summary, I did cover a lot of information and I went through it really fast. But I hope that these points stood through, that we're constantly adapting and improving these techniques. As we pointed out, we're providing more information to the public, to the commission, for our biologists to help make them more informed decisions. We're also identifying more useful metrics to help make those decisions about big game populations in Nevada. We had a reporting rate of 97.6% as of 2 days ago on our 2020-2021 big game tags. That's exceptional. Our hunt data is regarded as some of the best assessments of hunter activity from all Western states because we're almost at 100%. A lot of these states are still coming around to mandatory reporting, and those carrots aren't big enough to get everybody, definitely not nearing 100%, to actually comply with this request. And finally, all of the decisions that we're making are made with a variety of data sources. And the absence of that information doesn't mean that those decisions are uninformed. And especially in a very conservative state like Nevada, where we're trying to manage for a very quality hunt and quality experience, we can absolutely use information in the lack of an aerial survey to make decisions and sound decisions about our big game populations. So with that, I would be happy to take questions, or we could jump into Cody Schroeder's presentation and do a big roundtable afterwards. I will leave that up to you, Madam Chair.
Okay. How's everybody feeling? You want to ask questions now, or do you want to wait? I have a couple, but I can wait. I wrote them down. Okay. Looks like we'll keep going.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Cody McKee.
All right, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairwoman, members of the commission. For the record, Cody Schroeder, Staff Specialist, Department of Wildlife. So today I'm gonna cover kind of where Cody picked off. I'm gonna pick up where Cody left off. I'm gonna cover a few things that he talked about, but I'm gonna get more into kind of the modeling and the, how we take that survey data and the harvest data and come up with our quotas. Let me share my screen. And can you all see my presentation? Okay.
Yes.
So just wanted to kind of start broad with a little bit of a broad overview, how we get, to the end result, what we're going to talk a lot about tomorrow with our quota recommendations. So obviously the box on the left, Cody McKee covered fairly thoroughly previous to me. I'm going to kind of talk about how that data feeds into our models and how our harvest data is in relation to the models, and also how these are fed into our quota calculation. Now, the point I want to make here on this slide, and Cody alluded to it as well, is the beauty of these sort of check and balance system is that we don't have to have every single piece of this to come up with a recommendation. If we're missing survey data for a year or even several years, we can rely on a model, or we can also just directly use harvest data. And I'll talk a little bit about that more, but all these things kind of work together, and there's many checks and balances in place along the way to make sure that things are tracking. If they aren't, we definitely make adjustments where we need to. So this was covered pretty well by Cody McKee. But some of the more important things off here that kind of go directly into the modeling process are our hunt success. So whether, reporting on the return card of whether you're successful or not, which hunt unit it was in, things like antler points, number of animals wounded, horn measurements, number of days hunted. Those are things we also collect that are sort of ancillary. They don't directly feed into the modeling, but we do use them in sort of our management objectives. And then new this year, Cody mentioned we have this hunter satisfaction question, which we're just now kind of wrapping our minds around how we can best use that. So the first question that we often get answered is, why do we have to have a model? Why do we estimate numbers? Why can't we just, go count? And again, Cody covered this very thoroughly, but, by and large, no survey method has perfect detection. Even if we did have a complete census, populations change throughout the year. They're constantly changing. Things like mortality, birth, pulses, immigration. So if we had a perfect survey today, let's say things could change for a population, next week because some type of event. We may not, as I mentioned before, we may not always have survey data, or we might have gaps in data because of other priorities from the department or personnel, lack of availability. So we use these models to sort of carry forward when we don't, in the absence of that data. And that third bullet there, to provide an estimate of abundance for tag allocation. So that's probably the most important part under our current process right now. Is a lot of our quotas are based on a population estimate and a buck ratio or a bull ratio or whatever it may be. But this allows us to have an idea of, kind of the total population size. We can track change over time, but it also directly feeds into our quota calculations. And then finally, this is something that, currently we're not able to do 100% with our models, but limiting factors is something we could identify with models. So we might be looking at trends in populations, why they're declining, what's contributing to some of those factors or increasing. Okay, so this is kind of getting into, there's a lot of different kinds of population models out there. I'm just going to talk about the one that the department is currently using, and I've got some examples of it to show you. So we're currently using what we call a deterministic spreadsheet model. The deterministic, that's just kind of a fancy word for there's no stochasticity, there's no random variation. We put the numbers in, the raw data in. We're not accounting for environmental variation or anything like that. Some of our basic population input parameters, as you may guess, so it kind of starts off with an initial population size. These have just been carried forward, throughout the past few decades. If we need to make a change and go back, we can reset that. Survey data, we survey them. We generally speaking, we put in the number of bucks, does, and fawns that we count on fall survey, and in the spring we're only counting adults and fawns. That recruitment data is input into the model. That's one of the most important, really the most important parameter in the model in terms of estimating the population size and change. So that fawn to adult ratio is really what primarily drives the variation in the models. Harvest data, we do obviously account for animals that are removed from the population from harvest from our mandatory return card information. And then, we also have survival rates because we can't go out and survey constantly throughout the year. We have to estimate survival rates, and we use published literature. We have some sideboards there. If we have data that we can measure it directly, either from collars, we can account for that in this modeling process. And then this buck to doe ratio, which we talk a lot about, is really something that's kind of an output of the model that's calculated. So we have both a modeled buck to doe ratio and an observed buck to doe ratio. And those are another part of this check and balance system that when things are wildly out of whack, we can kind of look at the relationship of those two and determine if we need to make a change and if we're meeting our management objectives. Okay, so this is just a screenshot of an actual model. So it's just an Excel spreadsheet with a series of tabs. The first page is the survey page. So anything in blue is what we're inputting. That's the data that we enter in. So we have bucks, for instance, in that first few columns. See number of bucks, 2 points, 3 points, 4-point plus. If you move farther to the right, you'll see spring data. So that's where we're entering our total number of adults and fawns. And then some of the things that the model is calculating right here for you on the page is this idea of observed buck ratio. So that's just directly calculating, how many bucks compared to how many does we saw. And then this modeled buck ratio, which again takes into account recruitment and survival rates and harvest. So this is the next part of the model, and I won't go through every single sheet on here, but this is one of the more important ones as well. So this is where we're accounting for harvest. The negative numbers in blue is what we would hard enter in as our harvest. So we pull this right out of the harvest report information. We're reporting, everything that can be harvested, does, fawns. For mule deer, for instance, juniors can hunt. Harvest does. So even in areas where we don't have doe hunts, we're accounting for the doe harvest. Bucks, we break that down by point class. And then you can see some of the other things that are calculated there from the model, is just the percentage of 4 points. I'm not going to get into some of the other smaller parameters in here, but we do account for different kind of age characteristics in the model for males. This is our rates page. So this would be where we're accounting for survival rates. The different columns represent different age classes and sexes. So the Fs are for female, F1, F2. That's going to be your yearling, 2-year-old and 3-year-old to 11-year-olds, all the way out to 14. And then males, separate columns, so we can calculate differential survival there. And then the two different periods, so April, August, and September, March, kind of accounting for this seasonal differences in survival. If we have a hard winter, for instance, we might account for that in the survival rates page. And then finally, this is the kind of the results. So a lot of numbers out here, but this September pop is really what we use that we're going to feed into the quota calculation. So the red box there is just kind of highlighting the last 3 years of results from this particular model. Number of bucks and number of does, we calculate that separately. What we publish in the status book, you might notice, is just to the right of that, our pop estimate. That's the combined bucks and does. And typically we would round those to the nearest 100 when we put it in for our status book. But we do use those specific numbers of bucks and does, as I'll show you in a few others future slide here. So this is this is for mule deer. This is one of our population trajectories. This is our published estimates. The black line, the black dots in line going back to 1976, I believe. And the dashed line is our deer harvest, total deer harvest, bucks and does combined. And then the bars here on the top are simply there to kind of highlight when we've made changes to the model, different types of modeling techniques over time. And the point I kind of want to make here is just that you'll see some pretty wide fluctuations, particularly from the early 70s through the 80s into the 90s. Going from you'll see some trends there, switching to a different type of estimator. But really the point I want to make is since, really about the mid 2000s, we went to the spreadsheet model. Things have really sort of flattened out in our population trajectory. A lot less variation in there. Very, very much some built-in conservatism in there. If you'll kind of notice also that deer harvest trend very much tracks the population trend, which makes sense because we're basing harvest and quotas off the population size. But if you'll also kind of notice that the harvest tends to fluctuate even since the mid 90s, early 2000s, where our population model has been very, very static. And it is slightly declining. And I'll talk a little bit about that probably tomorrow. That's the point I want to make is this: we've been using this same model for, I think, since early 2000s. It's been serving us very well for the purposes we need. But that being said, we are looking to improve. We're always trying to improve. We have a contract out now to develop a new model that I've talked about before. I was hoping to have it ready to go this year, but it's not quite there. It's very, very close. But it's a different type of model called the integrated population model. It has a lot of the same data inputs that we're already collecting. So count data would be things like our helicopter data. One of the benefits of this is it more formally can integrate things like telemetry data, so collar data, not just survival rates, but also kind of defining population parameters and looking at movement rates and things like that to define populations. So it'll more, right now our models aren't able to really account for telemetry data, things like GPS collar movements and home ranges and things like that. It'll also use harvest data. We don't have to make any changes there. The data we're collecting is great, and it'll also bring in environmental covariates. So we'll be able to look at kind of weather effects, greenness, forage availability, things like that. This is kind of what it might look like, and it's kind of hard to read, but it's basically a software, a web-based interface, much simpler, a lot fewer levers to pull on this. But you can, you can input your data there, select a few criteria, and then it's going to use a different type of, it's actually going to use a statistical model based on distributions and things like that to project the number of bucks and number of does and a total population estimate. And probably the biggest benefit of this is it's going to create a confidence interval around the estimate. So we'll have some measure of uncertainty, a variance estimate around our population estimate. Currently with our deterministic models, we have a number. We know it's probably not exactly right, but this will actually give us some bounds around that estimate. So just kind of quickly going through some survey data. This is for mule deer. This is looking at our observed buck to doe ratio going back to 1975. So, and on a statewide level. So, glomming everything together, and the dashed line is just kind of a moving average to smooth the data, allow us to look at trends. You'll notice a couple things I want to point out about this is, as Cody mentioned, how conservative we are compared to some of our other Western state counterparts. In modern times, we're at or above 30 bucks per 100 does. But when you look back in time, throughout the 80s, for instance, we were, between 20 and 30, and then into the early 90s, we were really hovering around 20 on a statewide level on our buck to doe. And really, probably in the mid 90s is when we started getting very, much more conservative. And I'm going to hopefully continue to tell a story in the next few slides about why I think that is. But the general take home message is our buck ratios have been increasing over time. This is the survey data, again, statewide, fall, postseason really, and spring fawn to adult ratios. Plotted them together here just so you can kind of see the difference. So the blue is the postseason survey, and the orangish color is the spring data. They track very, very closely, as you would expect and hope. But there is obviously a decrease on a year-to-year basis. That's because, when we go out and count the fawns in the fall, they're in they're in fairly good body condition. They have not really been subjected to winter weather at that point, and just kind of the duration of them. Critical period for most juveniles is from when they're born until they're 1 year of age. And so obviously we lose a fair amount of them, even throughout history, we've seen that. But there is this sort of negative, this negative trend that has, in my opinion, obviously contributed to our population declining, but it also has contributed to us being more conservative and inching that buck ratio up year after year. So this is our more recent population estimate with, kind of plotted with our spring fawn to ratio, fawn adult ratio. Bars are the population estimate. So we did see a bit of a decline this last year. This is the most recent data we have that's in the status book. The blue dots are the spring fawn ratio, again, statewide, on a statewide level. And then the red bar is just the 10-year average. So we did come in just slightly above the 10-year average, which is, it may seem like good news, and it is good news compared to what we've been. However, one thing I want to point out, or just to keep in mind, is that, we did have a pretty open winter. We didn't have a lot of winter mortality. And looking at projections now with some of the drought conditions we're facing, I'm really, I guess, worried that I would expect that ratio to probably be lower next year, especially if we have an average to above average winter. So some of those does and fawns are going to be smaller and fairly poor condition going into summer. But that is contributing to our population trajectory, if you will, and some of those declining trends. So the other part of the puzzle is our management objectives. So Cody, I think, touched on this, but we have different kind of strategies for different hunt structures. Our standard hunts, we're managing for the middle of this range of 30 bucks per 100 does. For our alternative units, we're trying to manage for 35 bucks per 100 does. And then we also use some other criteria, hunt success and 4-point or greater in the harvest, to look at these more conservative alternative units. Those are the units currently that we're looking at as alternative units. And then that last section there below, the non-standard hunts, these are oftentimes hunts that we either can't fly or don't fly just because of the densities, lower densities. So we just use hunt data from that. We look at hunter success rate. And if things are tracking within these guidelines, we'll keep the quota pretty much the same. We may increase it if success is increasing, or decrease it if it's the opposite. Okay, so now we're kind of in the meat and potatoes of this quota development process. So the first step in this process is to determine the number of animals available for harvest. And I just covered that with the population estimate. So we use the spreadsheet model for that. The buck to doe ratio is kind of our desired objective based on those management guidelines that I just showed you. Okay, so then the second part of this process is we got to distribute the harvest into the various weapon classes. And we do that based on the previous year's demand, which I will define here in a few minutes. And then the third part of this is to expand the harvest into the actual quota recommendation. So we divide that harvest by the hunt success, and we use a 3-year average for that to come up with the quotas that it will take to get our desired harvest and our desired buck to doe ratio. All right, so demand, simply stated, is just a measure of interest based on first choice application from the previous year. So that's how we decide how to partition these quotas into the different weapon classes. Okay, so we have archery, muzzle loader, and any legal weapon, which is primarily rifle, but technically you can hunt with a handgun, you can hunt with a muzzle loader or a bow during that season. We think it's probably majority rifle. The junior hunt is kind of a special case of demand. I'm going to talk about why that is. my 3-year-old son is into dinosaurs, and I couldn't come up with a better icon, so that's what the baby dinosaur coming out of the egg is. But since juniors, we have a special hunt or a separate hunt for them, and they can hunt in the archery as it currently is in the archery, muzzleloader, and any illegal weapon season. This is kind of how we partition the juniors off. And we get a lot of questions about this. As you can imagine, this can fluctuate. We can actually keep the demand fairly constant for juniors. And I have an example to show you. But as you can imagine, each of these types of hunts classes have different success rates. And so things can fluctuate. And that's why you might see changes that are disproportional across weapon classes or disproportional from juniors to the adults. As I mentioned, hunt success is the next kind of step in this. And so, but we don't just use the previous year, we use a 3-year average, and that's to kind of smooth things out a little bit. Again, it actually bakes in a little bit more of this conservatism. So it kind of makes things, more stable instead of constantly, chasing a success rate that might vary. As you can see there, the archery and the muzzleloader hunts tend to vary a little more. This is the slightly different data than what Cody showed. So we use for mule deer, we use resident and non-resident combined success rates. Last year, we were at 40 for any legal weapon, and that is below the 3-year average. And that is going to play into a little bit of what you're going to see tomorrow, what you've already seen for commission material with some of these quotas. So we didn't, by most accounts, last year was a tough year for hunting. It was just hot, especially early seasons. It was very hot and dry, and we had, many folks complaining or at least contacting us, asking us, what was going on, why they couldn't find deer. Later in the year, we tended to, those success rates actually came back. And so we ended up being just shy of the year prior. But again, it's based on a 3-year average. Okay. And so that 40 was a little bit below. And that's going to result in a little bit higher quota, all things being equal. Okay. So this, I have an actual example here. This is very much more of a simplified example. There's more going on. But I wanted to show kind of just how the math works, I guess, so you can kind of follow along. So in this is kind of a hypothetical case where, our desired buck harvest in this case is 100. Okay, so that's to meet our management objective of, let's say it's 30 for this hypothetical population. We know that because of this junior demand, we want to portion 25% of those tags to the juniors. Okay, so if you look down that left-hand column under junior, you see 25% demand. In this case, that would result in $25 to harvest. 61%, I pulled these just from the most recent, 3-year averages that we use. You can see junior harvest tends to be higher. 61% results in our final junior quota of 41 to get that $25 harvest. Now, these remaining weapon classes in blue, okay, so this is where the demand from the first choice application comes into play. And this is just kind of one example here. We do this on every single unit, on a unit by unit. So each unit or hunt season that we have has its own success rate and demand from the previous year. Okay, so but these are the averages in this example, the 8%. For archery, 4% muzzleloader, and 63%. That's generally what they are across the state. Some may be higher, and some may be lower in certain weapon classes. To get that remaining 75%, we have these available bucks for harvest in each weapon class. And then we divide by the success rate. So 20% for archery, 40% for muzzleloader, 44% for any legal weapon. Again, I just pulled these from statewide averages. On an individual unit, these might look slightly different, and they can certainly fluctuate. But those percentage rates are taking that available buck harvest and expanding it into the tag quota that's going to be required to get that resulting amount of buck harvest. So in total, for this example, to get 100 bucks, and again, the currency that we're dealing with is our desired buck harvest, or the number of animals we want to remove from the population. That's the currency that we're dealing with. And we have all these different types of ways to get there. So in total, in this example, it would require 234 tags to get our 100 deer harvested that would meet our management objective. So in reality, this is a little more complicated, and this is an example of what I described as the quota array. Okay, and I just pulled this one. This is an older one, or a couple years old now, from Area 17. So the highlights in yellow are what we input in here. And again, those numbers under adult bucks, the 1150 and the 2543 is what we pulled directly out of that model, out of the September pop. It's going to give you, calculate a buck ratio pre-season. Okay, so that buck ratio of 45, that's how many bucks are out there on the landscape available to hunters when they start the season, at least the start of the archery seasons. The yellow down below where it says post-hunt buck ratio objective of 30, that is what we are shooting for. That is directly related to that management objective that we want to get to by the time the season is over with. And then there's a few other things that, I didn't cover in the example, but for deer, anyway, we have to account for does in the harvest because the juniors can hunt a buck or a doe. These hunt 1235, that's where we account for the non-resident guided hunts. So we have to subtract those from the regular non-resident hunts just for the any illegal weapon category. The resident and non-resident, this is where we account for the split. So now we got to take each of those weapon classes and further break that down into residents versus non-residents. This next row here, in this case, we don't have a doe hunt, so we don't have to worry about doe harvest. But these are real examples of the simplified case I showed you before, the percentages of first choice applicants in each weapon category. The youth success, again, 3-year average. Any legal weapon, muzzleloader, and archery each have their own 3-year average success rate. Those are all factored in to this population estimate to come up with this desired post-hunt buck ratio of 30. Okay, and that's where these numbers are coming from. There's another step of calculation where we have to account for animals that weren't reported. So we know that there's wounding loss out there. It's going to take more animals to get the reported buck harvest. So we have to account for that. Then these demand and success ratios are then applied to these quotas to give us our actual quotas for each different category. And then so this is our resulting apportionment of resident quota versus non-resident quota, again, taking out, because they're subtracted, the restricted non-resident guided quotas for rifle, for any legal weapon. So that's the meat and potatoes of how we come up with them. But I also wanted to spend some time on the other part of the process, is the public process. So obviously NDOW, we have a role in this. We have a large role in this. We come up with the calculations. We present them to the county advisory boards and the commission, and the general public also can review these. We post them, and everyone is free to comment on them. Wildlife Commission, obviously your role is to come up with a final decision on the quota. So again, this is just reiterating our public review and commission process. I know all of you on this board obviously are very familiar with this, but I just kind of want to throw it out there for, the public at large who may not be as familiar with this process. We post these, county advisory boards receive the material, they receive our recommendations, they hold their own public meetings to discuss them. The Board of Commission meets usually in May to approve the quota recommendations. NDOW, the general public and CABs all provide input, and the commission makes the final decision. This is something that I wanted to just briefly touch on. It was in the information updates. So I want to give a huge shout out to our DATS program and specifically our GIS team for making this available. So we tried to capture all this in a story map. We shared it on our social media. It largely, I'm not going to go through it because it largely covers what I just quoted or I just went through. It's not quite as detailed. It's kind of more of a broad overview, but it describes this entire process. It's a really cool website. You can click on this link and it will take you through this interactive process, kind of a step-by-step process. There's a video of how we count mule deer, video of actual, counting mule deer out of the helicopter. And there's a map that you can, get more immersed content. But again, shout out to our great team of GIS specialists for making this possible. And we received a lot of positive feedback on that so far. All right, so just to summarize, covered a lot of ground there. Be happy to go over any of it in more detail or more depth if you have questions, but I covered sort of population estimate based on these models, our quota process, the 3-step process that we get there, our array, what we call our array, that's the demand success formula. Again, demand based on previous years' first choice applications, hunt success on a 3-year average, and finally this sort of overall public process and involving Department of Wildlife, county advisory boards, wildlife commission, and the public at large. And with that, that is all I have. I would be happy to entertain questions if there are any.
Hey, I know you guys did this presentation, well, not this presentation, but something similar a few years ago. And for some reason, this time it's like sticking with me. Sometimes it takes me 2 or 3 times, but this was really, really helpful to me. I have some questions, but I'll open it up to others before I jump in. Does anybody have questions for either of the Codys? Commissioner Cavilla?
I guess just backing up on when you guys are developing the population models, I know it's like for the public too, it's what's going on behind the curtain type stuff, right? And I'm just curious, when you fly and you talk about, like Cody talked about, flying smaller and smaller areas, you guys have to factor in, I would assume, and maybe I missed it, but you guys have to factor in certain habitat has less deer than others, right? I'm assuming that's how it's done to come up with that total population model. Is that something you hold constant, or do you take into account okay, the last couple of years we're in drought, now there's different areas that aren't gonna does the same habitat, and then I guess I don't know if my question is clear, but how do you factor in, okay, we counted 3,000 deer, we got to 13,000 now looking at this spreadsheet. We don't see what's going on in the back of that spreadsheet. Is it like certain parts of this unit we know hold no deer, it's down the bottom of the valley. Certain parts have marginal habitat, and then we have the good habitat, right? How do you guys determine those formulas? And then, I know some years you count deer, you guys have better counts than other years, just depending on conditions. How do you make that determination every year? And I'm not talking about I'm strictly talking about when you guys are doing the flights and observing the deer, how you guys make those adjustments every year, or how you make them. Yeah. You understand what I'm asking? I hope.
Yeah, Commissioner Cavilla, I can take a stab at that. So I think I understand your question. And the short answer is we really, in terms of the modeling, we're really not accounting for different areas or different habitat types. I mean, on a unit by unit level, we're really using one number to go in there. but we do our best job in terms of this, there's the survey part of the process. So we know that we need to get equal representation from some of these different areas of the hunt unit. So Cody mentioned that, you know, the east side of a mountain may be slightly different than the west side of the mountain because of access or certain productivity because of weather patterns or things like that. So we do our best job to distribute the survey across the entire unit where we can. And that's kind of on the survey end of things. When we get to the actual model, there is really no way to differentiate, you know, productive areas versus no productive areas or high cover areas versus no cover areas. The reason we can get from, you know, 3,000 deer counted up to a population estimate of say 10,000 or even more is because of that recruitment. So we know that, you know, based on the sample, we go out and we grab a random sample of animals. And we know that we don't have perfect detection, right? So Cody covered that. And we do look at that. We kind of look at the ratio of the, you know, the number of animals we're counting in proportion to what we're estimating in the population. Anytime you're above 50%, generally speaking, you're probably kind of questioning that there are actually more data out there. There's more animals out there, so you're underestimating. But the way we go from the sample is really the total number. It could vary from 300 to 3,000 on a sample. And that recruitment data, that value, that fawn ratio data that you're putting into the model, that is what is going to get projected out into the population. So you're accounting for all the previous years where you had fawns getting recruited, you're subtracting the harvest, you know, you're accounting for growth in the herd. That's how it's, I know it's kind of, I can't make it any more transparent. I would have to show like the formulas on like 10 different pages. But basically, you know, we're projecting for each age class of deer, both for bucks and does, how many we recruited the next year and how many we lost either from, you know, mortality or from directly from harvest.
Cody, can I maybe add to that? So Commissioner Caviglia, kind of the way I think about it is if you're taking a known number of animals, which is our harvest data, from a population with known ratios, which is our survey data, then you can predict whether the observed ratio is going to be higher or lower. And depending on, you know, the hope is that you hit it right on, and that means your population estimate is accurate. But you could do the same thing with a jar of jelly beans on a counter. And if you had two different colors and you had an estimate of the number in the jar and you knew the ratio of red jelly beans to green jelly beans, and you took a number of red ones out and then predicted what the resulting ratio should be based on the fact that you knew how many you took out, based on the observed ratio of remaining jelly beans, you can tell if your estimate was too high or too low. And so you use the verb count twice in your question. And I think that's something we're trying to add some clarity on, is that it isn't a census. It isn't, you know, people a lot of times look at the trends in the counts. And the one graph that I think McKee showed with those shrinking confidence intervals and those flattening lines is that we aren't counting. We can get a sample size with those ratios that have small enough confidence intervals that we know the resulting ratios, you know, that we're observing and predicting have a high degree of accuracy. And so we look at our desired buck harvest. When we get that harvest data and we plug it into the model, it says, all right, your resulting ratio should be 30 bucks per 100 does. If our observed ratio was 33, that meant what we removed through harvest didn't take it as low as we anticipated. So the population is higher and we've underestimated that population. If the resulting observed ratio is lower based on that known removal, that means we overestimated the population. And so we true up those population models each and every year based on the known harvest and the predicted resulting buck ratio versus the observed buck ratio. Does that help at all?
Yeah, I mean, I guess
I guess that's probably a misconception too. I think with a lot of the public is that they do believe that you're counting the deer, right? I think that is a common misconception. So, yeah, so I just want to bring it up. Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Almberg.
Yeah, I just would like to share my personal experience. I was fortunate enough to be able to participate in one of the aerial surveys, I believe in the fall of 2019. And it's absolutely, there's zero attempt to do any counting whatsoever. It's all about the classification and developing these ratios. As a matter of fact, the funny part about it is when we encountered large groups, we only classified a small percentage of those large groups because they scattered, and you'd quit trying to classify when you thought you might, or you weren't certain that you were classifying new deer. So a lot of times when we would encounter a group of, like, say 6 or 7 or under 10, we would classify 100% of them. We'd line them out and they were able to classify all 10. But in some of the areas we would pull into a canyon, there's hundreds of deer running everywhere. We may have only classified 20 because we couldn't keep a track of them. It's just, it becomes chaotic. And so the biologist was very, they wanted to be positive that they weren't counting or classifying the same animals twice. So that misconception is, it's real. We hear it all the time in the reports. That's not what I see. But when you see those numbers that they classified, it's an extremely conservative number to what they even seen, much more or less tried. There was zero effort in trying to count. And I would encourage all of the commissioners, if they get an opportunity, to participate in that. I think it helps us, as I talk to other sportsmen out there, it's really helped with the conversation, having to experience that firsthand.
Thank you for that. Any other questions? Commissioner Keel?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. McKee and Schroeder. That was a great presentation. I had a bunch of questions that you guys immediately answered in the following slides, so I thought you guys did an excellent job. But along the lines of the flight survey strategy, I know for the 2 areas of rubies and spruce that you showed, it was certainly statistically valid, and I was shocked that it reconciled so well with the more global flight as opposed to the random areas, and how tight that did line up. But what would you expect on areas with, say, lower density of deer? And I know you guys had mentioned, it's not a one size fit all approach. Do you handle that differently in areas where there's lower deer populations?
Yeah, Commissioner Kill, Cody McKee for the record. I'll take a stab at this. That's actually a really good question. And it's one that internally we discuss quite frequently, to be honest. We've actually attempted this sample-based survey strategy in areas where we have lower deer densities. And unfortunately, it was a resounding failure. When you're unable to classify even a minimum sample size of 300 to 400 deer on a survey using the polygons, let alone just a directed search flight, it begins to bring into consideration the overall accuracy of the ratios, regardless of how you may be flying those. And I think as a game division and as an agency, we're really having to take a hard look at how we're flying and where we're flying, and whether or not the survey data that we're collecting from some of our big game populations is actually giving us what we need to truly inform the population models. That's not saying that there isn't value in flying surveys in some of these areas, or at least just flying them in general to better understand what's happening on the landscape. But whether we're actually getting a valid sample to begin with, again, that's a question that we're asking ourselves, and I think it's going to take a little bit of time for us to either figure out a better way to do it, or make other decisions about those particular areas and the overall effectiveness of using aerial survey data to inform the population model. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, no, that's perfect. And I think you touched on it actually leading off your presentation, the reliance on not just the flight data, but other metrics that you guys are utilizing to come up with that quota. So yeah, that was great. Thanks, Cody.
Any other questions, comments?
Mrs. Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner Perini. I'll come back to you, Commissioner Caviglia.
Just a real quick question on the models that you have, probably several of them that you've had throughout the west part of here in USA. Do you look together with all those other people doing what they're doing, different than what you're doing? Do you work together with those together? Or is it things that you do in your own models yourself and being able to create it certain ways that you want to have it done? That's just my question.
Yeah, Commissioner Perini, for the record, Cody Schroeder. So I think if your question is, do we kind of look at collaborate with other states to see, what they're doing? So, not formally, we don't get together every year. We do, I'm a member of the Mule Deer Working Group, which is there's a representative from each Western state that's part of WAFWA. We do meet two to three times a year. This comes up, fairly frequently. I would say that a lot of different states are kind of exploring new modeling methods as well, but some are using basically the same methods we are, the spreadsheet type model. We do constantly kind of ask questions of each other, hey, what are you guys doing that's working well, or, trials and tribulations and things like that. So I don't know that it's a formal process, but it's something that we definitely discuss fairly frequently, and we've actually written documents on it that are available on the WAFWA website that specifically pertain to these different types of models and different types of survey methods. And there's examples from kind of different states that we've looked at when we wrote those documents. Tony had a big hand in some of those, that when he was on the working group, when he was in my position, writing some of those. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Sure is. I really appreciate that, because I think being able to talk to other organizations or whatever it is, that's always a good chance to be able to improve yourself even at any of those. So I thought it was real good. I just was curious about that. Thank you.
I guess I would maybe add just one thing I forgot, that, the other outreach that we have is with universities. So we do collaborate with universities, and this kind of maybe speaks to the previous question about, does one size fit all? It obviously doesn't, but we're exploring all kinds of different methods, including remote camera methods that are being more and more used to monitor populations, especially where you have like low detection or low densities of animals. They're really effective for things like carnivores that are notoriously hard to detect. So we're looking at all options, and we're reaching out to partners, including universities, to help us with that.
That's great. Thank you.
Commissioner Caviglia.
I guess I got two more. First, did you guys see did you, on the junior hunts last year, did you see an increase in the doe harvest? Because I know the hunts were difficult, and I've had that question brought up to me, and I'm curious if you saw an increase in doe harvest just because it's harder to harvest a buck. Did you guys see that at all?
Commissioner Caviglia, that's a great question. I did look at that, and it's an important question because there's some implications with the actual quotas. So it's actually the opposite. We actually saw fewer percentage of does in the harvest overall on a statewide level. And the reason that is important is because that does affect the junior quota, because that's that array formula that I showed you. In general, when you have a lower proportion of does in the harvest, it's going to actually disproportionately affect the junior quotas. And it makes them more conservative, because you're going to basically assume the next year that a higher percentage of juniors are going to harvest bucks. And as I mentioned, the currency is the number of bucks removed. So if juniors are going to take more of them, they're going to have their quota is going to, along with success and percentage of does is actually going to play into that quota. And when I started digging into why there was questions about why, like this year, our recommendation for juniors is actually coming down more severely than it is for the regular weapons. That is one of the factors.
Okay, and then I guess my second question too is if you guys like, it's kind of a hypothetical, but if you guys see the success rates going down kind of across the board, and then the tag numbers want to keep creeping up, could you get yourselves in a hole? Do you have a place where you kind of have to stop and go, why are success rates keep diving down? I mean, there's a couple units that they don't dive down a lot, but they just keep trending down. And then the tag, like 10's a good example of that. And then the tag numbers jump way up. And I'm just curious if something like that, would it cause pause where you guys would kind of look at what's going on there? Why continually year over year over year, the success rate goes down? You know what I mean? If that makes sense.
Yeah, so that's a great question, Commissioner Caviglia, and I'll just say that, I mean, that is definitely a concern. So we definitely look at trends, and we don't just, rely. I guess probably the take-home message I want to say is, just to try to reiterate, is we don't look at just one single data point and try to force everything through that success. It's certainly a valid point that if you see declining trends in success, all things being equal, it could take more hunters projected to the next year to achieve the same harvest. However, as Tony alluded to, we look at a lot of other factors. So we look at the ratio, we look at our predictions from the previous year on how many bucks we were predicting to harvest in comparison to the success rates. We have this sort of check and balance system. And then we go out and we fly. Obviously, we can't fly every unit every year, both spring and fall, but that's why we have the model to rely on. So it's not to say that the demand success formula that we have is perfect. I would not support that, but it again, there's other things, there's other data and criteria that we look at some point. Certainly, if we just saw diminishing success rates and the deer, we're not observing them on the landscape, the model is going to constantly be correcting for that and show fewer deer on the landscape. We will certainly pull back on quota recommendations if we see that. Actually, the example that you pointed out with the Ruby Mountains is probably a pretty good one, because I believe, we were fairly conservative on that quota recommendation this year, even more than what we would have been if we would have just stuck with our 30 buck per 100 doe, plugged it into the formula and let it ride. We actually did, that range. We have, those sideboards I talked about with the management objectives. We kind of have some flexibility there. We were fairly conservative there, more than what we could have been or should have been, I should say. Hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you.
Vice Chair Barnes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Well, I'm still reeling with all the information that was thrown at me, trying to get my head wrapped around it. Well, there's a lot of stuff there, and I guess maybe I'm more confused now than when we started. But I do have you're talking about you use the ratios to help set that, and with all the information you guys sent out to us, which was great, I really appreciate it. In fact, I was talking to Mr. Scott last night about all the stuff, and I kind of got derailed because I started going through it, and all of a sudden I thought I was becoming a biologist or something, trying to go through all that. But as I was looking at your buck ratios, there's the observed buck ratio and then the modeled ratio. And in a lot of those sheets, there's a pretty good difference there. Sometimes, there's 2 or 3, or I think someplace I even saw something like 5. So when you have those discrepancies, which one do you use, or how do you balance that? Because that could change the number of tags that model is going to kick out by quite a bit. So yeah, there's one of my questions. And then also, we were talking about fawn ratios as an indicator of population, and I think in the book it was said, Cody, you even said that we've got a higher fawn ratio, but our population is, total deer population is decreasing. So I guess if you could help answer those two for me, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, Commissioner Barnes, members of the commission. So those are really great questions. I'm going to try to do my best. So the first point about the model versus observed buck ratio. So you're definitely right to point out that there's differences there, and it's actually a good thing. We try to, in fact, we would prefer that those are different because we know, as Cody alluded to in his presentation, Cody McKee, that when we go fly, we know there's probably going to be some inherent bias in there, and that bucks are just going to be underrepresented. And so what we observe and what we count is probably going to be underrepresented in most cases, even when we're flying in the peak of red. Certainly when we're closer to that, we know, the bucks are going to be with the does and they're going to be more observable. But you still got little things like smaller bucks, like spikes and 2 points, that might get misclassified when you're flying over a helicopter. The later you get into fall and winter, they tend to distribute more. Bucks will go, kind of off by themselves in ones and twos. And so, you're going to miss some of those. But the model is just accounting for, how many fawns were recruited, how many bucks were harvested, and then this survival rate that we estimate. And so we can use, and Tony talked about this, we can kind of use the difference between those to make sure that they are tracking. If things are wildly not tracking, we definitely have concerns. If we're observing more than we're modeling, certainly we got to take a look at our model and say, hey, maybe we're not doing something right. And we definitely do that. But again, there's this kind of multiple checkpoints that we can look at and true up, and we can even look at the projected harvest versus the real harvest that Cody also alluded to in his example, to kind of help us guide us in that. Maybe we reevaluate when we're surveying or what areas we're surveying if we feel like we're not counting bucks correctly. That's the first part of your question. And then the second part is the fawn ratio versus the population estimate. And I think a couple points there. There's certainly some lag in there with that. But one thing to keep in mind on when I'm presenting this data on a statewide level is, the population estimate is just a compilation of all the different units together. Really it would probably be more helpful to just look at it on an individual level because those are just summed. They're summarized essentially, and the fawn ratio is the same way. So you're not accounting for herds that are larger than others compared to smaller ones is one thing. And then the other point that I wanted to make on that was that actually I forgot my last bullet point on that. I know. So we are constantly correcting models. And if you read through the quota rationale and the status book, you might have noticed that, we made adjustments here and there. So this exact check and balance process that I talked about, if we feel like something's wrong, we may make a change. So really, I guess what I'm getting at is that maybe just on paper, the population estimate, the statewide, dipped, whereas we had a little bit higher fawn ratio. And also, but maybe that was a factor of 2 or 3, models that we had to make adjustments to. We kind of had to artificially lower our population estimate to make them track and to make sure that everything's fitting. And then also just kind of looking back historically, really it's about 35 to 36 fawns per 100 adults is where we're going to look at population stability or increase. And so, even though 33 is better than what it has been, it's still not enough to get us to actually, creating more, because you still got to factor in adult survival and all these other things that affect the population.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer. And your comment about statewide compared to individual units, maybe that's kind of where I was confusing myself, because I was thinking about certain areas, trying to rationale all that with compared to a statewide one, thinking about tomorrow a little bit. So maybe that's where I confused myself a little bit, but thank you. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Keel?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I think this is probably going to be a big point of discussion tomorrow as well. But Cody, on that slide where Cody Schroeder, on the slide that took a look at the population estimate and harvest dating back to 1976, and it looked like to me there was a strong correlation, at least from 2000 on, that anytime there was a spike in the harvest, that there was a small step change down in the population estimate. And I didn't see that correlation, for the first 25 years of that chart. And in my mind, that doesn't reconcile that a stronger harvest, especially with bucks, would have that big of an effect on the overall population. And I don't know if that's a statewide thing, if it's something within the data, but maybe your thoughts around how the buck harvest affects the overall population.
Yeah, Commissioner Keel, for the record, Cody Schroeder. So I think I understand what you're asking. So a couple different points I think I wanted to make, and I probably glossed it over, but there's certainly, there's certainly some conservatism built in there. And I think those years that we did harvest quite a few, and maybe we went out and flew and we didn't quite see as many bucks, maybe the tendency was to be a little bit more conservative the next year. But this whole kind of sense or notion that the buck harvest is affecting the population size, I kind of want to address that, because that's an important part of the whole overall equation. So generally speaking, harvesting males does not have an effect on the population. I mean, certainly you're removing some animals. So the total population, you're removing some animals from the population. But in terms of like affecting the overall rate of change in the population, whether it's increasing or decreasing, that is, I mean, it's primarily female driven, right? So females are the ones producing the fawns, recruiting them into the population. And our doe harvest has been extremely light, especially in modern times. I mean, certainly back in the day, in the 80s, we were harvesting quite a few females. That certainly could have played into that variability. But again, this notion that the buck harvest is kind of driving down the population, I definitely don't think that is what's going on. In fact, I think it might be the opposite. Honestly, I truly think that carrying high buck to doe ratios, especially in drought years and especially in tough conditions or heavier winters when they're concentrated, they're competing with each other for forage. If you watch deer, you'll see some aggression there. There's a pecking order, and the fawns usually they lose out, and the bucks will dominate on those winter ranges, and even other bucks on summer range. So I don't think it's about the harvest. Again, certainly you're taking a certain portion of the population out, so that's going to affect the total population. But that's not really what's affecting, how the population is performing, whether it's increasing or decreasing. And if you just look at kind of the numbers out on the landscape, there's, roughly only one buck out there for every, 3 does on the landscape. So by removing those few bucks, and again, we're so conservative, we're really not having an effect on the overall population, in my opinion. The doe harvest certainly has more of an effect on that. And then in fact, that's what they're sort of designed to do, is to try to keep populations in check, or perhaps even drive them down in certain situations like we did with our elk. several years ago, we were trying to manage those herds down to a certain level. So we had to get pretty aggressive with the female harvest. That definitely can affect your population. But the bucks are just sort of, I hate to say it, but they're almost an accessory part of the population that is a luxury to have. I mean, they're an important part of it. But you can have buck ratios down. I've seen published stuff front in the, less than 10 per 100 and still have, reproduction from the does.
No, thanks for that. And actually, through that, your explanation, I think it flagged it in my mind, because I know the first spike that I saw was around that 2000, which I think there was a really bad wildfire year across northern Nevada. And I think we might have had to do, or the department had to do some emergency depredation doe hunts around that same time. So that might have been the spike in the harvest, and then obviously lack of habitat this following years was probably the reason for that step change down in population. But thanks, Cody.
Commissioner Rogers, and then I'll come to you, Commissioner McNinch.
Yeah, I just had 2 questions. A lot of questions have been answered. This has been great dialogue, but to kind of continue along Commissioner Keel's questioning on the buck harvest, I was just curious if there is a disproportionate number of older age class bucks that are harvested or taken out of any one particular area. As an example, would that have any effect at all on populations when, again, those older age class bucks are taken out, and these younger age class bucks that are attempting to do the breeding, if you will, for those areas, if there's any correlation there at all?
Yeah, Commissioner Rogers. So that's a good question. I don't know that I have a great answer for that. From my understanding, there's certainly some age structure differences out there, and certainly some areas that are managed more conservatively are going to probably carry a higher proportion of older age class animals, and those are definitely targeted. Generally speaking, 5 to 6 years old is kind of when bucks reach their peak maturity in terms of breeding and certainly their antler characteristics. They can carry that for a few years, but at some point they start to kind of senesce. So really harvesting those older age class males isn't really having an effect on the population. I mean, I've seen studies where in Oregon and even in Utah where they looked at yearlings, where they removed all the adults, the older age class adults. And I think they did a study in elk in Oregon where they took out all the mature bulls and they let the yearlings do the breeding, and there was maybe some synchrony differences there, but they in large got the job done, for lack of a better description. And then the same thing they saw with bighorn sheep in Utah when they translocated some sheep onto, I think it was on Antelope Island or maybe a different population, where they looked at the proportion of the translocated, because they only translocated kind of young animals. And they compared that to and there was no difference. So I don't think harvesting the older age class has much of a difference on the breeding production or population performance.
Yeah, Cody, if I might just add a couple of things, it is a good question, Commissioner Rogers, and I know that historically we've taken the questionnaire data and looked at point class and made some assumptions as far as the age of those animals based on point class. And what we see, year in and year out, is that animals are typically harvested according to their representation and availability in the population. So in a year that we have a lot of 3-year-olds, we'll see a lot of those animals in that, small 4.3 point, category. So the data suggests that they're removed from the populations proportional to their abundance and representation. And just as kind of a curiosity, we I guess simulated some age class distribution and then looked at the total quota for a particular area and looked at the percentage of the males that represented and assumed that all of that harvest came out of the oldest age class of animals to see what that might leave in that population. And even doing that still demonstrated that there was an adequate number of 5 and 6 year old bucks in that population and as Cody talked about, I mean, I've seen literature say as few as $5 per 100 does, and where we are with our buck ratios is typically well into the 30s and 40s in some places. And so even if we were to take 100% of those quotas, the harvested animals off the top of the age class, we would still have an adequate number of old age bucks to perform all the necessary breeding in those populations.
Okay, Commissioner McNinch, were you finished, Commissioner Rogers? Okay.
Okay, thank you. So, Cody Schroeder, so appreciate you going over the buck issue. I think that I'm hopeful. I had some cabs contact me as well. So when I'm getting contacted by cabs, I imagine that everybody else is probably getting really pounded by with phone calls and concerns. So I'm hoping that some of the questions or concerns that they have are being addressed. Certainly seems like some of them would be. The one thing that I would ask is, so we kind of addressed the buck issue and how our higher number of buck per 100 does ratio is a luxury more than anything, and how that could create some competition. How does I want to talk about the does for a second, because that's always everyone, I think we all have a tendency to look at the does as you got to have every last doe that's out there because you got to have babies. That's how you make the population grow. That's just, I mean, on its surface, that's exactly how it works. But in reality, that's not how it works. So when we're seeing proposals to remove hundreds of does out of Area 10, for example, what's driving that? Why is that important? And how does that help that population stay stable during the lean times or grow when opportunity presents itself?
Yeah, Commissioner McNinch, great question. Certainly, we get a lot of questions about that as well. I think there's at least two things. One is the doe harvest is really about management of the population. So we're not always trying to necessarily drive the population down or allow it to expand necessarily. There's certainly a bunch of mortality, and hopefully I'll cover this tomorrow. I have another presentation tomorrow. I've given one before at commission meetings that talked about additive versus compensatory mortality and maximum sustained yield, and I've got graphs that I could show you till I'm blue in the face. But generally speaking, to boil it down, doe harvest is a good thing in the sense that, especially in trying times when animals are, compromised in their body condition or the environment, such as a drought, because the more mouths out there on the landscape, they're competing with each other. And does that are in poor condition, we know, are going to have, poor doing fawns. The bucks that are born to those does are going to perform their entire life. There's studies out there that looked at different nutritional differences and feeding trials and things like that and demonstrated this. A colleague of mine in Wyoming, Kevin Monteith, has demonstrated this in mule deer. So it affects the does' productivity and their ability to have fawns, and it affects the bucks and their potential to have antler growth and size. So it is super important. And then, so the other part of that is just the opportunity. I know that it's a bad word in some people's eyes, but these doe hunts are actually extremely popular. I mean, we have over 3,000 applicants for some of these hunts where we only have a few hundred tags. And from my mind anyway, why deny those people the opportunity to take an animal out of the population that's probably going to die anyway, some other type of mortality source? That's what compensatory mortality is. And I'm going to get into that hopefully a little bit tomorrow in my presentation. But for me, it's an important part. And we don't take them lightly. We know it's an issue. You've seen us recommend emergency doe hunts in certain years where fires have been compromised. It's the same principle. We're trying to remove animals off the landscape, basically to save them or to make them healthier and set them up a little better for the future. That's the way I view it anyway.
Thank you, Cody.
Okay. I have two questions that haven't yet been answered. Cody McKee, I have a question for you about the hunter satisfaction survey. Do you ask for feedback with that survey, or is it just a one? I don't remember if it's just a 1 through 5. Is there feedback? So why are we at 3.5 and not at 4, 4.5? Is there any feedback or comments that are given to give you some indication of where we might be able to make adjustments and achieve higher satisfaction?
So, Madam Chair, Cody McKee, Wildlife Staff Specialist, for the record, that is a great question. It's something that we've discussed a little bit, and it also played into our hesitancy to share this information, primarily being because we don't really have a way to compare 1 year's hunter satisfaction to anything else. The best that I can do is compare it to Utah, and I can say that our satisfaction scores are comparable and if not higher than many of the hunts that Utah asks a very similar question on. This was something that we decided to do with the intent of evolving this over time. So we felt that we could introduce a question this year, decide on maybe the best way to go forward. Perhaps we do ask for direct feedback, or maybe we start to frame that question or add additional questions to kind of drill down into what a satisfying hunt experience really means.
Mm-hmm.
Without spoiling anything from tomorrow's presentations, I can say that when we looked at hunt satisfaction statewide, more people responded that they had either a very satisfying hunt experience or a moderately satisfying hunt experience than any of the other categories combined. And it's a very, very dramatic difference. And so there's some interesting information there to be gleaned. And again, it is hard when we don't have like a temporal long-term data set to make comparisons, but we can make those comparisons within the state. And just going back to the examples that I showed between an alternative area with success that's nearing 100% compared to a standard area where success in one of those hunts was 22%, and we still had a success rate that was nearly identical between those two areas, or I'm sorry, a average hunter satisfaction that was nearly identical between those two areas. So I have my own opinions about what that means, and to be honest, I'm going to dive into what I suspect is happening. I think that we have a portion of hunters that we're literally never going to satisfy. And I think that shines through on these satisfaction surveys. Now, I don't know what proportion of the difference from 3.9 to 5.0 that might be, but I do think that plays a part. Hunting has changed the last 15 years. We're bombarded with trophy shots on Instagram. We see videos on Facebook. There's a new hunting camo company line with pictures of big bucks and bulls coming out every day. And I do think that influences our constituents, our hunters, and the expectation that when they're in the field, that they should be seeing similar animals, even though the likelihood of producing a 200-inch buck or a 400-inch bull is very small, and it requires a lot of things: a mom that's in healthy conditions, adequate nutritional conditions, minerals. All of the planets have to align to create these types of animals. And unfortunately, I think there's a segment of hunters that go out into the field and they expect that that's their expectation. And unfortunately, we're just never going to satisfy them.
And I would agree with you. I've found in many surveys that open-ended questions like that result in more complaints than they do in compliments. So I was just curious about that. And then for Cody Schroeder, and Commissioner McNinch brought this up, as I think a couple of others have too. And I don't want you to beat this because I think I've got my answer, but we've heard this model is broken and it's antiquated and it's this and it's that. And I think I got my answer today, so I feel pretty good about that. But can you tell me, so I think what Commissioner Cavilla was trying to get at earlier was the environmental influences, and I think you answered that, but then you went on to talk about carrying capacity. And so where does that come into play with the model, or does it? Is that an added feature? So once you get to your number and then you say, well, really this unit, especially with some of our sheep down in Southern Nevada, I feel like we've all discussed the idea that we might have to take some off the landscape. So where does that come into play with the model, or does it? And did I miss that or not understand it?
Yeah, Chairwoman East, it's a good question. I'll try my best. So, I mean, at first, I wouldn't want to say that our model is broken. I don't think it is. Honestly, they've been serving us well.
I don't think it is now that I've seen this again either. I think there's people that, like you said, they expect counts and not classification. So I get that. So I just wanted to share that so it's on the record. Okay.
Well, I guess I'll just add, we're always looking to improve, and just like just think about technology, it's constantly evolving and we're always looking for a better mousetrap. But in terms of carrying capacity, there isn't a feature in the model. Unfortunately, it's probably one of the hardest things to define as wildlife biologists, and it actually honestly is constantly changing. So there's not a feature even in any kind of model that would account for it. I think probably where it plays in more is we've got certain areas of the state where we know we're probably looking at approaching carrying capacity when we get to a certain level, just based on years and years of data, biologists that have passed on knowledge. We go out and we collect ancillary data as well. So we capture mule deer, for instance. We might collect body condition data, and when we see poor body condition, that's certainly an indicator. I actually have a whole list, and I'll try to share that tomorrow in a presentation of indicators. But there's really nothing in the model that shows that it would probably be where it's borne out more is where you see changes in survival rates and fawn reproduction. Because generally speaking, when you hit carrying capacity, the does start doing poorly. They start performing poorly, and that's why you see declining fawn ratios. And that certainly can be an indicator. But it's not like there's a magic number in there that, when they hit this level, we know we're at carrying capacity. Again, that can fluctuate from year to year, and even perhaps within a year, depending on the condition. So it's kind of a nebulous thing. But certainly bringing in when I talked about the kind of the newer models that maybe can bring in, environmental data and things like that, we can kind of make more predictions on when we're going to hit those carrying capacities and maybe the effects of them on the population.
Okay, thank you. I think that was it. Everybody else asked all of the other questions that I had. So any other questions for Cody's or Mike? Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had one quick comment for Cody McGee. It's been a good 15 plus years now, but there was a meeting where the farm rep at the time, Eric Olson, I believe it was in Winnemucca during one of the cab workshops, and he asked everybody in the room, if you were to get a bull elk tag, what would you classify as a successful hunt if you got a bull elk? Well, what score would send you over the top? And I think we were all kind of surprised that it was still. I think the number landed on about 350. That people thought that was just asking a lot to get a 350 bull, even though the quality of bulls in Nevada are very capable of producing that regularly. And I'm wondering what that number would be now, based on your thoughts and what you might be seeing. You know, if there's been a shift in that, you know, some of your theories and stuff, I'd be kind of interested to see where that plays out. And I mean, we could go back and look at the record. It might have even been a little bit lower, but it wasn't 400 like you might think it would be. People had a fairly reasonable expectation that would be a really good deal if they got something like that. So, and then the last thing, how does it feel? When you started with the department, did you think that you would ever be called the lead moose biologist?
Commissioner McNitch, I didn't. I think I really fell into this position more so than anything. I got really lucky, to be honest. I mean, we don't really spend a lot of time talking about our background, but you know, when I started in the field right after college, I spent a lot of time working on an elk ecology study for Idaho Fish and Game, and eventually worked my way to grad school and like I said, backed my way into this elk position, which was kind of the dream job for me, at least at this point in my career. And I think the moose is like this extra added ancillary benefit. Now, I don't get to claim all the glory. We have a lot of great biologists, Carrie Hubner especially, who has really carried the torch on moose over the last several years, but to at least have a seat at the table is really cool. And you know, very few biologists get to be in a position where you're talking about a new big game species that has repatriated or patriated a state on its own without our assistance. And going to your other point about a 350 bull versus 15 years ago versus what someone might think of as acceptable now, I have definitely talked to people on the phone that would consider a 350 bull a maybe last day shooter in Nevada. Now, I can't say that everybody carries that perspective, but there's certainly hunters out there that expect much more than that. And in the face of changing environments, you know, trying to make sure that everybody gets a chance to at least pursue elk in the state, that's going to be a very hard benchmark for us to achieve going forward, unless we get some changes in weather conditions, maybe some help on our ranges with respect to competition among other animals that might be out there, especially on critical water sources, and even the number of animals that we can carry. So we'll see where that takes us, but my suspicion is that that's only going to keep going up.
Yeah, I agree.
We need to have a discussion about moose. Future topic. Okay, any other questions for, yes, Commissioner Cavilla?
You guys have heard enough of me, but I think this has been a good conversation. I have another question backing up to the does and just listening. And I guess the does come up every year. It's a big deal. And I believe the term you used was a compensatory harvest. The question is we go kill those does, are the other does still going to die? You know what I mean? And then if you use that logic that, well, we're going to take some does off the landscape for the benefit of everything, you could use that in every unit in the state, right? Just kind of being the devil's advocate. And then how do you determine what units to kill the does? And I know for the most part, it's the biggest herds in the state. And I guess my question is it purely just an opportunity hunt? Because and if it is, it is, you know what I mean? But it's every year there's a lot of people that have a lot of heartburn with the doe hunts. I guess that's my question.
Yeah, Commissioner Cavilla. So yeah, I don't know quite how to answer that, but we definitely have them in our higher density areas. We tend to have them there. So one, you can kind of sustain, all things being equal, you can sustain a little bit more harvest with those bigger populations and not really have an effect on the population. Honestly, I don't know where we're at right now anyway with our doe harvest that we're truly affecting the population. It's my opinion that we could have more, honestly, that we probably should have more. Some of it has to do with just, the unpopularity of them, I guess, from certain constituents. But certainly your smaller herds are going to be a little bit more vulnerable or susceptible to, changing anything. So there is, I guess, potential there. We've got the junior harvest, so we can, use that to at least help us gauge kind of where we're at in terms of doe harvest and take some animals off the landscape to reduce densities, but it's probably not having a big effect on the overall condition of the animals. I think we try to keep them there as a management tool, because if in a year that we really do need them, let's say we had a high winter or maybe a big fire happen, we could certainly look at increasing those. The way we set the seasons, it's kind of a 2-year process. And once we get them out there, we have to have some type of quota. But we do have these emergency hunts, as I mentioned before, that we've used in the past. And those are really a lot more aggressive, kind of targeted at, well, really, we're trying to reduce the population, reduce the densities of animals on the landscape. That's kind of what they're intended to do. There's a certain amount of compensation there that you can have this harvest. And that's the whole point about additive versus compensatory. If it's truly compensatory, it can't also be additive at the same time. Hopefully I can convey it a little bit more tomorrow. But it comes down to body condition and, animals getting taken off the landscape by other factors, predation, road hits, just dying of old age and malnutrition that play into that. So this light harvest that we have on does, we're probably not affecting the population trajectory too much, but in certain times, in certain areas where we need them, we like to have them to use them as a management tool to try to affect the population, to try to affect the density of animals on the landscape. There are definitely consequences to not doing anything, not having doe harvests. There's a classic example on the Kaibab from Arizona that Aldo Leopold documented, where a deer herd took off, exponential growth, and expanded carrying capacity and came crashing down. And really they affected the landscape so much that they actually changed the carrying capacity of the land. That can definitely happen. There's papers on that I can share with you that document that. I don't think we're in a situation where we're like that in Nevada. We haven't really seen any populations taken off like that, but we can certainly use them to mitigate, things like, when animals get maybe out of whack with what the landscape can support.
Cody, if I might add, I think one of the challenges is when we think about generational time for humans, we're thinking about 20 years before we're, having kids and replacing. When you think about deer, they're really good at producing young when they're in good body condition. And it's one of the most counterintuitive things in all of wildlife management, how fewer does can produce more fawns. And it gets back to that maximum sustainable yield that Cody referenced earlier and was in his presentation that he gave over in Ely. It's counterintuitive to imagine that 50 does, at one fawn per doe could actually produce more than 100 does producing at 33 where we are now. And so it's really, when we think about these does as reproductive machinery and producing fawns that are contributing to that population, oftentimes we look at harvest as a really tangible source of mortality. along with predators. And that's why we place so much emphasis on predator control and so much emphasis on the curtailment of recreational harvest, because those are the two most tangible sources of mortality. It's so counterintuitive that if we actually took more of those females in places where those populations were out of balance with the carrying capacity, where those other measures and other metrics that Cody talked about, those fawn ratios, those survival rates, demonstrated that perhaps carrying capacity was limiting those populations, we would not only have more fawns, but we would have more bucks to harvest. You could have a smaller population that is in better balance with the carrying capacity, producing more fawns of higher quality that would have a greater ability to grow higher quality antlers and have a higher resulting experience. And so I look at the screen and I see Mike Scott, who's been with the department now well over 30 years and could retire, but he's here because he says, I want to do something for mule deer before I leave. And the mule deer enhancement, the whole concept of the program was born with some of Mike's desires and ideas. I look at Cody, who I know are hardcore mule deer enthusiasts. They aren't biologists who like to hunt. They're outdoors people who got into biology because of their passion for mule deer. And there's none of us that want to compromise or sacrifice the population, the herd, of the quality of the herd, the reproductive capacity of the herd, the habitat upon which the herd depends, for any reason. And one of those reasons in particular that I want to mention is the notion that somehow we would generate tags, whether they be doe tags or buck tags, solely for the purpose of revenue for the department. And I see it, I hear it every year, emails, social media channels. Oh, they're just departments trying to get more money. So we just ran some quick numbers that I want to share with you, and I may bring them up tomorrow. But if we look at deer tags and we talk about adding 100 deer tags to the recommended quota, and if we use commission direction in terms of that 90-10 split resident, non-resident, and apply the price for resident and non-resident tags, to add 100 deer tags to the state quota generates $5,100. If we added 100 elk tags on top of that, we're talking about $20,900 for 100 deer tags, 100 cow elk tags. 500 deer tags. We wanted to get really aggressive and add 500 deer tags, $25,500 to the department's bottom line. Our budget would go up $25,000. If we added 500 cow elk tags, 500 deer tags, 1,000 tags total, we're talking about $104,000. That's 0.5% of our total budget. It's not about revenue. It's not about trucks or tools or helicopters. It's about the resource, the habitat, and fulfilling our statutory charge, which is taking care of the animals and providing some recreational opportunity. So I appreciate the opportunity to share that.
Thank you, Director Wasley. Any other questions? All right. Oh, Commissioner Ollenberg.
It's just a comment more than a question through there. Earlier today we heard about the increase in the use of people doing the alternate choice, and part of that I believe was because we educated them. And part of the misconceptions with the quota setting and our population estimates is also, again, it's lack of understanding. And so as I look at this participation, there's 48 people participating. Some of us have heard this before and have a little better understanding. It's how do we get this message out to everybody? And one of the things I think the department has done really well at is doing explanations in the regs that come out, the season settings. When we talk about now we have the first come, first serve, we explain that in that. And that's something that reaches all the sportsmen. And so by, some of these misconceptions about, look, we're not, every time we come up with these these ratios, everybody wants to tie it to a population estimate, and it's that in itself is not what it is. It's classification. And then also the other one, that misconception I think that's common in our conversation today is this the demand and success, how that all works. And so I would continue, if we can continue to educate more than just us, educate the CAB members and the general sportsmen, I think these conversations may start, make it a little easier as time goes by.
Thank you, Commissioner Allenberg. Good points. Okay. Well, we are going to see you guys back here tomorrow morning. So let's take a 10-minute break and come back at 4 o'clock, and we'll finish up our agenda with our predation management plan and public comment. Okay, thanks. Okay. We can come back. It's almost 4 o'clock. We'll give it another minute. Oh, now it's 4 o'clock. My apologies for breaking kind of quickly there. That was just amazing discussion and information. I was trying to see where AB 211 is on the agenda, and there it's already being heard. So I will send a note out as soon as we're done to the Senate Natural Resources. Okay, just got a note from Kirsten. Had to take a client call. We'll rejoin shortly, Kirsten. Okay, so moving on to agenda item number 10, final draft fiscal year 2022 predation management plan, wildlife staff specialist Pat Jackson for possible action. The commission will review the final draft of the fiscal year 2022 draft predation management plan with the department. The commission may take action to modify or endorse the plan. So Mr. Jackson, when you're ready. Where is he? Oh, there he is.
I am right here.
Hi, it's good to see you.
Yeah, let me I'm trying to stand instead of sit. But yeah, so Pat Jackson, Predator Management Staff Specialist for the record, here to present the final draft of the fiscal year 2020 Predator Management Plan. And let me share my screen. Can everyone see that? Great. So no major changes this year on a 30,000 foot level. And I will briefly go over each project, and then I'll entertain any and all questions at the end. So a summary on plans and reports. It can get kind of jumbled and messy remembering where we're at. So the department's fiscal year goes from July 1 to June 30 of the following year, keeping that in mind. So in November, I presented on the fiscal year 2020 plan. We're currently in fiscal year and spending on 2021. I am presenting you the plan that would start July 1 of 2022 for that fiscal year. And all our different plans and reports are available on the website. Just go to your favorite search engine, type in NDOW Predator Management, and you'll find that page. A little bit about the $3 fee. It now, anytime anyone applies to a big game or turkey tag, they pay that $3 Predator fee. The most recent year that we have accurate accounting for, we generated almost $800,000, of which $14,000 goes to the Nevada Department of Agriculture. The remainder is allocated towards Predator projects as seen in this plan, also goes towards staff salary overhead. And if funds are not spent, it does remain in reserve for future years. It does not revert back. So the ways that we can spend the $3 fee on projects within the Predator plan on the management of predatory wildlife, research on lethal control techniques, predatory wildlife, and the protection of sensitive species. And we are also required to spend 80% of revenues for which we have accurate accounting on lethal removal. And a subset of that lethal removal can be spent on monitoring, and that monitoring counts towards that 80% mandate. So the budget summary, if you look at our income from fiscal year 2020, we need to spend, in order to meet that 80% mandate, $637,830. And in this plan, I'm proposing to spend up to $749,000. Obviously, we don't have a crystal ball, and so we might spend a little over on one project and under on another. But assuming COVID doesn't flare back up, we should not have any issue meeting that 80% mandate. So projects recommended for continuation from one fiscal year to the next. The first, Project 21, Greater Sage Grouse Protection. This is a collaboration with Wildlife Services to remove common ravens for the protection of greater sage grouse. And we use a herbicide known as DRC 1339 that's put into hard-boiled chicken eggs and put out in areas where raven densities are high, and raven densities are high everywhere in Nevada. So it's really ravens are removed to create temporary voids around sage grouse nesting areas and leks before and during those seasons. Oh, and that project has a total of $175,000. Project 2201 is a continuation of mountain lion removal to protect California bighorn sheep. $90,000 project. The goal here is to establish self-sustaining herds in 011 and 013. And we use both wildlife services and private contractors to meet those goals. These are some population metrics that I established with the commission a few years ago. We are still under that 60 individuals for 011 and 60 individuals for 013. And so we are proactively removing mountain lions in the area year round. 22074, very similar to the previous project, just to protect Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep up in Hunt Unit 074. This project is a little further along, where we are using GPS collars to mark bighorn sheep and only removing lions that might be consuming those sheep. To date, mountain lion predation is not a limiting factor on that small population. I think that if there's a beginning and a middle and an end of a predator project, this one is very proudly in the middle, where we're predominantly using funds to purchase and deploy GPS transmitters, but still have funds available to remove lions if they become a problem. And when I first started and this project first started, we did not have we did not have a Rocky tag in that area. And in the last couple of years, we've been able to produce one for sportsman's availability. So I'm proud and excited about that. Project 37, big game protection, removal of mountain lions. These are some metrics that I use to work with area game biologists. This doesn't mean that predator removal would certainly happen. It's more of a beginning conversation to say, hey, we're concerned about your population. Do you think predation is limiting? Project 37, $100,000 a year. We use wildlife services and private contractors to remove lions, predominantly for the protection of bighorn sheep. And we identify where lions may or may not be problematic through a combination of GPS collar locations, trail cameras, and finding dead sheep. Similar to Project 37, big game protection, coyotes. This is statewide, allows us to remove coyotes around the state if and when they are a limiting factor. Also has a budget of $100,000. To date, we just use wildlife services for this work, and it's predominantly done in areas where pronghorn fawn to doe ratios are low, and we'd like to see those ratios improve. And so wildlife services predominantly conducts aerial removal right about now in the spring and early summer during the fawning time. Project 40, this is coyote and mountain lion removal to complement multifaceted management in Eureka County, budget of also $100,000. And so we are actually connecting both coyote and mountain lion removal in Hunt Unit 144 to complement previously conducted work that consists of a feral horse roundup, pinyon juniper removal, and then also some county-funded predator removal efforts. Project 41, this is the first project that's non-lethal, and so this qualifies for Pittman-Robertson funding. This is looking at common raven populations in biology across the state. Has a large budget, however, only 25% of that comes from the $3 predator fee. The rest is Pittman-Robertson funding. And so this is just a slew of different topics looking at ravens, from deploying transmitters to abundance estimates, habitat use, all sorts of things. And then I should have put a slide in here about this. With the state lifting its restrictions in late August, early September, we, the department, are intending to host a Raven workshop in Elko County. I believe I will be at the June meeting and can provide more on that, but that's open to managers and members of the public. So if you're interested in that, please feel free to reach out to me and I can give you more details. Project 42 is assessing mountain lion harvest in Nevada. This is an experimentation project. It's basically an integrated population model looking at our harvest, GPS data, and a few other tidbits of data that we have on mountain lions. It would give us a more robust, or it would give us a robust population estimate, and then also some holes in the data that we may choose to fill in. I do have the preliminary report, and we'll be sharing that with the commission in November. And so we're proposing to continue and extend this project. Project 43, meso predator removal to protect waterfowl, turkeys, and pheasants on wildlife management areas. This is predominantly for the protection of waterfowl and turkeys. Budget of $50,000 on Overton and Mason Valley wildlife management areas. We've done this for several years now. Wildlife Services goes out and removes meso predators in the spring to increase clutches of both waterfowl and turkey. Project 44, lethal removal and monitoring of mountain lions in Area 24. This started out just in the Delamars and is expanded to all of units 23 and 24. We have GPS collars out on lions, are visiting those kill sites, removing lions at each sheep, but we're now also increasingly interested in the diets of these horses, these lions in the area. The overall average of the study sample is about lions, about 20% of their diet constitutes feral horse. And so that's very interesting. And this removal project also conveniently is coinciding with the BLM planning on conducting a horse removal. And so we are interested in what these lions that, at least to a degree, are consuming horses are going to do after a fair amount of biomass is taken off of the landscape. Project 45, passive survey estimate of black bears in Nevada. This is now kind of mending together with Project 46 that I'm about to speak of. This is a 3-year project that was a series of trail cameras and hair snares, and the trail cameras have greatly eclipsed the hair snares as far as utility. It's a collaboration with Oxford and University of Montana, and the trail cameras are now main focus. And so where there used to be a lot of technicians that went out in the summer and visited approximately 100 hair snares and trail cameras every 2 weeks, it's now evolving into maintaining that grid, but only trail cameras, and they only need visited once every 6 months. And this is what that trail camera grid looks like in and around Reno. And here's some nice pictures. Anytime you conduct a trail camera project, I think they've captured and processed about 3 million photos now. A lot of those are going to be grass in the wind, or maybe the ear or snout of an animal, but you do get some high quality photos. So it's a nice up to this project. Project 46, investigating potential limiting factors of mule deer in Northwest Nevada. This is a continuation of this project. $160,000, again, qualifies for Pittman Robertson, occurring across Northwest Nevada. And so we are hoping to estimate the populations of lions, horses, mule deer, and pronghorn. And also I should have bears in there and look at that throughout the year. And this is a collaboration with Oxford and the University of Montana and year-round monitoring. And so this is what that camera grid looks like, and you can see how that's connected to and a continuation of the existing trail camera project to the south. So I actually summoned I did include it. So I'm going to go down a rabbit hole for a little bit. Just this last week, Cody Schroeder, myself, and the collaborators with Project 46 talked to Bob Montgomery with Oxford and Josh Millspaw with Montana. And the topic of moose senescence came up. And so just to briefly cover that. So this is a moose. This is not in the Jar Bridge. This is actually in northern Michigan. The name of that national park is escaping me. I apologize. But anyway, this is Island Royale. So this is an island where there's wolves and there's moose, and this has been studied for a very long time. And so if you think about senescence, an animal reaching senescence is the same as the individual here on the very right side, where you're past your prime. And so what happens to moose once they reach senescence? And so if you were a wolf and you ate moose on Island Royale, would you prefer the moose on the left or the right? And you would probably have less of a risk and more of a reward if you focused on moose that reach senescence, such as the one on the left. And so Bob Montgomery, one of our collaborators with Project 46, mentioned some papers that he had on this very issue and habitat selection based on moose senescence. So moose in their prime and moose in once they've reached senescence use habitat on Island Royale fairly differently. And so these are estimated distributions of moose, such as on the left, and wolves on the right. You can see there's a fair amount of overlap, but it's not complete. If you're interested in either of these papers, feel free to reach out to me. I'm happy to share them. And so this is a little noisy for a PowerPoint presentation. I also pulled it out of the manuscript. But there was a notable difference in the habitat that senescent moose were died and eaten in by wolves, and prime moose that were eaten by wolves. And so this created an interesting conversation and a topic around, well, what's the body condition and proportion of animals that have reached senescence in Northwest Nevada, which brought us to tooth wear. And so animals reach senescence a little differently than humans do, since they have to survive on their own on the landscape. And so just as a very interesting, again, I said we'd go down a rabbit hole tangent. We're hoping to collar some mule deer with this project, and we'll be taking a dental imprint of deer and then doing kill site visitations or looking at them when they're harvested to see that tooth wear, with an interest in our mule deer in Northwest Nevada's teeth wearing out at a quicker rate than other parts of the state, putting them in poor body condition and therefore driving their habitat selection. So hopefully I put a bow on that for you. And with that, I will entertain any and all questions.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. You always entertain me.
I hope that's a good thing.
It is, especially at 4 o'clock on a Friday afternoon.
The last conference I was at before COVID struck, I gave an oral presentation at the end, and I think 3 people came up to me, and 2, their initial comment was, "I really appreciate your sense of humor." And though flattering, I thought maybe I should throttle back on my jokes a little bit.
No, we're appropriate. Hey, I have a quick question for you, and then I'll open it up. Actually, I have probably a couple of them, but could there be a correlation with the moose and the wolf with the mountain lion and the horse, the feral horse? Is that, I don't know if maybe there was something you were trying to talk about there in project.
So are you asking?
I've asked you this before. Is there, I mean, and I know you're going to be studying it, and with the removal of those horses, you know, we have seen the lions taking on a little bit of a horse diet. So could there be a correlation with that, with the horses that maybe aren't doing so well and the lions?
So that's a really interesting question. So I can tell you that the majority of horses that are eaten in Southeast Nevada, units 23 and 24, the majority are yearlings. So they're smaller bodied animals. However, there are adults eaten, particularly a subset of the marked lions tend to focus more on horses, and those individuals tend to eat more adult horses. It's also interesting, horses across the state, and I only know a very small amount about this, but horses across the state of Nevada don't have the same exact genetic background. And the body size in Southeast Nevada is substantially smaller than in other parts of the state, which probably makes them more susceptible to lions, since they're not quite as challenging to take down. But I don't know. Horses are much more long-lived than moose, but I don't think that I can answer that right now. If lions that take an adult horse, if it's reached senescence or not, I don't know.
Okay.
But I like that question.
Thanks. Any other questions for Mr. Jackson? Commissioner Keel?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair and Mr. Jackson. Yeah, I think from what I recall, when we were down on that project 44, there was a little bit of a correlation with like 3 to 4 year old horses when their teeth were changing and their body condition was going down. But my question on project 44, do we have a date on that horse gather? And then also, while I've got you, on projects 37 and 38, where you coordinate with the staff biologist, can you just give me a little background on, have we been expending the full budgeted amount there? Does that dollar amount cover the area biologist's needs or concerns, or is money going back in the pot? Or just a brief update on project 37, 38 as well.
So your question is on the expenditures of projects 37 and 38.
Correct. And
Okay.
if there's enough money, and just maybe get into some of that coordination with the area biologist, and how are those projects going?
Well, so project 37, the removal of lions, that is more of a year-round project, because we are removing lions to protect sheep, which year-round challenge. Project 38, removal of coyotes, we really just conduct coyote removal before and during fawning season. So that's more of a boom and bust schedule, if you will. I cannot speak to the exact expenditures for this year. I have not summarized them, but I can tell you from what I recall from the November presentation on the predator report, we were pretty close with both. I don't think that those projects need more money at the moment, but we do have a new fiscal deputy director, and I can tell you that she spent the last several weeks of her starting career with NDOW re-summarizing my budget and several others. But to my most updated understanding, I do have reserves, and so I think it's within the department's wherewithal and ability to tap into that and spend more if we needed to in the upcoming year. So I'm comfortable with the $100,000 on both for right now. And then I'd also like to make a comment on the record that Wildlife Services has done an outstanding job of continuing to rise to the occasion during COVID and the various challenges that it's presented. So I've been really happy with how well they've done.
Thanks, Mr. Jackson. Just so, did they have a date on the horse gather down in Fort?
Oh, I apologize, I didn't answer that.
No.
I don't know that off the top of my head. I'll have to look into that and get back to you.
I don't know that they do. I saw something this week, and I can forward it to you, Commissioner Keel, that was asking for comment by May 13th. So I'm not sure if they have a date set yet, but I may be incorrect. So.
No, that's good. I'm extremely curious to those results too. After those horses are off the landscape, what'll happen? So
yeah,
appreciate it.
Agreed. You bet. Any other questions for Mr. Jackson?
Well, I'll make another comment on Project 44. We do have outside collaborators now that have brought a fair amount of effort and funding to the project. It's the USGS out of Fort Collins, and that's Dr. Kate Seneker and then Dr. Dave Stoner out of Utah State. And at the November meeting, I will invite one or both of them to give a short presentation with a different flavor on how this is progressing. Because lions consuming feral horses, I think, is pretty interesting to a lot of different people.
Mm-hmm. especially since we've just got such an abundance of horses. Okay, other questions, comments? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Oh, that brings us to agenda item number 11, public comment period. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Persons wishing to comment are invited to raise their hands in the virtual meeting forum and will be individually called upon until all wishing to comment have had the chance to do so. So we'll take public comment. Here. Okay, Mr. Goltz.
Madam Chair, I hate to interrupt, but maybe I totally missed something. Did we need to go out to public comment or take action on item number 10?
Yes, I'm so sorry.
That's
we
okay.
do. Yes,
I didn't
thank
know
you. Let's go
what
back.
your plans were, so I wanted to ask. So.
It is almost 5 o'clock, but
It is.
I do need you all to take action on this item.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry. My bad. Okay, so we do need to take action on agenda item number 10. Any discussion on Mr. Jackson's predator plan? Okay, seeing none, we'll take public comment now on the predator management plan. Do we have any public comment on the predator management plan? Okay, Mr. Dixon? Are we getting Mr. Dixon to join us? Here he comes.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
I can, thank you. Go ahead.
I've lost the ability.
There you are. Oh,
I can't hear you, so I apologize. I'm having problems here, so
okay.
if you can hear me, Tiffany, just raise your hand so I know that I'm there. Okay. What I wanted to say is that at the Clark Cab, we've been doing Raven projects now for 10 plus years, and we're hoping that the department in their summary report for Predator Plan will basically not only tell us how much money we've spent, but what have actually we learned and what are the results of that. I know we're heading on to some new studies right now, but we've been putting 100,000 plus a year into Raven removal for quite a while. And I'd like to know whether that's led us to getting, the ability to get higher limits for Raven removal out there, or if there's other things that we've learned from 10 years, because I've really not seen a fully organized put together of all that, Tony. So we were asking about that. The other question I think that the cab had, and of course you're going to love this. I dropped my thing off here, but on the there was a question raised by Vice Chair Reese about fawn recruitment and whether coyotes and stuff look at that, and whether when we do coyote removal, we always look at doing it at the time of the year when both our antelope and our mule deer are fawning, or even our elk. The real question is do we know what sort of mortality rate we have in areas where we don't do coyote removal? Have we ever done that study? That was a question that was asked of me, and it could be a non-lethal study, so you could get Pittman Robertson dollars for it or something like that and add to it. But that's a study we hadn't seen. Those are the two main things that we wanted to look at. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Okay. Catherine Smith. Is Ms. Smith joining us? There she comes.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can, thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. This is Catherine Smith with Washoe County. Actually, Dr. Dixon brought up most of the points, or some of the points that I wanted to bring up. I didn't see a lot of information on cost effectiveness. Project 21 has been going on for over a decade. And in the past, in predator plans, it hadn't been shown to benefit grouse populations when compared to similar areas. So I guess my question is when we don't see a benefit, is it okay to kill large numbers of these predators? Or maybe better stated, is it okay to kill the predators as long as you don't feel their overall population is threatened? Are they expendable? And the other question I had, because it wasn't brought up this legislative session, is the commission supportive of the 80% mandate that was brought in legislatively? What does the commission feel about when wildlife management is legislated like this, and why was a potential bill not supported in the legislature? Because the department can't do that. They have kind of been effectively muzzled by the sportsmen. And the other thing I wanted to say is to discuss the role of predators, because they not only have a downstream diversity role, but they also limit disease spread. And now we're bringing up hemorrhagic rabbit disease and chronic wasting disease, which will be coming to Nevada. And we keep our predator population so artificially depressed that I think we have to consider that the decisions of the commission might be part of a growing problem threatening the long-term health of the wildlife species. And finally, with the water concerns in the state, don't we have to ask ourselves that this money might be better spent on habitat improvement and water supply efforts? I do understand these are sportsmen's dollars, but this is our collective wildlife. So I'm hoping that you take these into consideration, because just as was mentioned in some of the discussion earlier, I think when we don't have predators and when we keep these numbers at really high carrying capacities, we end up hurting our long-term population of ungulates even, and we definitely decrease our diversity downstream. So disease is going to become more and more of an issue, especially with drought. So I'm hoping that you take these things into consideration for the long-term health of the wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on the predator management plan? Just raise your hand. Okay, I don't see any, so I'll bring it back to the commission for discussion or a motion. Commissioner Almberg.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to accept the fiscal year 2022 predation management plan as presented.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
And I have a second. Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Almberg and a second by Vice Chair Barnes to accept the 2022 predation management plan. All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, motion carries 8-0 with Commissioner Hubbs away from the meeting. Okay.
Madam Chair, if I may mention one other thing, I should have put this in the PowerPoint presentation. I get a lot of questions on products and what we've discovered. If you go to the same part on our website where all the previous plans and reports are, I've compiled a $3 predator feed bibliography, and there's over 5 pages of various scientific presentations and reports that have resulted from funding, at least in part, from this fee. I have links to some of those publications. You should be able to punch the title of many into Google and find it. And if anyone, any of the members of the commission or members of the public, cabs, etc., have trouble finding a manuscript, you can email me at pjackson@ndow.org, and I can help you get that. And as far as more information on ravens, please try to come to the workshop in Elko.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. What's the date on that workshop in Elko?
It's Monday, August 30th to Wednesday, September 2nd.
It's 30 through September 2nd. Okay, great. Super, thank you. Okay, now we'll move on to public comment. Agenda item number 11, public comment period. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Persons wishing to comment are invited to raise their hands in the virtual forum and will be individually called upon until all wishing to comment have had the chance to do so. So, Mr. Volz.
Can you hear me now?
We can, thank you.
Great,
Please.
thank you. Yes, for the record, Fred Volz. I'd like to quickly point out a problem that seems to be happening on a regular basis. There are no support materials that have been posted either for the predation management plan that was just discussed, for the quota setting presentation from the Codys and Mr. Smith's presentation this morning. And for the public to be informed about what's going on and to read this in advance and reflect on it, it's very important to have the information before it's presented and dropped on us. So I would hope that that could be improved upon. And FYI, the fiscal year 2022 plan that you just passed for predation is not posted on the NDOW website. I just went to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
Madam Chair, if there is no other public comment, I know that the Finance Committee Chair Gilly Yannick is here and would like to make some public comment relative to CAB budgets. We've been struggling in getting CAB input relative to their budget desires for the next year, and want to put that call out. And so I don't know, Gil, if you're able to unmute yourself and maybe share what it is you're looking for from those county advisory boards, I appreciate it.
That would be great, because I did have a question from, I believe it was Mr. McVickers from White Pine County last night. So that would be fantastic.
Here we go. Do you guys hear
Hi.
me?
Yeah, so we can
Thank
see you
you.
too.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to make this brief because I know you've got a lot of things going on. I've been coming before the commission for the past 18 years. That's a long time. And usually I come prepared with a request with an exact dollar amount that I'd like the commission to approve so we can distribute that amongst the CABs that are anxiously awaiting some funding. This year, I have to apologize to the commission. Communication has been extremely poor, not only with the CABs, but with the county treasurers. It's very difficult for us to make a specific amount available if we don't know what they need to attend the various meetings based upon what they have in their treasury. We send out a spreadsheet that I created eons ago, and it's a simple spreadsheet. Are you going? Yes, no. How are you going to go? Car, train, plane, walk? You know, those simple questions to answer, and the spreadsheet does all the work for the CABs. This year, it's like trying to pull teeth. We've sent out letters, we've sent out emails, and I don't know what to, I'm asking the commission for a little power, or if their influence can come again to request the cabs. This is serious. You're not going to have the funds to operate if you don't put in a budget that will be hopefully eventually approved. So the ball is really in their court, because if we don't hear from them, they're not going to get anything. And with the pandemic, I know it's difficult to hold a meeting. You know, Carson does it electronically. Not every county has that capability, and we recognize that. But we don't want to let that be a roadblock for the cabs to have their meetings. If they have to hire secretarial service, rent a facility, advertise in the paper about their meetings, we want to provide them with the funds necessary to carry on their duties. But if we don't hear from them or their county treasurer, our hands are tied. I can't come before you and wave my hands in the air and say, why don't we use last year's numbers?
Agreed.
I don't want to do that.
Okay.
Well,
We've
thank you
got,
very much.
thank you, Mr. Yannick. And we've got many members of the cabs, not many, but several on today. And I think we can probably even send an email out and ask them to get in touch with their county treasurers.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yannick. Any other public comment? Mr. Cooney? Is Mr. Cooney joining us?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. With the information that Gil was just sharing, I know that Elko County, I sent in the budget, and I had taken it through the county. So I hadn't received any other information saying that we needed to provide more information or if anything else was needed. So just to clear that up, if I need to do something different, I definitely can, but I thought that everything had been submitted there.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cooney. Mr. Dixon. Go ahead, Mr. Dixon. Mr. Dixon. Are you able to speak to us?
I was trying to. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Every time it uses a different microphone right now on my computer, so I don't know what's going on. The thing is Clark County has submitted their budget request, and it went through the county, so I'm assuming it went through the county treasurer. I think it would be nice when you send out something to say what information is missing as requested by the previous caller. The second thing I have is the public trust presentation or information. Is there some way that we can get more of that from the department so we can share that more with the cabs? Because that conversation and then the DAG's response to that conversation of what's going on. If somebody could summarize that, and maybe it's just going to be in the meeting minutes, but I found that to be very powerful because we hear a lot of things, and it's one thing to understand what the public trust is and what's going on with that, but it's also to understand in legal space that there's a lot of consternation around it right now because it's something new, and it's trying to get people not to overreact to it, but to react to it appropriately, so that we look at, you look at it from a side of being a humanitarian, I guess, of everybody's opinions out there, and listening to what people have to say. And I think that's what I picked up listening to it, but it would be nice if we had some way of summarizing that presentation, even though there wasn't a hard copy, like a presentation. It was a good thing. And, if I was the only one in my cab that listened, it's hard for me to repeat that to my cab in the same fever that we had in that discussion. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Okay, any other public comment? Mr. Cooney, did you wish to speak again? I see your hand up. Nope. Okay. I think we're done with public comment. I don't see any other hands. So with that, we will adjourn the meeting. I'll see you all tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. with a very full agenda again. So have a nice evening, everyone.